Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Jeff Rust with your Sports Center update. First on The Fan with the NBA season in the rear view. The biggest stories of the offseason are now Tyrese Halliburton's injury and Kevin Durant's trade to the Rockets. Halliburton likely out at least all of next season. As ESPN Shams Charania reports, he suffered a torn right Achilles tendon. In return for Durant, the Suns received Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in Wednesday's draft, and 5 second-round picks. This all according to Shams. Wizards small forward Chris Middleton has picked up his $33.3 million option for the 2025-26 season. This also according to Shams. On the diamond, after taking 2 of 3 at the Cubs over the weekend, the Mariners road trip continues at the Twins. Brian Wu on the bump for Seattle, Bailey Ober for Minnesota. 4:40 first pitch on FS1. The Mariners remain 5 games back of the Astros in the AL West. And University of Oregon Board of Trustees unanimously approved, with one abstention, a 3-year extension for athletic director Rob Mullins, which will keep him under contract through 2033. His salary increases from $980,000 to $1.15 million annually, with $50,000 annual raises. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com. This is Danny and Dusty.
Meringatang is going to be a thing.
You're not coining anything new.
With Danny Meringue and Dusty, the Fan Man Hera.
I'll throw some monkey sounds in there and call it good.
The old Danny Meringue pie?
Danny and Dusty on the Odyssey app and 1080.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome.
The Fan.
Welcome in Monday afternoon, Danny and Dusty. It is a Danny and Rusty edition as the brand man doing brand man things ahead of the Fan Golf Classic, and changes abound here. Thank you for joining us. It was a weekend, that's certainly for sure.
It was a weekend.
It was a weekend that did transpire. Shockingly, it's a solo show, which means heavy on basketball, but it's going to be heavy on basketball for a litany of reasons, because the NBA'd up, down, everywhere in between. But before we dive into that, because there's going to be some good, some bad, some interesting, honestly, a lot of bad. How was your weekend, man?
Not bad.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just chilling? What
Just chilling.
Yeah?
Yeah. Decided to, we got my kid, my 13-year-old daughter, she's been begging to go to a concert, like just basically any concert.
Oh,
lately.
okay.
So,
First concert appearance?
yeah, reached out to promotions here, and we're going to go see Bare Naked Ladies Thursday night at Edgefield.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So
And
she's super excited
The
for
weather,
that.
the weather will be nice out there.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I introduced her to some of their music. She's like, I like them.
Yeah, that's a solid show. It's
Yeah.
a solid first show. The first show I ever went to, I was 12 years old. It was like a live-in concert, Ninja Turtles.
Okay.
So
it's okay. My first concert was MC Hammer.
yeah, like the actual first music concert I went to, I'm not sure. And again, this is nothing against my parents. Was either Ice Cube when I was 15,
Yeah.
or God, there was another rock show. Oh, Rob Zombie, when they were White Zombie.
Gotcha.
When I
Yes.
was 13, I think. 13 or 14. I can't remember how close together those two were. So, first concert, right? First real concert. It's a rite of passage, man. You go out there, you kind of get what it's all about, and check that out. I did the exact opposite. I did not go out and do anything. Well, it's not true. I did some yard work. The electric mower biting me in the butt. Still,
Yeah.
that's a problem. But I movied pretty hard this weekend.
Right on.
I was solo dolo for a little bit this weekend. Wife taking care of some stuff, and I watched movies that I didn't think she would have a ton of interest in. We talked about it a little bit, that movie Warfare, the A24 movie.
Okay.
So I finally got around to watching that. And, maybe not the best type of movie to talk about considering, current world events and all.
There is that.
But Paulina in sales, she was not what I would consider the target market for that movie. Sweet as could be, but again, just not what I would typically go, yeah, this movie's for you. She saw it in the theater, and she was like, I want to hear what you say about this, because I was blown away. We went and saw it twice.
Mm-hmm.
And so I finally got around to watching it. Wife was a little about it, because boy, is it gritty.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to give anything away, but the opening scene was the most military-ass opening scene I've ever seen in my entire life. I was like, yep, that captured that just about perfect. And if you haven't seen it or you don't know what it is, it's a retelling of just a day for a SEAL unit in Ramadi in 2006. And they have those guys that were in that unit giving feedback. And it's all basically from their memory. And it's basically a door-to-door sweep, very similar to what we did in Fallujah the year before in 2005, which was unabashed hell. For those that don't know, we basically cleared out the entire city of Fallujah and dropped leaflets, said, get the bleep out of town. If you're still here when we come, we're going to consider you a threat type of situation. It's not a great place to be.
No.
Very similar a year later in Ramadi, not quite as nasty, but still pretty high up on the oh crap scale. And what they did is they did a lot of it in real time. So when they get in a tick or troops in contact and they get in a firefight, they call for an evac. It's 10 minutes out, 10 mics out. And from the time of that call till they get there, it's 10 minutes in the actual movie.
Oh,
it
gotcha.
Makes you understand what 10 minutes really feels like in that situation.
Right.
So it's the whole thing. It's like an hour and 40 minutes, but it's all real time. And this isn't like a big plot movie. Like you don't get introduced to characters and understand them and their arc and all this kind of stuff. It's like, here's guys, here's what happens, the end. And it's very interesting. Like it just stops. You don't get like quote unquote closure to anything. It's just, here's what happened.
It's just over
on this period. And it is gritty. It is rough. It is nasty. It is tough to watch if you are not. And again, nothing can capture that reality.
Right.
But it's the closest thing I've seen come to that. It's very good. So if you're into that sort of thing, highly recommend it. If it's the kind of thing that makes your skin crawl and you want nothing to do it, do not watch it. Do not watch it. And then I doubled down the next night and watched The Amateur, the Rami Malek film when he's the CIA codebreaker who goes full psychopath. And it feels, what was that movie with Gerard Butler where he has like all of the heinous ways that he kills the people that killed his wife and kid. Jamie
right.
Foxx, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's a little bit of that. It's
right.
like it's something of like innocent
law-abiding citizen.
Law-abiding citizen. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, which like I love that movie.
Yeah,
it's devious, but it's awesome. It's like that meets Jason Bourne. That was kind of the vibe that I got from it. Didn't like the ending. The ending of it made me go, wah, 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 wah. I'm like, oh, we're really going to do this?
Right.
Come on, man. But that was basically my weekend. Yard work and movies. Just kind of chilling, getting ready. Actually, that's not true. Yard work, movies, and everything else in between was spent writing or on the phone talking about the NBA draft. Put up 4,000 words on Deni Avdija. I've got another big old chunk. Intel dump and the mock draft board and a couple other things that we'll dive into here in a little bit that should all be coming out tonight because tomorrow none of us are going to be here.
Right. Well, I will be here.
You will be here. I'm sorry. Sorry. You'll be here for a little while.
Yeah.
And then you'll pop out this because we got the Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms tomorrow. I will be there from 6 in the morning till probably 7 at night. I will spend the majority of my time on the 6th hole. I'm already putting my foot down. I'm wearing the straw hat. We're going straw hat out there.
Now listen, we got to be careful with that because it's tough to go full dad mode when you're not actually a dad.
I know, but it's funny is this hat has sat in my closet.
Got some white Air Monarchs you're gonna kick out there too.
And look, man, I'm just saying. I bought the hat in Mexico when my wife and I got engaged.
Yes, as white men do.
Yes.
She
hates that hat with a fiery passion of 1,000 suns. She's like, oh my God. I grabbed it out of the closet yesterday and I'm like, I'm wearing this tomorrow. She's like, have you worn that? Like, other than like throwing on your head just to joke around since we got back from Mexico? I'm like, no, it's 100% why I'm wearing it.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be nice. It's supposed to be like 84, 85 tomorrow, depending on, actually, let's do a live little Live little weather check here on air for tomorrow.
Yeah, see, and those are the type of hats that, yes, you always buy those in Mexico. You're like, dude, I look good in this. And like, I could rock this at home. And you rock the S out of it the entire vacation, and you get home, and it goes in the closet.
Well, the thing is, it's like it's a tropical hat.
Yeah.
Like it keeps the sun off of everything, and you don't have to wear sunglasses the entire time.
Arabia.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. I think I mentioned this before. When I was on that trip in Mexico or in Puerto Vallarta, we went to a Cirque du Soleil sponsored show, and you take a boat about an hour and a half away to like this private island that either some holding company owns, and they have God knows how many generators on the island, but there's a restaurant that's carved into the cliffside. It's cool as hell, like it's unbelievable. It's literally like carved into the cliffside. And it, they have like nice tables, but it's like you're looking down on the ocean, like right below you. It's unbelievable. And they do this thing like later at night after the show when you go have your dinner, they turn the lights on, and all the ocean fish just come flying in. You can see dolphins and barracuda and just crazy stuff just everywhere. But we went out to the show out there. It was like 95 degrees with like 90% humidity. I sweat through literally everything that I had on. I'm just sitting there in the seat. I had my hands on my lap, and I had handprints on top of my shorts from how sweaty my hands had gotten, which I'm sure everybody's like, oh my God, it's gross. Yeah, no, it was gross. But that's like the last time that I wore that hat was at that dinner. And I'm just like, I wonder if there's still just like sweat just baked into this thing that will literally never come out.
Probably.
Right?
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
That's what you have to look forward to. Golf tournament, my straw hat tomorrow.
Yeah. Apropos of nothing, I just saw this roll across the old Twitter timeline. This comes from Anthony DiComo, who was a Mets beat writer for MLB.com and as seen on SNY and MLB Network. He says, for those asking, yes, new Mets reliever Richard Lovelady has requested to go by his nickname Dickie. So it will be Dickie Lovelady from here on out.
He wanted to go. He wanted to go with Dick. He wanted to so bad. He wanted to.
Dickie Lovelady is almost better.
Shouts to that guy. Lean into it. Right. Richard. No, you're Dickie. You really Dick, but
oh man.
That's the way this one.
Yeah. Although I guess yes, Dick Lovelady would be a phrase.
Just
It's
right up there with Grady Dick and Anthony Black doing the jersey swap. There's just Black and Dick. And I can say that because it happened.
Because it's somebody's name.
Because it happened.
Yes.
I saw a thing from a Shot Creator that tracked the top 150 rim finishers and sorted from worst to first kind of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
And the bottom four, so 150, 149, 148, 146 were Dick, Ball, Johnson, and somebody else. And I was just like, that's really. Let me grab the actual order of this because I retweeted this a little bit ago. Here we go.
Were they all sitting together watching Shaft?
It was young Dick Ball Johnson.
Oh man, I'm a child.
Just
yeah.
The fact that it worked out that way, young Dick Ball Johnson. I mean, you can't make it up.
Nope.
It's sorted by percentage. Like it's just
yeah. Oh, good times.
Anthony Black had been at the top of that list. Or in between Young and Dick.
Oh my goodness.
It just would have made for some incredible, just totally unrelated content.
Yeah.
But let's get into the related content. The 2024-25 sports calendar officially came to a close last night with the Oklahoma City Thunder winning their first title in franchise history. There is a metric crap ton to take out of this game. We're going to start, though, giving the champions their praise here on Danny and Dusty, 10 to the Fan. The Oklahoma City Thunder have won their first title in franchise history, knocking off the Indiana Pacers in Game 7 of the 2024-25 NBA Finals. And as I mentioned, this is the closing of the 2024-25 sports calendar, a 103-91 victory that saw the Thunder really just do all of their damage in one quarter. The game opened up as tight as they normally do in Game 7s. And we talked about this going into the weekend on Friday about it's going to slow down. It's going to be tight. Guys are going to be just huffing and puffing. You're going to feel the emotion, the intensity, and all of it. And you got it right out of the gate with Rick Carlisle coming to the podium and saying that you're probably going to see this video that's going to go viral of the Oklahoma City Thunder having their buses already made up for a championship run. And I didn't hear the video part of it. I saw a tweet like right as it happened that, I saw the Thunder were getting ready to putting a championship parade buses already together. And that it normally happens, but I was like, is this Rick Carlisle just like baiting his team? Like, they're painting the buses already. And I'm like, because I wouldn't put that past Rick Carlisle for anything.
Bulletin board material.
Oh, God, yes, 100%. It was like, well, you don't need anything more to play for a Game 7. I'm like, oh, you can always take more. You can, like, anything you can find, anything you want to do, you can go out there.
Yes.
And I'm like, ooh, this is spicy. And then I see the video, and I'm like, ooh, all right, let's go. And we get out there, and you can tell right away that the Thunder are tight, and they are pressing, and it's like, oof, this is rough. Pacers look tight, but not nearly as tight. Yeah. And they look like they were a little more ready for the moment.
Well, and to be fair, the Thunder really had all of the pressure on them.
Yeah, because if you drop Game 7 at home, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
Well, and because even
you're the favorite,
and throughout the series, they're already talking about, even today,
historic teams,
and is this the start of the dynasty? And so, they came out and they had all of the pressure.
The pucker
Indiana
factor
was playing with house money.
It was through the roof. And you look at how the Pacers start, particularly one Tyrese Halliburton. Hallie, mid-clock, pull-up three, bang. Comes down, Pacers score again. Next possession, Hallie, deep three, bang. And you're going, oh, crap. He's pulling and he's going. And Thunder kind of are a little shell-shocked. They came out with their two big lineup. They go away from that. They go to Caruso. Caruso comes in, hits a couple shots, calms things down. Next time down the floor, Hallie, 28 feet, bang. And I'm sitting there going, oh, baby, we're in for an all-timer. Hallie is going to turn up. And you could just feel that, like, there was this groundswell behind the Pacers just rolling. And you're going, oh, buddy, this might be the sports story of my lifetime. A team that has had triumphant comeback after triumphant comeback after triumphant comeback after triumphant comeback. I say it 4 times because the man did it 4 times.
Yeah.
And you're going, oh, my God, with the calf strain, playing less minutes in Game 6, he's going to come out here and he's going to put it all on the line. He misses a 3, comes down 2 possessions later, 7 minutes into the game. He goes to drive, and he collapses to the ground. And in live action, I went, oh, no.
Exact same. My wife was in the room. I just went, oh, no. It's like the Pacers just lost.
I was just like, and he hits the ground, and he slams his fist. And he slams his fist, and you can see the pain, and you can see it on his face. And as soon as the play stops, they cut to the replay, and you see the reverb in the calf.
Yeah.
And I just went, oh, and things I can't say on the radio.
Yeah. I didn't even need to see the replay. I saw him go down like that, and I said to my wife, "I'm like, he just blew his Achilles."
You knew it, but as soon as you saw the replay, it was absolutely 100% confirmed.
Right.
We knew what it was. And I was gutted. Just absolutely gutted. And not just because it's Game 7, but it's because that guy put it out on the line. And in a Game 7, I'm not mad that they let him play. I'm not mad that he played. If there's ever a time when you do it, this is it. This is the one circumstance where I will go, if that guy says he can go, he can go. Because you never know when that opportunity is ever going to come up again. And I have to applaud the Indiana Pacers and how they rallied. Because the way they rallied around their guy was unbelievable. It was absolutely unbelievable.
Oh, I remember being just stunned that, they went into the half with a 1-point lead after that.
And that's it. And I think the injury shocked the Thunder more than it shocked the Pacers.
Yeah. Well, because I think maybe when it happened between then and halftime, the Pacers, they're running on adrenaline.
That's exactly it. I think the adrenaline spikes. Pascal Siakam rallies the troops on the bench. Hey, our guy's down. We're not done. We got the lead. We can do this. And the Pacers outscore the Thunder 26-22, take a 1-point lead into halftime.
And the wind comes out of the sails.
And you're talking yourself into it. At least I am. I'm like, hey, man, they might do this. They might do this. Third quarter, Pacers unravel, and I think it's the emotion of it all. You get in the locker room for 15 minutes, and you just
exhale.
It all comes out.
Yep.
The Thunder rally, and the only one who can score in the third quarter is T.J. McConnell. And McConnell plays another magical third quarter. Does it again. But for 10 straight minutes, no one for the Indiana Pacers scores but T.J. McConnell. Meanwhile, it's turnover after turnover after turnover. The Oklahoma City Thunder had 18 points off turnovers in the third quarter alone.
Is that bad?
That's the ball game.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now, with that being said, Ben Mathurin had me believing for a little while in the fourth quarter. I was like, this man is he's not going to die.
Nope.
And credit to him and credit to the Pacers for not rolling over. But boy, did Chet Holmgren have himself a basketball game.
Yes.
Offensively, it wasn't this giant masterpiece, but defensively, he was a dude. Finishes the game 18 points, 8 rebounds, 5 blocks, 6 of 8 from the field, 5 of 8 from the free throw line. But he was sending everybody shot away. Even if he didn't get a block, he was altering a shot, and he got 5 blocks in 31 minutes, and he was just a demon. Every time you thought, the Pacers get a stop, Chet Holmgren's there to turn it away. And they build this lead out, and they build this lead out, and they build this lead out. And you're going, with Hallie out, this is it. Shea did not have a great shooting performance. 8 of 27, 2 of 12 from 3, 29 points. But here's the kicker. 12 assists, 1 turnover. Had his best playmaking game maybe of his career. And the Thunder were not great offensively. They just capitalized on Pacer mistake after Pacer mistake after Pacer mistake. I mean, the Thunder ended up shooting 40% from the field, 27% from the three-point line. That's not a line that you expect to see from a winning team.
Right.
But they took care of the ball. Only 7 turnovers to the 21 turnovers for the Indiana Pacers.
Brutal.
You're not going to win that game.
No.
Not like that.
Yeah.
And T.J. McConnell, 7 turnovers.
Youch.
Aaron Nesmith, 6 turnovers. And the Pacers shot well from 3, 39%, but they needed more volume. They needed something else to compensate. And it just wasn't there for them because the Thunder took it away. Defensively, they were flying around. They were swarming. They were disruptive. They were just dominant. And they just, without their guy, the Pacers did not have the capacity to put it all together. And so the Oklahoma City Thunder rightfully win a title. I don't think there's an asterisk here or anything along those lines. We'll talk about Halliburton here next and the implications and everything that comes along with that. But the Thunder cap off an incredible season, potentially the beginning of a dynasty. Well, those are all the talks you talk about with legacy. SGA becomes one of 4 players all time to win an MVP, finals MVP, lead the league in scoring, and a title in the same season. Yeah. That list includes Shaq, Kareem, Jordan, SGA.
That's some pretty good company.
That's the list.
That's some pretty good company.
That's a hell of a season.
Yeah.
Look, I don't think SGA is the best player on the face of the planet.
No.
I don't. I still believe it's Nikola Jokic. But the season that he had was incredible.
Yes.
And he came up massive in the moments that they needed him. And by getting to 27 points last night, he had a 30-point average through the NBA Finals, which also a very short list.
Right.
What the Thunder have done and what they may continue to do going forward, we'll discuss a little bit later. But to me, and this is weird to say, even though the Thunder won the title, the biggest storyline coming out of this game in this series and the NBA at large this season is the devastating injury to Tyrese Halliburton 7 minutes into the game and the ramifications that is not going to have on the Pacers, but the NBA at large, including the Eastern Conference, particularly going forward. We'll dive into all that next here on Danny and Dusty, 1080 The Fan. But first, here's the Big Kahuna with Sports Center Update.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, with the NBA season now in the rear view, the biggest stories of the offseason, of course, Tyrese Halliburton's injury and Kevin Durant's trade to the Rockets. Halliburton likely out at least all of next season, as ESPN Shams Charania reporting he suffered a torn right Achilles. As for Durant, the haul that the Suns get back in return, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in Wednesday's draft, and 5 second-round picks. This all also according to Shams. Wizards small forward Chris Middleton, he's picked up his $33.3 million option for 2025-26, also according to Shams. Over on the Diamond, after taking 2 of 3 at the Cubs over the weekend, the Mariners road trip continues at the Twins. Brian Wu starting for Seattle, Bailey Ober for Minnesota. 4:40 first pitch on FS1. The Mariners remain 5 games back of the Astros in the AL West. And the University of Oregon Board of Trustees unanimously approved, with one abstention, a 3-year extension for athletic director Rob Mullins, which will keep him under contract through 2033. His salary increases from $980,000 to $1.15 million, with $50,000 annual raises. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's The Fan on FM. Go to 99.5 FM HD2 and enjoy high def 1080 The Fan.
The Oklahoma City Thunder win their first title in franchise history, and unfortunately for them, and I do feel bad about this in a sense, they are not getting the level of praise and pomp and circumstance that normally comes along with this because of a devastating injury 7 minutes into the game to Indiana Pacers guard Tyrese Haliburton. And so we're going to work back to front here a little bit and then talk about the grand scheme part of this. This is Rick Carlisle following the game on Tyrese Haliburton.
What happened with Tyrese is just all of our hearts dropped, but he will be back. I don't have any medical information about what may or may not have happened, but he'll be back in time, and I believe he'll make a full recovery. So he authored one of the great individual playoff runs in the history of the NBA with dramatic play after dramatic play. It was just something that no one's ever seen, and did it as one of 17. That's the beautiful thing about him. As great a player as he is, it's always a team thing, and so our hearts go out to him, but so proud of everyone.
You can hear Carlisle fighting it back because he knows the implications of that injury and the months-long recovery, and that they may never be back in this position again. And that's the God's honest truth, is that when you get there, it may be one and done for you. You never know when you're going to get back. Does anybody remember when the Phoenix Suns got to the NBA Finals against the Milwaukee Bucks? Where are they at now?
Right. Trading away Kevin Durant.
You just don't know. You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know if you're ever going to be back there. And Pascal Siakam just talked about it. In year 3, he won a title as a role player for the Raptors, and he was like, I started to think, because it happened so young in my career, that it was just going to be a normal thing. And it doesn't happen. Like, it just, for the vast majority of guys, you don't get back. That's just the reality. There's one winner every year.
Yep.
And there's only 2 teams that participate. And in the tunnel following the game, Tyrese Haliburton is sitting there on his crutches. And I'm sitting there watching the end of the game with my wife. And he is waiting for every single member to come off the floor. And I'm just sitting there heartbroken for him. And you can see TJ McConnell's mom in the tunnel when TJ finally leaves the floor. And his mom tries to shuffle away the camera. You can see her say, stop. And ESPN, you can hear somebody like, oh, they can do it. And she's like, I don't care. Stop. Because she didn't want her son to be that, right?
Right.
And you could see Mama Bear being real protective in that moment. And,
yes.
And I get it. I have no problem with what she did. The embrace that TJ and Tyrese had broke me and my wife. I'll be honest. I'm trying to fight it back right now. I was just like, God, man, because you just, all the things they work for, and that the uphill battle that Hallie's going to have, it may have been the biggest gut punch in sports history for me.
Mm.
Like, even more than the Blazers blowing that Game 7 against the Lakers, because it wasn't something it was something they could prevent.
Right.
It wasn't something that was ripped away from them because of some just horrible thing that happened.
Yeah.
They just didn't execute. That happens.
Yep.
That happens in sports. When Hallie goes out there and buries those 3 deep threes, and he's saying some out-of-pocket stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, for anybody who didn't catch it, he said a phrase that you don't say just in general, especially on a basketball court. It will start fights. And I was like, oh, this dude is here for this.
Yeah.
And the moment is not too big for him. And the way he's playing, the way he's moving, the swagger, the like I said, the groundswell and everything behind him in the Pacers, you're talking yourself into the Pacers are going to win this bleeping game. And I'm sitting there going, this is Leicester City winning a Premier League title plus 5,000. Like, this is not supposed to happen. This is miracle. This is one of the great sports moments of my lifetime. That's what we're staring down the barrel at. Mm-hmm. And to have it snatched away, I feel god-awful. I can't imagine how Tyrese Haliburton and those Indiana Pacers feel. But then you start looking forward. And I want to say this real quick. ESPN showing the replay once, I get it. You show the replay once. We do not need to see his calf wobble and reverberate over and over and over again.
Yeah.
When you go to halftime and you say he's down, cut to him slapping the floor.
Right.
We don't need to see the calf again.
Yeah.
I get it. Everybody's like, we don't need to see Hallie on the floor anymore. Well, people are joining the game late. You got to show something.
Right.
I don't want it, but that is part of broadcasting.
Yeah.
But just
Well, and their reasoning behind it is probably along the lines of, it's not like it was a
compound fracture. This
Yeah.
isn't Kevin Ware.
It wasn't Kevin Ware. It wasn't Sean Livingston.
No.
You know?
And again, we don't need to see the calf.
Yeah.
And we don't even really need to see Hallie slapping the floor. You can show him being like walked off.
Yeah.
Something.
Right.
But I get it. Everybody's like really frustrated about showing it over and over. Anytime we have any injury, I'm always of the mind of show it once.
Mm-hmm.
Add a word of caution. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to show you might be difficult to watch.
Yeah.
Boom. When Nurk broke his leg on Outsiders, Joe Shane and I with the production staff, we made the choice to show it once.
Right.
And we all went, look, this is going to be really hard to watch. So if you don't want to watch, turn away. But we're going to show what happened once. So if you missed it, this is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to, but it was like, okay, broadcasting journalistically, you need to show it once.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's a terrible thing. We don't want to, but unfortunately, it's quote unquote newsworthy. Okay. There's a lot that's going to come out of this. From the basketball side of things, Jason Tatum, Damian Lillard, Tyrese Halliburton. 3 of the best players in the game, 3 of the best players in the Eastern Conference are likely all out for the next year. That means 3 playoff teams are without stars for the next year. You just saw the Orlando Magic look around and go, hey, with Dame and Tatum out, this is pretty open. We're going to trade for Desmond Bane. And now with Hallie out, you have 3 of your top 8 seeds severely limited.
Yeah.
Going into next year. The Eastern Conference is absolutely wide open. And
I saw somebody, they did a side-by-side pick of Eastern Conference versus Western Conference, and it had for the Eastern Conference, it was Internet Explorer and Google Chrome for the West.
I mean, yeah, the West is a beast. There was some foresight by the Indiana Pacers in their front office. Kevin Pritchard, Chad Buchanan, those guys. This was not a transaction that got a lot of traction.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned it on Friday of it being a lot bigger than people thought. The Pacers traded their pick this year to the New Orleans Pelicans so they could get their 2026 pick back.
Yes.
You know what that tells you? They knew they were playing with fire.
Yeah.
And that something could happen. And I'm sure that is informed by looking at Dame and looking at Tatum.
Yeah.
And going, we need to protect ourselves here.
Yep.
Because
Well, did KD start with a calf strain too?
They all do.
Yeah.
They all do.
Yeah.
And that is actually a great segue, Mr. Rust.
I am a radio professional.
Coming up next, I reached out to half dozen front office leaders in the NBA in the last 18 hours and asked them all some version of the same question. Am I crazy to think that a return to play protocol should be established in the NBA similar to concussions, in that you have to clear hurdles in order to return to play if you suffer a calf strain, because the devastating Achilles injuries are just getting they're just too much. They're just too much. And with where the NBA is right now, they have got to protect their product and they've got to protect the players from themselves. The answers that I got, we will dive into next here on Danny and Dusty, 1080 The Fan. Following the third devastating injury to the Achilles tendon in this playoffs alone to incredibly high-level players, Tyrese Halliburton, Damian Lillard, and Jason Tatum, I wanted to know if I was overreacting. And so I reached out to a half dozen front office executives in the NBA, and I asked them some version of, would you be in favor of establishing return-to-play protocols that mimic that of return-to-play protocols for concussions? And we have these obviously in the NFL and the NBA. And they're different baselines, different games, all those kind of things. But I was a little bit surprised when every single one of them came back with the same answer. Yes. Yes, they would be in favor of it. And all of them said with like the right precautions or the right science or, the right protocols. And everyone agreeing on the right ones would be a difficult thing to navigate.
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, I'm not against Tyrese Halliburton playing in Game 7. If there's ever a caveat to this, ever, this is the one that exists. Like, if you want to put an asterisk in there of like, hey, I've got a dude who didn't pass the protocols, but it's Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and he says, I'm going to go. Then, okay. Like, I get it. I truly do. But we have seen a spike that is just tremendous. And people are trying to wrap their heads around this. People much smarter than me. Doctors and scientists and data scientists and everybody that works in the H&P field in professional sports and particularly in the NBA is kind of looking at this like, what could cause this? Because you're looking at guys that are represented by 3 different shoe brands. So it's not like it's one shoe or something along those lines. We all know they all had calf injuries before. Ding, 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 ding. Again, that's the indicator. But, people have talked about, well, in the 80s and 90s, people were playing more minutes, which is true to an extent. Like, we load manage and do all those things, but guys play faster, harder, and they're bigger than they've ever been.
Yeah.
And also, a lot of these guys up and down the NBA, they're playing anywhere between 750 and 150 games a year before they get to the NBA. It's specialized training. There's no breaks. They're playing all summer. They're playing year round. It's non-stop. And you wonder if with the exception of LeBron James, there's a finite amount of games the body can handle. Very similar to a finite number of carries in the NFL for running backs. We all know the shelf life. It exists unless you're Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Like,
who's just a freak.
Again, Derrick Henry, LeBron James, these guys that are just otherworldly monsters.
Yeah. Just outliers.
Those guys are just different. Like, LeBron James is the record he's going to set for games played, minutes played, and the level that he's playing at, like, they're never going to be touched again. No. Like, it's one-of-one type stuff. Like, it's really kind of freakish when you think about it, when just how much basketball he has truly played. It's disgusting. But I think the NBA really needs to take a real look at this coming up in the governor's meetings in Las Vegas. I'm not talking about looking at this in the future. I'm talking about looking at this now. Do owners, and here's the thing, when you hear about players being kept out or load managed, I'm telling you right now, it is not the coaches and the players. It is the front offices because of exactly this instance. They don't want devastating injuries to occur that build up over time, and it becomes a ticking time bomb, particularly with soft tissue. When you're talking about hamstrings, calves, quads, like those. The quads we haven't had as much, like that you talk about more knee stability and stuff like that. But hamstrings popping, Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Achilles popping, run down the list. Clay, KD, Dame, Hallie, Tatum. Like, we're not just talking about like just dudes. We're talking about dudes in the league and that have swayed NBA finals. If Jason Tatum doesn't get hurt, can the Celtics make a comeback? Probably not, but can they? It's on the table.
Yeah.
If Hallie doesn't get hurt last night, could the Pacers win the game?
Absolutely.
Look, I am not trying to take away from the Thunder's title in any way, shape, matter, or form. They earned it. There's no asterisk, no nothing. I do believe if Tyrese Halliburton plays, the Pacers win.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
That's completely fair.
I did just, that is going to be one of my, deeply held beliefs of like Brandon Roy, LaMarcus Aldridge, and Greg Oden. If they're healthy, they win one NBA title.
Yeah.
I believe in 2014 or 2015, they had those guys all been healthy, never had to deal with any of the nonsense. That's an NBA title in 2014-15. you can call me crazy. Those are like my what if moments.
That's not crazy.
You know what I mean? Like those are my what if moments. This might go down as one of the biggest what ifs ever. Because the way Hallie was playing and the way that Pacers team was rallying, I'm looking at that going, buddy, I don't know if the Thunder can get out of their own way in time. And that is not a shot at the Thunder. That is a holy crap, this is a sports story of a lifetime. And if they have the return to play protocol, maybe he doesn't play.
Right.
And we never get to know what it is anyways.
Yeah.
So, but he's not spending a year recovering. The Pacers aren't sitting there going, good thing we got our draft pick back because next year might be a little bit rough.
Yeah. Right. Man.
But I did find it very interesting that every single front office person that I talked to had said yes in some version or another.
Yeah.
That's pretty indicative of the way I think this might go. Because owners don't want to dole out $300 million to a guy and be on the hook for $50 million plus in a season that they don't play.
Yeah.
That's not, look, I don't care how much you're worth. It's not fun.
No, exactly.
Like it's an investment and you're going, hey, yeah, no, you got this 5-year car lease, but for one of those 5 years, you can't drive it.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
But I'm paying for it. Yeah, well, the thing about it is, that's just not how it works.
Them's the breaks.
It's like, oh, but the season's not getting shortened. Everybody talks about we need to play less games, that's just not going to happen. What I do wonder, though, is if you are held out for return to play protocols, does that not count against your 65-game minimum to win awards? Because that'll be the thing, because this is where it gets dicey.
Yes.
What if a guy does suffer a very mild calf strain, but he's real close to coming back? But hey, if he plays 65 games, he's going to make All-NBA, and now he's going to have that kicker.
Yeah.
A devious team, and I'm not saying it would happen, but it opens the door of a team going, yeah, you didn't pass that threshold. We're not going to let you return to play, and you're only playing 63 games, and now you're not eligible for All-NBA
right.
or All-Star or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like whatever thing that you would be out. Again, I think most organizations would want that because you want to reward guys, but it only takes one.
Yes.
To go, nah.
Yeah.
Because that's going to save us $120 million on your next 5-year contract.
Right.
And that's, again, where it gets
a little sticky.
Little dicey.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what the cause of this is. Why this has become such an epidemic, particularly to guys at the top.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say players are more explosive than they've ever been. And the ask of them is more than it's ever been. And people talk about, well, it was more physical back then. I'm like, you guys need to get down on the floor and watch a game. Yeah, guys aren't getting clotheslined in midair, although it did happen to, was that Mathurin? That Lou Dort jumped into him? Yeah, it was Mathurin late in the game that had Dort just jump into him in midair. And that man hit the ground like a sack of bricks. They even went to the replay and they'd stopped talking. Like, we're going to let you hear the sound. And the sound was his body hitting the floor with an epic thud. And I was like, oof.
Yeah.
Getting hit by Lou Dort in midair and then landing on your backside like that probably doesn't feel good.
No, I couldn't imagine that it does.
Hard pass on that. But even if you're saying, well, guys aren't getting clothesline anymore, the distance they're running, the speeds they're running at, the size of players, they're just all bigger. They're bigger, faster, stronger, more explosive. Like, that's true of athletics in general. The science and the development, the H&P, the training, everything goes along into this. But it's becoming a problem. And it's one that the league, in my opinion, and what appears to be a pretty good, I would say, again, this is only a half dozen executives I talked to, but this is from 6 different teams across the NBA. Pretty representative sample size of young teams, competitive teams, and teams at the top. Like guys that think they have a chance.
Yes.
All said some version of the same thing. And I just found that very, very, very interesting because if they're already thinking along those lines, you better believe those discussions are happening.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of discussions happening, one discussion came to a final close, and the NBA's biggest mover, sponsored by your moving company, Kevin Durant, is on the move yet again. Kevin Durant traded from the Houston Rockets to the Phoenix Suns. What implications does that have for both those teams and the NBA draft that's a little over 48 hours away? We'll get to that next here on Danny and Dusty, Danny the Fan.
Everyone has
George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Jeff Rust with your Sports Center update. First on The Fan, the NBA season now in the rear view, and the biggest stories of the offseason: Tyrese Halliburton's injury and Kevin Durant's trade to the Rockets. Halliburton likely out at least all of next season, as ESPN's Shams Charania reports he suffered a torn right Achilles. And then for Durant, in return, the Suns receive Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in Wednesday's draft, and 5 second-round picks. That also, according to Shams. More Shams. Wizards small forward Chris Middleton has picked up his $33.3 million option for the 2025-26 season. The University of Oregon Board of Trustees unanimously approved, with one abstention, a 3-year extension for athletic director Rob Mullins that'll keep him under contract through 2033. His salary increases from $980,000 to $1.15 million, with $50,000 annual raises. And on the diamond, after taking 2 of 3 at the Cubs over the weekend, the Mariners road trip continues at the Twins. Brian Wu on the hill for Seattle, opposite Bailey Ober for Minnesota. 4:40 first pitch on FS1. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. Danny and Dusty.
All right, my rock smashes your scissors. Oh, no, not these scissors, pal. This is a special titanium steel alloy developed by NASA for the space program. These scissors that smash your rock to smithereens. No, not this rock. This rock happens to be kryptonite.
With the latest on the Blazers, Ducks, Beavers, and the hottest topics in sports.
Hey, what's happening, Norm?
It's a dog-eat-dog world, Sammy, and I'm wearing milk-bone underwear.
Danny and Dusty on the Odyssey app and 1080.
No!
The Fan.
Hour number 2 here on Danny and Dusty on a Monday afternoon, whether listening on 1080 AM, watching along on youtube.com/1080am the fan, or twitch.tv/1080am the fan. We appreciate you. We love you. Thank you for hanging with us this wonderful, wonderful Monday. And as a reminder, no live shows tomorrow, because all of us, except for our lovely producers who will be in here running our best ofs, will be out at the Fan Golf Classic out at Langdon Farms all day tomorrow. If you didn't get in, sorry, can't get in anymore. The sales closed yesterday. It will be a packed house out at Langdon Farms tomorrow. Really looking forward to hanging out with everybody out there. It's, like I've mentioned so many times, it's one of my favorite days on the calendar year. I go out there and get completely turned up. We'll be out there on hole number 6. As a reminder, I like tequila. So, speaking of tequila and getting drunk, well, that's exactly what the Phoenix Suns did when they found out the offers for Kevin Durant were dog water. And on Friday, I mentioned, I just don't think Houston's going to be able to be the one that pull this off, because they weren't really giving up anything. And heading into the weekend, Minnesota was out of the deal. There was news and, well, not news. There was rumors and speculation and talk among the NBA back channels that the Raptors were not willing to part with Jakob Poeltl as part of a deal, which is what the Suns would have wanted, is Poeltl and then one of Quickly or Barrett and their number 9 overall pick. And the Miami Heat offer was shockingly, I almost cussed, really bad. Really bad. No way.
Weird.
Who could have seen that coming?
Except everybody.
Which is why I pegged both the Toronto Raptors and the Los Angeles Clippers as teams that go, screw it, we'll give a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And those were the 2 teams that people kind of thought, like, maybe they'll do something. Well, the Suns looked around the room and said, screw it. We'll take the crappy offer because it's the best of the crappy offers. The Rockets, after realizing that Ishbia was impatient, decided that, we'll give him Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in this draft, and 5 second-round picks. Now, this deal cannot be consummated until the new league year because of restrictions and aprons and all of those things. Mm-hmm. The new league year opens July 6th. You have the moratorium in the 5 days before that, when free agency begins noon on July 1st. But more importantly here, they didn't give up anything of real consequence. Jalen Green, we kind of know what Jalen Green is, a very inconsistent but high-level player that can do things, but also can completely disappear. Dylan Brooks, solid veteran. You're definitely going to get a dose of crazy. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
The number 10 pick, Houston is so loaded with young guys, they're like, we're fine. Meanwhile, remember, that pick belonged to the Suns. Okay?
Yeah.
Remember, the Blazers had a coin toss and that involved the Suns, but it was actually the Rockets, blah, blah, blah. That's why they're picking 10th. The Suns, for their part, get KD to a destination of his choosing, one of San Antonio, Houston, or Miami. San Antonio was like, nah, we don't really want to give up anything either. Miami wasn't giving up anything. And the Suns, in their panic, have basically wasted all of their assets and now have a roster with 5 shooting guards on it. Figure that out.
Yeah.
Good luck. Your starting lineup going into next year is Jalen Green, Devin Booker, Royce, Dylan Brooks. After that, Ryan Dunn and Nick Richards.
Well, you still got Bradley Beal there, right?
They start him?
I mean,
Probably not. They can't even waive and stretch him because they waived Nasir Little, and if they waived and stretched Beal, it would take them above the 15% maximum that they're allowed to do. So they can't even do that. Like the hellscape that they're in. This is, again, cautionary tale of new ownership. This is why I'm like, always be careful what you wish for, because as much as you're like, oh, well, Ballmer and Harris, and it's like, yeah, Harris also owns the 76ers, and how are they looking right about now? This is kind of the new ownership stuff that usually happens. Now, maybe not to this scale, because good Lord. Yeah, look at Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, all those draft picks. They'd be a lot better off just with all of that stuff now.
yeah.
But this does impact the Portland Trailblazers because the Phoenix Suns are indeed picking 10th, one pick in front of the Portland Trailblazers. And there's a lot of different ways that the Suns could go with this. There is some intel that I have heard that the Suns are potentially, remember, they traded their 2031 unprotected pick to the Utah Jazz to get 3 picks, a combination of picks from the Cleveland Cavaliers and Minnesota Timberwolves as part of the Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert deals. They got volume, not quality, because both Cleveland and Minnesota both look like they're going to be pretty good for the next couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of where you figure. They're like, And Utah's like, yeah, juicy, 2031 unprotected Suns pick. We'll take that. Considering ownership and what's going on there, yeah, we'll take that over the 3 picks. But I've heard some rumblings that the Suns are looking potentially to move up from 10. And you've got teams at 6, 7, 8, and potentially 9, but I think that if you're looking at where they would try to trade up to, it would be some version of 6, 7, or 8.
Mm-hmm.
And grab one of the players that potentially falls.
Right.
Whether that's an Ace Bailey or you jump in front of maybe the Brooklyn Nets if the Wizards don't take Common Malawach because they need a big. But that's kind of where that goes. But that's a wild card in this because had Houston not been able to move the pick, and they were trying to move the pick regardless of a Kevin Durant deal, if they were going to stay there, it sounded very much like they were going to take Colin Murray-Boyles because that's what they like. They like defensive psychopaths, which I get it, but somebody has to be able to score, as we saw for Houston. That's why they went out and got Kevin Durant. They could not score.
Right.
You go and get maybe the best scorer in the history of the league to infuse into that team and go, hey, we need a bucket, 7-foot freak. Can you get us a bucket? Yeah, he can still do that. He was 27, 6, and 4 on damn near 50, 40, 90.
Yeah.
Still good at doing that.
Still pretty good.
So if you just want him to be like okay on defense and just be a straight monster offensively for the next 2 years, 3 years, go ahead. Why not? You didn't give up anything.
Yeah.
You kept everything of value. What I mean, like it was like, oh, they're gonna miss Dylan Brooks. I'm like, I don't think they are. Amen Thompson, a lot better. Also a lot crazier in like a good way. And you don't hate him.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like it was like, well, his leadership. I'm like, yeah, his leadership also goes meow off the course of a cliff pretty regularly.
Yeah.
Amen Thompson, very steady. And if you're gonna build a guy out and like get him that leadership mantle, that's the guy that I want. Amen Thompson. But you look at the Phoenix Suns now, they have an affinity for homegrown prospects. Carter Bryant plays at the University of Arizona down the road in Tucson.
Mm-hmm.
They did this with DeAndre Ayton just a handful of years ago.
Yep.
Would not surprise me if they're like, we can't move up. We like Carter Bryant. We need guys that can like be role players.
Yep.
We don't need more guards because Lord knows we have all of them. And now I really wonder what this means for Grayson, because he feels like maybe the odd man out here or Royce O'Neal. Like it's just they just have too many guys in the same kind of vein, and there's just not a lot of ball to go around between Jalen, Beal, and Book already. And then you're putting Grayson Allen in there and a couple other you need some more like 3-and-D type guys, and it makes me wonder, is that the direction they're going to go? what that kind of ends up shaking into.
Well, we here know that, of course, there's nothing wrong with a guard-heavy roster.
Yeah, it's
right?
it's not roster construction, Jeff.
No.
It's not a fault of the roster construction. Definitely not that at all.
Not at all.
Gross. But the Phoenix Suns did get the deal done before the NBA draft. This takes the Rockets out of that spot. The Suns have a pick right in front of the Portland Trailblazers. And they're not going to be done because, like I just mentioned, their roster doesn't make any sense. But there's also some interesting things coming out of this because the injuries to Halliburton, Dame, and Tatum opened up the Eastern Conference.
Yes.
You just improved what you would think was the number 2 seed in the Western Conference in the Houston Rockets. And according to ESPN Bet, the favorites heading into next season to win the NBA title, number 1, the Oklahoma City Thunder. Following the Thunder.
Well, yeah, because, of course, we're already writing them in for a dynasty.
They're at plus 220. Following the Thunder, the Cavs and the Rockets are number 2 at plus 800, followed by the New York Knicks at plus 850. The Kevin Durant trade moved the Rockets from plus 1,800 to plus 800. Damn.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if I'm getting that excited about 37-year-old, soon to be 37-year-old, who turns 37 in September. He'll be 37 going into next year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's going to make that big of an impact because as good as the Rockets were, and they were good, the offense was horrid.
Yeah.
One guy does not an offense make. Now, if you're saying, hey, Amen's going to develop, Şengün's going to develop, Jabari Smith's going to develop, Fred VanVleet's going to look better alongside this, I still wonder where the rim pressure is going to come from consistently. Like, it was like, well, Amen Thompson. Well, if Amen Thompson can't shoot and you just play catch with him, that makes it a little bit harder to figure things out. And like, well, they're run like kind of a post offense with Şengün. I'm like, well, if you do that, then you kind of slow down a very athletic team.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not truly built into that. But the Halliburton injury, going into that game for next year already, the Pacers were 10-1 odds to return to the NBA Finals and win.
Mm-hmm.
They fell to 40-1 in odds.
Yeah.
That is devastatingly different.
And
they're basically saying you're not a factor.
Yeah.
But I mentioned a bunch of draft-related stuff. We are now little over 48 hours away from the NBA draft. The intel coming out this weekend after a lot of phone calls, a lot of texts, and a lot of discussions back and forth, and some new mock drafts. We will dive into those next here on Danny and Dusty. What are the Blazers potentially looking at coming up on Wednesday evening? Danny and Dusty, Danny the Fan. The NBA draft is a little bit more than 48 hours away. Wednesday evening, we will all sidle up to the TVs and hear Cooper Flagg's name called first overall for the Dallas Mavericks. As we get closer to the draft, the intel, some of the smoke screens are fading away, and a consensus is starting to form, at least in the first 4 picks of the NBA draft. The Dallas Mavericks only worked out one player and one player only. Turns out they have a bit of a player loyalty problem, and they wanted to try to do a little bit of PR around that. Hey, Coop, you're our guy. We're not going to bring anybody else in, not even Dylan Harper to do due diligence because, well, we kind of screwed the pooch in 18,000 ways with Luka Doncic.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yikes, dog. He's going to go 1. Very, 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 very likely the San Antonio Spurs are going to take Dylan Harper number 2. At number 3, following Ace Bailey's withdrawal from a potential visit from the Philadelphia 76ers and just a general malaise around Ace Bailey's intel, it sounds very much like the Philadelphia 76ers are going to take Baylor guard VJ Edgecombe. The Charlotte Hornets on the clock at number 4. Concanipple, the wing from Duke. Someone I was texting with, I know you're listening, about a month ago, I told him, Con's going to go top 5. Don't be shocked. That's where he's going to go. And he said, I'll bet you X amount of money he does it. Scared money. I didn't take the bet. I should have taken it. I didn't take it because I thought there was a little bit of wiggle room because a team might trade up. And this is where it gets interesting, is at pick 5. From my understanding, the Utah Jazz, they like a couple different players. They like Trey Johnson from Texas. They like Jeremiah Fears from Oklahoma. And they like Kaman Malawach from Duke. Now, you're wondering, well, the Jazz have Walker Kessler. Well, they could get a lot for Walker Kessler in a trade. And Austin Ainge is now running things, Danny Ainge's son. From general understanding is, yes, Danny's still there and all those things, but with Austin there, anybody that's been drafted already doesn't have the safety net of being the guy. And so they could go in any number of ways. ESPN's mock draft is now updated. The first 4 that I just laid out are what ESPN has, and that's basically everybody I've talked to has the same thing. Nobody is really deviating outside that because it's, like I said, the consensus is starting to come together in that group. 5 is where it gets interesting. Now, you could see the Hornets trade out of 4. They're one team that could potentially trade. The Utah Jazz are a team that could potentially trade. At 5, ESPN has them taking Jeremiah Fears, the point guard from Oklahoma. At 6, the Washington Wizards select Ace Bailey. Now, there is very much an opportunity for Washington to be like, somebody really want Ace Bailey? He's like top 3, top 4, and a lot of, not mock drafts, but big boards. We'll take some draft capital move out of this. We're interested in that because they don't have anything right now where that makes them go, we need to do this or we need to do this. They can just kind of continue to figure some things out. At 7, ESPN has the Pelicans taking Trey Johnson. Now, if you are Trey Johnson, Jeremiah Fears, or Derek Queen, I shouldn't put Trey in that group. This is probably Trey's ceiling. This is probably the highest he goes. But if you're Jeremiah Fears or Derek Queen, if you don't get taken at pick 7, hold on. Because you could see a very real slide. And everyone's like, oh, I like Queen. I like Fears. It's like, Fears is small. And that's kind of the fear, quote unquote, with Jeremiah Fears is like, it's very tough to win with a small guard. He measured in at 6'2" barefoot. I think it was $170 or $180 if I remember right.
So perfect for the Trailblazers.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you noticed, they don't really have small guards anymore. They've gone a little bit bigger.
Yes.
But the Pelicans are kind of the swing point. If Derek Queen doesn't go here, he could fall to 12, 13, 14 out of the lottery. There are teams that are preparing for that. And that is because he's kind of a hard guy to build. He's a good player, productive, damn near double-double, 16 and 9. Great touch, good vision. But defensively, he's atrocious. And that's a kind of a non-starter if you're big in the NBA. You have got to be otherworldly. You have to be Jokic good. And Jokic, he had some aggression this year defensively. There's no doubt about that. But he's 7 foot tall and very big and very smart. Derek Queen is 6'9" and not as big and not as smart. Good player, but I think there's a lot of teams that are like, I don't know if we want to invest in that. We'll see which way this goes. Pick number 8, the Brooklyn Nets. ESPN has them taking Kaman Malawach, and there are a number of teams. I have heard the Atlanta Hawks. I have heard the Washington Wizards. I have heard the Nets. The Suns are another team at pick 10 now that could look to try to move up and give the Nets more capital because apparently they love doing that. But Malawach measured in at 7'3" barefoot, which means he plays at 7'2" plus. He's a big, big dude. I've seen him in person, spent all week with him at Hoop Summit. I was like, damn, that's a big dude. But you are going to have some volatility in those first 8 picks for sure. And Toronto at 9 is certainly a place where you might expect some noise. But Noah Senge, the forward from Ratio Farm Ulm, that the Blazers brought in preseason last year. They played them. They got an up-close look, and I've heard the Blazers and a couple other teams, Ratio Farm Ulm, I believe they're playing their championship game in the BBL today. Yes, the BBL. The
Brazilian butt lift?
Yes. The Bundesliga.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but BBL is just so much more fun to say. Him and Ben Saraf are, I believe, playing in the title game today. But I've heard numerous organizations flew overseas over the last 10 days to go get a look at both Saraf and Senge because they're both playing over there in that final. But the Raptors love those kind of guys. And seeing Noah go at 9, that's, again, where they have this pick. Phoenix Suns are now mocked to take Colin Murray-Boyles, which I could see him making sense there. I could very much see him making sense there because we talked about you're looking for defense, role player, playmaking, all those kind of things. Not a perfect fit, but if you're thinking, hey, he's the best overall defender in the draft, which you can talk me into. I think Flagg has got potential to be that, certainly. I think if you're talking about rim protection, Colin Malawach could certainly be that guy, but Murray-Boyles is definitely up on that list. And I don't know about perimeter defense because Jalen Green, Devin Booker, don't know how much you're getting out of that defensively. That's tough. But team defender, all those kind of things, Draymond Light, if that's what you're talking yourself into, fine. Pick 11. There's a name that I haven't mentioned yet that you haven't seen mocked here very often because he's been off the board sooner. Arizona's Carter Bryant. The wing prospect, 6'6.5", barefoot, so it means he plays at about 6'8", already 214, 6'11" wingspan, so he is a +5, and then it's +5.25. That's a solid plus. Like, if you're a +6 guy, you're like, yeah, that's some long arms. We can work with that. But Bryant is a guy that I could see very much in through intel and other sources and scouts. There are a lot of people that believe that the Blazers are zeroing in on, to use Adrian Wojnarowski parlance, that is a player that's very high on Portland's draft board. And it wouldn't surprise me. He fits a mold of what they like. Physical tools, good size, plus athleticism, good feel, and a guy that could develop, and a guy I could see sliding in between Toumani Camara and Deni Avdija and making sense.
Works for me. Yeah. Now, then the next thing is, though, too, is that, look, and of course, Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither will a Trailblazers contending team. We still, though, I have a hard time believing that as good as Deni Avdija has proved to be, I don't think he can be a number 1 on a contending team.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Jeff Rust, because yesterday I released 4,000 words.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, it was. I was telling you during the break, I use an editing software, and I've been using it since August. It told me this morning that I've written almost 1 million words since then, and I was like, wow, that's gross. I don't like that. But I wrote 4,000 of them about Deni Avdija, and the title of it is, What Do the Blazers Have in Deni Avdija? And the idea is, what does it look like? Do the Blazers decide to lean more into Deni Avdija going into next season and have him kind of be the tip of the spear? And how much can he handle? Can he be a number 1? Do they throw even more at him than he can handle just to see if he can handle it?
Right.
Or if it's like, that's too much usage, we need to dial it back. And it was taking a look at that without knowing their draft pick or what they do, and the things that he does well already that I think he could get better at, and the things that he may struggle at that he can improve upon that could lead him to that level. And I started diving into some projections type stuff, and you look at his post-January 1 numbers. 20 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists. The list of guys on there, every single one of those guys, I believe it was 9 players, save 2 are either all-star or all-NBA caliber players, because 6'9", 245-pound dudes who can dribble, pass, shoot, rebound, and create, they are few and far between.
Yeah, they don't come on trees.
And if you got one of those guys, and I'm not saying Deni is going to average 25 or 30. I'm saying 20 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, which he did for 4 months. at a high level with good efficiency. Can he do that for a whole season? And if he is that guy, is he your number one? Maybe not. But is he a damn good number two? Maybe.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be the single biggest question going into the year next year is like, can Deni be a guy or the guy? And then everything else kind of flows off that. How does two play off that? How does Ant play off that? How does Scoot? How does Shaden? How do guys play off of that?
Mm-hmm.
And how much better can that model be? And that doesn't even factor in, what if the Blazers don't use the pick? What if they trade for a player?
Mm-hmm.
What if the player that they, let's say they have three guys there, and for whatever reason, those three guys are gone. Do they trade back for more draft capital and a bite at a later apple to get more role play, like multiple picks? Do they trade out for another young player a la Deni Avdija? Maybe not to the level of Deni, because I think even to the Blazers, they were surprised. Like, they thought he was good.
Yeah.
I don't think they thought he was this good.
Right.
I think they were like, damn, like we thought there was room for growth, but okay.
Yeah.
Like, this is something to work with.
It's nice to see a decision hit.
Right. And that's the thing. It's like, can there be more there? Or or is that getting too greedy? You know, oh, we did this once, and maybe you get a little too high on your own supply. And again, I'm not saying that's happening. I'm just saying,
right.
Do you start to believe, well, maybe our eye for talent is good and we can go down this? There is a lot that is on the table in a little more than 48 hours. And there'll be some more smoke and all those kind of things. Obviously, we're not on air tomorrow, so Wednesday leading up to the draft, I will share what I can share from intel-wise leading up to that, because that's about as fresh as it's going to be. And then after that, it's all, here we go. So, all right, coming up next, time for our worst day on the web. And I just can't think of anything other than the great outdoors when I hear about people getting struck by lightning for the 66th time. 4 people struck by lightning in a 24-hour period. Folks, stay away from the lightning and stay away from metal, for the love of God. We'll get to that next for our worst day on the web. But first, here's the big Doughnut Sports Center update.
I hear they got some tasty burgers.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, with the NBA season in the rearview mirror, the biggest stories of the offseason are now Tyrese Halliburton's injury and Kevin Durant's trade to the Rockets. Halliburton likely out at least all of next season, as ESPN's Shams Charania reports he suffered a torn right Achilles tendon. As for Durant, the Suns will receive in return Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the number 10 pick in Wednesday's draft, and 5 second-round picks. This also according to Shams. More Shams. Wizards small forward Chris Middleton has picked up his $33.3 million option for the 2025-26 season over on the Diamond. The Mariners took 2 of 3 at the Cubs over the weekend. They move on to Minneapolis now for a 4-game set at the Twins. Brian Wu on the bump for Seattle, Bailey Ober for Minnesota, 4:40 first pitch on FS1. The Mariners still 5 games back of the Astros in the AL West. And the University of Oregon Board of Trustees has unanimously approved, with one abstention, a 3-year extension for Athletic Director Rob Mullins, which will keep him under contract through 2033. His salary increases from $980,000 to $1.15 million, with $50,000 annual raises. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for today's worst day on the web. With Danny and Dusty on Odyssey and 1080 The Fan.
Oh, really? That sucks.
Look, man. Caddyshack, The Great Outdoors, two of my favorite movies of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And both very prominent figuring here with lightning strikes. If you've never seen The Great Outdoors, John Candy.
Dan Aykroyd.
Just sits down at the bar and, we call him Lucky. He's been struck by lightning 6 times. 66 times. 66 times. Huh.
Boy.
That whole reaction is just the look on Candy's face. It's like, I wonder if he didn't know the line there or, he's just that great. And then, of course, Caddyshack, father out there. Surely the Lord wouldn't interrupt the greatest game of my life, struck by lightning in the middle of the green. Why that figures into this? Because not one, two golfers on a golf course in Florida struck by lightning.
Same course?
Yes.
Please tell me they were in the same foursome.
I don't know that. Smyrna, was it North Smyrna, Florida? New Smyrna, not North Smyrna. New Smyrna Beach, Florida. I'm sorry. 3 people in the same region, in the same city. One of them was in ankle-deep water, a 29-year-old man standing in ankle-deep water in the ocean, was critically injured by a lightning strike. They started life-saving measures, but the victim was unresponsive and was taken to the scene to the hospital. We don't know if he's alive or not,
right?
Unfortunately. In Central Park, New York, a 15-year-old boy was struck by lightning. Holy crap.
Yeah.
And then 2 golfers struck by lightning on the Venetian Bay golf course when lightning struck them. Neither of them were taken to the hospital.
Wow.
Real quick. I played lacrosse for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing will stop that game except for lightning.
Yes.
Why? Because you're carrying around lightning rods.
Yes, exactly.
Do you know what golf clubs are? Lightning rods.
Yep.
Brother, if I see lightning, I am not holding up the metal stick in the sky.
No.
What? Again, of course, Florida.
Yes.
But if you see lightning, brother, just get off the course for a bit.
Right.
Don't keep the round going. Like, I know lightning and thunderstorms are all very common in Florida, but if you want to increase the likelihood of the bleep around and find out, wiggle the lightning rods around in the middle of the lightning storm. Like, what the hell?
Well, again, Florida, lots of good decisions get made down there. Must be something in the bath salts.
The irony of all this, the 25th annual National Lightning Safety Awareness kicked off yesterday.
In Florida?
Nationwide.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because that'd be something, wouldn't it?
The press release reads, "We are about to enter the peak of lightning season across the U.S. With increased lightning activity and increase in people enjoying outdoor activities, we typically see an increase in lightning fatalities from late June through August."
You don't say.
Yeah, you know how you can decrease those odds? Don't put the lightning rods up in the sky!
Yeah. This, it seems like common sense.
This, like...
If common sense is so common, why don't more people have it?
Yeah, look, man, George Cullen had it right. Just remember the average intelligence, 50% marker. Think about how dumb that is and realize half the world is dumber than that. Let that sink in for a second. Like, your average line for talking about, averages, medians, all those kind of things.
Yep.
Half the world is dumber than your average person.
Yeah.
Yikes, dog.
Yikes, dog.
This is the kind of thing where there's, social media influencers. There's one guy, I can't remember his name, but it's a common sense. It's not even a political thing. It's just like a common sense thing of like, insert dumb thing here.
Mm-hmm.
And he just went on a rant. I just started laughing because it's something we said in the military all the time. If you want to cut down on the number of dumb people in the world, take warning labels off everything.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Darwin will just take hold and run.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to have a culling or, like some sort of war or genocide.
Yeah.
Just take the warning labels off of stuff, and brother, people will start dropping like flies because
take care of itself.
People are dumb.
Yeah.
And do we need to put warning labels on golf clubs now?
do not put in the sky when lightning is nearby.
Like, it's just, I can't wrap my head around this. There's dumb, and then there's Florida dumb.
Yeah.
And again, it happened to a 15-year-old in Central Park. Like, look, I'm not saying you need to be like deathly afraid of lightning. I lived in Texas. I lived in Florida.
It?
Yeah, like I've been in thunderstorm. Like I remember, I will never forget it. The first time I ever got a flash flood. Almost pooped my pants. Me and my buddy, his parents drove his car down from New York. So we had his car. We had a brand new MR2 turbo convertible. Stood out in the middle of nowhere, West Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And we're on the highway, and it starts raining. And I mean raining, the Texas thunderstorm rain. And I was like, damn, I've never seen anything like this. He's like, yeah, it's getting pretty bad. And, they've got all the drainage and all that, but it fills up and it starts running like that. That's why they call it a flash flood.
Right.
In a matter of minutes, there's inches of standing water on the road, and we have to drive in the fast lane because it's a little bit higher and it's like not as worn down. We're like, oh crap, we need to get off the road. And we found an exit finally that wasn't flooded.
Yeah.
That we could get off of and get onto an overpass. Because it's the only place we could go to. And that's like, my respect for Mother Nature went whoop through the roof very quickly. I'm like, brother, we were almost a kayak.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. The things that they made us most afraid of in grade school growing up was quicksand and catching yourself on fire.
Right? Like, where is there quicksand? Is there quicksand in the North American continent? Central America? Like,
I mean, I would think maybe once you get down to Central and some of those more mountainous parts towards South America, sure. But, I mean, yeah.
Quicksand does exist in the United States. It's not as dramatic or common as portrayed in the movies. It can be found in various locations and coastal areas of Florida, in the Carolinas, and then in southern Utah, northern Arizona, and New Mexico. But yeah, it says how to escape quicksand. Don't panic. Lean back, distribute your weight evenly, and try to lean backward to float. Paddle, use a paddling motion to move your arms and legs and try to swim to the side, and slowly move so that you do not break any air pockets.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, swing on your back. Give yourself the bigger surface.
So we're having a little bit of extra, little flotation device.
I'm buoyant.
I live because I'm buoyant and not just skin and bones.
Yeah.
That's the one time we make out okay. I just saw the story and I was just like, lightning strikes? Let me dive into this. It seemed like 4 people getting struck by lightning in a 24-hour period was a lot.
Yes.
Let's do this real quick. A little on-air producing. How many lightning strikes people in the U.S. each year? See how volatile this is. Okay. It's not that many. Take a guess how many people in the U.S. are struck by lightning each year.
Each year?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I don't even know where to start. Again,
it's not that many.
Yeah. Let's go with 100.
400.
Okay.
So 4 in one day?
Yeah. Right?
Like that's...
Because you're averaging 1 a day, basically. It's a little, 1 plus.
So 4 days, quite a spike.
Yeah.
Here's the crazy thing. Roughly 90% of people struck by lightning survive.
Wow.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's some good odds, I guess.
Isn't a bolt of lightning like 20,000?
It's a lot. It's a lot. When I couldn't imagine that much electricity.
Oh God, I'm way off.
Yeah.
How much voltage do you think is in a lightning strike, on average?
My Lord, I wouldn't even know where to start. Again,
as small as the number is, this one is as big.
I mean, so what are we talking, volts?
Yeah.
I mean, in the millions?
100 million to 1 billion volts.
I was way off.
Holy, how do you live through that?
Right? Man. Well, you go buy a lottery ticket.
I've mentioned the story, I had a piercing and I accidentally touched 220 and it arced off of it. So
Man.
Where I touched, where's not where it escaped from.
Yikes.
Brother,
I don't want to ask any questions.
You want to talk about fear? Whoo, buddy.
Oh, boy.
It's why I have 2 rules. in my house, I do not touch electrical
Yeah.
and I do not touch plumbing. And I've told the story about the plumbing one. It's helping my dad put in a new septic tank, and he had a backhoe. It's pouring down rain.
Uh-huh.
We've already dug it out. I've had to shovel around it and shape it up. It's a big septic tank. It hasn't been
Yeah.
changed out in 20 years. And when you have a septic tank, you have a leach line. There's a hole in it. So the water gets out. All
Right.
the paper stuff stays in. And I'm going to make this grosser for everybody else. So if you're eating, I'm sorry. Warning. This was a house that was previously owned by nothing but women.
Okay. I think we got you.
Okay. Picking up what I'm putting down.
Yep.
My dad is using the backhoe around it, and you've got gray water, and it's stuck to the bucket, and he can't get it out. And so you do the jiggle. Well, he jiggled it pretty hard, and it threw a softball wad of gray matter across the yard and hit me in the back of the head behind my ear. And I puked, and I puked, and I just looked at him. He's like, tell you what, pay you for the day, take the rest of the day off. And I don't touch plumbing ever since that. I have 2 life experiences that made me go, nope, I will pay somebody else to do this. No, thank you. Hard pass. I'm good.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't go messing around with a septic tank at all. Yeah, leave that with the professionals. But
Yeah, no, hard pass.
I've replaced light fixtures and stuff in the house. I've installed a couple ceiling fans and bathroom fans, and I did get myself I did pop myself once pretty good changing out a light switch. But that was just once.
Look, I've got a voltmeter.
Just a little shock.
I will not touch the breakers.
Yeah.
Will not. Nope. Hard pass.
I had to replace one of those.
Nope.
Yep.
My dad has a lot of degrees in electrical engineering.
Mm-hmm.
I will call him.
Yeah.
Hey, you got a minute?
Yeah.
And people are like, oh, that's weak. No. I just don't like.
Yeah.
I
I'll
don't
call
want
my dad for advice too.
I don't want to be blasted.
I went and I tackled replacing that circuit in the fuse box.
I've installed dishwashers and all sorts of appliances like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Done the dishwasher a couple times.
Breaker? Nope. Not touching it. Hard pass.
Huh.
And a text line saying it's the amps that'll get you. Well, there's 30,000 amps in a lightning strike.
Yeah. All right. Well,
it's a lot.
Yeah. Still no thanks.
It's a lot. So
Still no thanks.
hard pass. Well, it's not a hard pass. It's a soft pass here as the Pac-12 media deal is coming together. We'll dive into that next and what the future of the Pac-12 holds on Dani and Dusty, Dani the Fan. We started to talk about this on Friday afternoon as the media deal landscape was starting to come together for what is the new version of the Pac-12. And look at that, Jason Swigard. Wow, this is it's almost 2 o'clock, sir. What are you still doing here?
He's coming to meet some of the brass
there you
that's
go.
in town.
No, that's right. They are here. I forgot about that. Big old day here at Odyssey as the big wigs are in town. But the Pac-12 media deal is somewhat coming together, as it sounds like the official invitation to Texas State will be forthcoming very quickly. And why that's important is July 1st, the buyout for Texas State will double from $5 million to $10 million for them to leave their conference and join the Pac-12. Now, the reason why that's important is the Pac-12 has to get to one more team to have staying power going into 2026 as a power conference, to have that automatic bid and be able to figure all that stuff out.
Right.
Now, the deal they have signed is a deal currently with CBS Sports Media. Now, this was a deal that was already in place. It was a loosely held deal that agreed to carry the conference title game, the basketball conference title game, and a couple others. It was a very, very, very small one, including the Apple Cup and I believe what used to be known as the Civil War.
Well, it's the Apple Cup and because I believe Oregon State and Washington State are going to play twice.
Yes,
and
one of those games.
One of those games.
So
yeah, and I said up to like 3 regular season games. Yeah.
And this media rights deal is going to likely include 4 additional partners. And that's from Yahoo's Ross Dellinger. Well, The Athletic goes a step further, and they have some of the breakouts of this. And I'm going to read some text here because I want to make sure I get this all right. And again, this is from The Athletic this morning. The 8 schools on board so far have signed a grant of rights, which goes through June 2031, getting multiple years out of this. Good. But it also opens you back up for what will very likely be some form of another expansion, or what I expect to be some version of a super conference. And so it carries you for a couple years, not locking you in like the ACC for a 12-year deal that ends in, 2036, if I'm right. Okay? Those terms indicate media rights will be shared equally across all full members. Okay. So Gonzaga, not a full member because they are a non-football school.
Right.
So the way I take that language is Gonzaga will not be a full member, therefore will not be entitled to a full share.
Right.
That is notable amid speculation around schools. The idea of Texas State can be brought in at less than a full share. Schools will also keep 50% of any earned NCAA basketball tournament units for themselves and share the remaining 50% equally. So let's say Oregon State makes a run to the Elite Eight like they did a few years ago. They would keep 50%. I believe it's either $2 or $4 million for making the Elite Eight.
Okay.
Let's just use 4. It's easier to work with. That would mean Oregon State would keep $2 million, which is no small number for getting $2 million just as a nice little chunk.
Yeah.
The remaining schools would then split the remaining $2 million up. That's why you saw Washington State and Oregon State in their litigation go, no. We're the only remaining Pac-12 schools. We get all of the Pac-12 money from basketball because it's paid out over multiple years.
Yes.
That's why they got that. That was kind of a bit of a life raft as the other schools left. The College Football Playoff will remove its participation bonus in 2026, but Pac-12 membership terms state Oregon State and Washington State will keep all revenue associated with a 3-year CFP agreement from 2026 through 2028. Basically, hey, we're the anchors of this conference. We're the ones putting this all together. We were left out in the dark. We're going to make sure that we're protecting ourselves a little bit here, which, again, I agree is the right way to go. That is along with all NCAA units earned before this year, per the document. OSU and WSU also control Pac-12 cash reserve stemming from the separation agreement with the 10 departed members, including the ability to distribute it to themselves. Basically, it's like, hey, guys, we made this before you got here. You are not entitled to this. We may break you off a little something if it turns out, hey, we need to do this in order to make a deal happen, like a Texas State perhaps, or if they go and get Memphis from Conference USA, and that maybe is a bit steeper. The rights there look like they're going to be anywhere between $8 and $15 million, or $20 million to get them out of that. And of course, the remaining Pac-12 institutions, Oregon State and Washington State, are still embroiled in the House settlement in the amount of money that they're going to have to pay to the Mountain West Conference. and how that breakup in the teams they took from the Mountain West and how much money they say anywhere between 100 and 150 million dollars,
which is not a small amount of money.
And you're not talking about getting a ton of money from this rights deal. You're talking about each school getting anywhere between $8 and $15 million,
which they're saying is probably going to wind up on the lower end of that range.
So let's say 10.
Yeah.
10 million is still better than nothing. And it keeps you afloat for a little while. And that's what, if you're Oregon State, Washington State, I think you could throw Boise State in this, maybe not Fresno State or San Diego State at this point in time, but if they continue doing well in basketball and their football kind of returns to kind of what it can be, then those are probably the 5 teams you're looking at as potential for further expansion as the CFP and as that top tier of college football continues to develop. This is not the worst news. It's not the best news. It's just news. At bare minimum, you've got something. You've got guaranteed money coming in over the next 5 years. That, to me, is the most important thing. Now you need to nail down that next member so that you can have the 9 members and go into conference play and have it make sense for the next 5 years.
Right. Yeah.
This is Sisyphusian in that you're rolling that boulder up the hill to have it roll down on top of you, but can you roll it up to a certain point and put the stick underneath it long enough?
Right.
That's kind of where you're at.
Yeah.
And again, I know Oregon State fans, Washington State fans, like a lot of people in here are just like, I'm sick and tired of this. I feel like stop giving us pity. Look, I'm not part of that because I'm not in it. It's not pity. I want you guys to do well. I want you to live on, and I want you to be a part of what's next.
Yeah.
This is that bridge that will get you there, or at least give you the opportunity to get there.
Yeah. You're just basically right now you're trying to tread water.
I think we're past tread water. I think we have a life raft.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you can let the legs chill for a little bit. Now, those rations don't last forever.
No.
This
is a lot less money than you were used to.
You're Tom Hanks and you've got Wilson.
Yeah.
That's where you're at right now.
Man. Well, see, and even if the rescue plane of the super conferences does come along, how
you're going to be at the bottom of it.
If you make it,
you're going to be at the bottom of it.
If you make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the reality for where we are if you are not one of the top 28 programs in the country.
Right.
I want to say 25, but like there's some wiggle room for teams that kind of bump up in there that are usually just kind of right around that area.
Yeah.
Top 30. Let's just say 30. It's a round number. And the 10 teams after that, if we're talking about like a 40-team super conference, that's where you're putting yourself.
Yeah.
And what you do from there, that's up to you. That's up to you.
Yeah.
It's not the best news.
No.
It's not the worst news. It's just news.
Yeah.
So, all right. When we come back, we're going to dive back into it. The NBA finals are over. Legacy, what does it mean for the rest of the NBA? And looking forward to next season already, because this season is behind us. Danny and Dusty, 1080 The Fan.
I'm Michael.
the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Jeff Rust with your Sports Center update. First on The Fan, the NBA season in the rearview mirror. Now the biggest stories of the offseason. Tyrese Halliburton's injury and Kevin Durant's trade to the Rockets. Halliburton likely out at least all of next season. As ESPN Shams Charania reports, he suffered a torn right Achilles. As for Durant, the Suns receive in return Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in Wednesday's draft, and 5 second-round picks. This also according to Shams. After taking 2 of 3 at the Cubs over the weekend, the Mariners' road trip continues at the Twins. Brian Wu on the bump for Seattle. Bailey Ober for Minnesota. That's a 4:40 first pitch on FS1. Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh named American League Player of the Week, hitting .417 with 5 home runs and 12 RBI with an OPS of 1606. And the University of Oregon Board of Trustees unanimously approving with one abstention a 3-year extension for athletic director Rob Mullins, which will keep him under contract through 2033. His salary increases from $980,000 to $1.15 million with $50,000 annual raises. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan. Danny and Dusty.
My Uncle Gus is the uncle that likes to work the grill. As soon as he walk in the house, he's like, get away from that grill. You don't know how to start no fire.
With the latest on the Blazers, Ducks, Beavers, and the hottest topics in sports.
We're going to eat a hamburger, okay? Here we go. Charlie, throw the mat. Now that's a fire.
Danny and Dusty on the Odyssey app and 1080.
I'm not cooking a brontosaurus burger.
The Fan.
Hour 3 here on Danny and Dusty on a Monday afternoon. If you're watching on YouTube, you may have seen me look like I was talking to nobody. Swag popping in here to talk some golf, which he does regularly. Whether you're listening on 1080 AM, watching along on youtube.com/1080 AM The Fan, or twitch.tv/1080 AM The Fan, we appreciate you. We love you. Thank you for hanging out with us. This is a wonderful, wonderful Monday. Tomorrow, if you're one of the, not lucky few, but the lucky many, who grabbed some foursomes to join us for the Fan Golf Classic tomorrow. What do we it's the 11th?
I think the 11th.
11th annual Fan Golf Classic.
I think.
It's going to be a fun day. Swag and I were just talking about how long of a day it's going to be tomorrow.
Yeah.
It'll be a good day.
Yeah.
But we're going to be out there at the butt crack of dawn. I will be out there at about 6 o'clock in the morning. I will be out there. Dusty just told me I will be out there getting you all going.
Nice.
So I will be out there doing a little beauty queen wave. And
yes. Elbow, wrist, wrist.
Yeah, absolutely. Smile. Do it right. Walk. Shimmy.
A little Vaseline on the gums.
Whoa, way. On the gums.
Yes.
Gums. There we go. You put the Vaseline in the wrong spot, did I?
Whoa. Ew.
Well, the NBA Finals concluded last night. Oklahoma City Thunder with a convincing win, particularly following a absolutely diabolical third quarter where they were able to absolutely throttle the Indiana Pacers on points off turnovers. And the trickle-down effect for legacy. We talked about earlier in the show, SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the 4th player in NBA history to win MVP, Finals MVP, scoring title, and a title in the same season, joining Michael Jordan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Shaquille O'Neal.
Pretty decent company.
And honestly, 3 guys that are some of the most physical players we've ever seen, like specimens we've ever seen in this league. Shaq, the biggest guy we've ever seen in the league, and the most physically dominant athlete in my lifetime. Anybody who argues that Shaq isn't the most physically dominant athlete we've ever seen, I
don't know what to tell you.
I don't know what to tell you. The man was playing basketball at 7'1", 430 pounds, and dominating.
Yeah, and
dominating.
Could move
and playing 39 minutes a game.
Yeah,
just heretofore unseen and will never be seen again. I'm very confident saying there will never be another athlete like him.
Yeah, just otherworldly.
That big, that many minutes, that much usage, and that much load to just be what he was. And then Jordan. I mean, you could talk about maybe the greatest athlete we've ever seen in the game. I would say LeBron, just because he's even bigger.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to say Jordan, I'm not going to argue with you.
Right.
The stuff he could do with the ball and be explosive and his hand size and all those things. And then Kareem was, Kareem. 7'2" and did everything.
Another 20-year career.
Holds a lot of records.
Yeah.
And it's weird because you talk about SGA and winning these accolades and being on the same pedestal as those guys. Does he feel like that guy to you, Rust?
SGA?
Yeah.
No.
How many more years does he need to do something like this to be considered? Because, and I don't want to take away from him, that's exactly what I'm going to do here. He doesn't feel like he's one of those guys.
Right, exactly. And a lot of it is because, well, look, and there's probably several reasons for it. One, the glaring one that people will bring up will be the market.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Two will be that just he's very, I don't want to say unassuming, but there's just not.
Just a little bit of too cool for it.
Well, a little bit, yeah. And I don't even want to say aloof, but it doesn't seem, there doesn't seem to be a ton of personality there.
I think a big part of that is, God, I can't remember who it was, but I think it was Miles Brown on Twitter it was Miles. Who said the NBA does basically a piss poor job of marketing their players. And they do. Like, I will stand on that ground firmly. But he said something that was very interesting that I thought was like, oh, that's pretty damn true. The NBA is so bad at it because the big companies did the work for them for 30 years. Two in particular, Nike and Gatorade. Think about all of the branding around. It's got to be the shoes. Or all the Gatorade commercials, or every single Nike Mamba campaign and Mamba mentality. I hated Kobe Bryant.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best commercials ever is his Nike commercial when the crowd is booing him and it's Portland fans booing him, and he's up on center court conducting the hatred.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Little Penny, Chris Rock.
Yeah, right.
Just go down the list of all of the massive, massive star-making commercials and branding that was done around these guys in the NBA for the NBA that the NBA didn't do. They don't know how to package it. They don't know how to sell it. We just got the ratings. Average of 16.4 million viewers.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty damn good.
Pretty good.
Peaked at over 20.
Yikes. Yeah.
And that was after Halliburton had gotten hurt.
Yes.
People tuned in. This was not it's kind of it's game 7 of the NBA Finals. People were tuned the bleep in. I've said many, many times that eras are defined by the CBA, and we are about to test that in the NBA. The Boston Celtics are going to have to liquidate some of their roster, and they're going to be without Jason Tatum. The Indiana Pacers were a non-luxury tax team alongside the Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA Finals. They will be without Tyrese Halliburton. The Milwaukee Bucks are up against it. It sounds like now they're going to keep Giannis, which I did not think was going to happen. I thought he was going to push the nuclear button and he was going to ask out. That's the only way he's leaving, by the way.
Right.
The Bucks are not going to preemptively trade him, just the same way as the Blazers weren't going to preemptively trade Damian Lillard.
Right.
They're going to make him ask out. But they're not going to have Damian Lillard, and they're up against it. They don't have any assets left. You look at the Eastern Conference now and you go, well, who? Well,
Right.
Orlando makes the trade for Desmond Bane because they feel like, hey,
Wide open.
it's wide open. Cleveland, are they going to run it back? I've heard them involved with numerous discussions as a facilitator for various deals.
Mm-hmm.
It would land them a player
Right.
that would improve them slightly, but it sounds very much like they're going to run it back with Garland, Mitchell, insert forward here, Mobley, and Allen.
Yeah.
They won 60-plus games. They were a really good team. They were also limited against and this is not an asterisk against the Pacers because the Pacers beat the brakes off them, but they were injured.
Yeah.
Can they come back and kind of be redemptive next year? The Eastern Conference is maybe more wide open than in my lifetime. You have 3 teams that I think people consider very viable contenders in the Pacers, Bucks, and Celtics that you don't throw out the window, but you go, it's anybody's game. Does Atlanta decide, hey, we're going to double down and we're going to go crazy? Orlando already has. Do you look at another team in the Eastern Conference and go, why not us? And from my solicitation of various front office executives in the Eastern Conference, that is very much a prevailing thought and theory. The one word that came out generally amongst all of them, hope. The run from the Indiana Pacers gave them all hope for where they could get to. If through some sheer luck or magic of perfect timing, high-level player, high-level coach, cohesiveness and personality all come together, that's what you got with the Pacers. Yes, they have an upper-end echelon and very unique talent in Tyrese Halliburton. There's no doubt about that. But Nembhard, Nesmith, Toppin, Siakam, Turner, like all of these guys that just fed into this machine where the sum was so much greater than the parts. I look at basketball and the wide openness of it, not just in the Eastern Conference, but the NBA.
Yeah.
Yes, the Thunder are going to be favorites and all those things. Did they look invincible to you in the finals?
Absolutely not. No. Well, that was the thing. And probably part of this comes from them being, the second youngest or the youngest team to win the title since the Blazers in '77. But they were very up and down. Because when they were good, they were very good, and when they weren't good, they were not very good. I saw a graphic. I think it was last Friday. During the playoffs of their point differentials at home versus on the road, and it was a stark difference.
Their worst loss this season was to the Pacers in the finals.
Yeah, I think they were plus. I think they got up into the plus 200s maybe for home games during the playoffs, and then on the road it was I want to say like minus 87. That's a big difference.
It's an incredibly young team.
Yeah,
they will get better. Jalen Williams will get better. Chet Holmgren, who offensively through much of the playoffs was not a liability, but you couldn't count on him. I'll tell you what, defensively in that second half, he was a demon, an absolute demon. And no matter, I tweeted this out during the game, no matter what happens in this game, Chet Holmgren has got to get stronger.
Yes.
Like, the number of times I saw him bumped and bullied by guys a lot smaller than him. There was a play late in the game, and Chet ended up making an incredible play. Ben Mathurin, there's a free throws. Ben Mathurin just chucked Chet to the side and grabs the offensive rebound as the Pacers are at the free throw line. It ends up, I think, coming back to either Mathurin or TJ McConnell and going to the rim, and Chet just went, nope, and sent it away. And I went, well, you gave up the O board, but you denied the opportunity, and it ended up springing the break for him. And they went out and running. And it was like, Chet giveth, but Chet taketh away.
Yeah.
And he can get a lot better and a lot more consistent. And I'm not asking he doesn't need to be Shaq, but he's got to get stronger. He's got to find a way to leverage his size, even though as high-waisted and skinny-legged as he is. He has got to get, even if he doesn't get heavier, he's got to get stronger. But that's also a terrifying thing. Jalen Williams can get better. Shaq can get better.
Yeah.
SGA can continue to do this, and the rest of that team is so young, they have this opportunity. And again, this was the stat they mentioned so many times. The Thunder, the second youngest team to win an NBA title, only to the 77 Trailblazers. I did find it funny. Did you see Caruso in the post game?
No.
He said, "Now I got a real one," because remember always talked about his 2020 title with the Lakers being an asterisk, the Mickey Mouse title. He was joking, of course.
Yes.
He said, "Look, I'm 3." He tweeted out, "Look, I was 3 beers deep. Deep. It's sarcasm, guys."
Yeah, exactly. Well, as an aside, I always look. Everybody was playing under the same circumstances. You play who you play. I don't understand why everybody puts this big ass. And granted, I don't know why I'm trying to stick up for the Lakers right now, but
a title's a title.
A title's a title. Exactly. Everybody's playing under the same circumstances. I don't understand why it's different. Why it doesn't count.
It is the wide world of just trying to justify stupidity.
Yeah, I mean, I get it because I'd want to argue against the Lakers too, but in this case,
well, from an all-time title team, which the Thunder do rate as across the board by basically every metric, to maybe the greatest tweeter of all time, Kevin Durant has been traded from the Houston Rockets. We will talk about that trade, the implications for the Portland Trailblazers, and Kevin Durant's endlessly online persona, because there was something else that popped up over the weekend around KD that I just thought was funny. It just adds fuel to the fire. We'll get to that next year on Danny and Dusty, Tinny the Fan. little trivium, little in waves, and that's exactly what it feels like. The trade reports and intel that are coming in leading up to the NBA draft feel like they're coming in waves. Well, one of those waves crashed down as the Phoenix Suns and the Houston Rockets agreed on a trade in principle for Kevin Durant heading to the Houston Rockets. In return, the Phoenix Suns will get Jalen Green, if you're into that sort of thing, Dylan Brooks, also if you're into that sort of thing, the number 10 pick in this draft, and 5 second-round picks yet to be determined as they filter all this stuff out.
Apparently, there's a radio host in Arizona, too, who says the Suns do not plan to trade Jalen Green.
Is that John Gambadoro?
That is John Gambadoro.
Yeah, if you want to get anything with unfiltered truth as it pertains to the Phoenix Suns, John is the best. If he says it, it's straight from somebody at the top in the Suns organization. John's been doing it, I want to say, 37 years.
It's a long time.
Long time. Very, 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 very well connected. And when he says something, it's said with authority.
There we go.
I don't expect them to move Jalen Green. But the Suns roster now doesn't make any damn sense. They have 5 shooting guards on the Phoenix Suns. Let me pull that roster up because I'm an idiot and I closed the tab that I had the Suns roster up on because it doesn't make any damn sense. Like any way, shape, matter, form, how you slice this. They're going to have to make some moves and make some transactions, okay? On their roster right now, these are the players that are kind of quasi-designated shooting guards. Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Grayson Allen. It's like, and here's, I'll just read off the roster for you. And so it's Beal, Booker, Green, Brooks, Allen, Royce O'Neal, Cody Martin, Vasily Micic, Nick Richards, Ryan Dunn, Oso Ighodaro. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yes.
So effectively, you have one guy on the roster who's a point guard in Micic, who has a player option, 32-year-old point guard. Their starting center, effectively right now, is Nick Richards. Your starting small forward is probably Dylan Brooks, and you could talk me into Ryan Dunn as their starting power forward, and then Nick Richards is their center. But you can't find a version where you get your quote-unquote best players on the floor all at once unless you want to go full Chauncey Billups and play 4 guards and a big.
Yeah.
Which I still think is absolutely hilarious that Chauncey trolled Neil about a month before he got fired and said, screw it, this is what I got.
Yeah.
Let me play Dame, CJ, Ant, and Norm, and Nurk.
Yes.
I'll never forget that postgame because he was on a heater.
Noted power forward Norm Powell.
Boy, did he love that. Brother. Yeah, look, Norm's very strong for his size.
Mm-hmm.
Asking 6'4" Norman Powell to play the 4.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Woo, boy.
That is a big ask.
I mean, you had effectively Dame and Ant, the 1s and 2s, and CJ at the 3. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. And that's kind of what you're looking at with Beal, Booker, Green, and now Brooks can play 3-4 because he's 6'7" plus. And he's a thick old boy. Like positional versatility is one thing. The defense and positional versatility is something that Dylan Brooks has. Creation and consistent 3-point shooting, nope.
Yeah.
But God, did they need help defensively, and Brooks will help in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
But their roster doesn't make any sense going forward, so they do have to make transactions. And I don't think Bradley Beal's going anywhere because he has a no trade clause, and he's basically held 2 middle fingers up and said, "You can't deal me."
Yeah. Yikes.
And I'm not going anywhere unless I want to.
Pulling the full-on Costanza.
Look, man, you get that in the contract so that you can enforce it.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of it. Like,
That's
I'm not.
why it's in the deal.
People are mad at Beal. Don't be mad at Beal.
Yeah.
Don't be mad at the Wizards and be mad at the Suns. The Wizards for giving him that deal and the Suns trading for it.
Yep.
Everybody knew this when they traded for him. What are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
For the record, the Suns are on the hook for $53.6 million this year for Bradley Beal. Mm-hmm. Next year, he has a $57 million player option. Chris Middleton just opted into his player option.
33.3.
Duh.
Yeah.
Thanks, Shams.
Yeah.
Appreciate the heads up on that, dude. I saw somebody tweet out earlier today. I'd like to see somebody start up a Twitter account that just does the preemptive Shams tweets like 3 months in advance, just as a bit.
Yeah.
Like, breaking news, Chris Middleton picks up player option. Yeah. No bleep.
Right?
But the Suns are going to have to do some work. And they do have some draft capital. They got their own pick back, the number 10 pick back in this draft. And they do hold those 3 draft picks that they traded their 2031 pick for. And that is interesting because they are picking one spot in front of the Portland Trailblazers.
Mm-hmm.
And how things go, particularly between 5 and 10. I mean, yeah, no matter what happens there is going to shift what the Blazers do. But there's a lot of volatility in there. There are some people that believe, I should say very vocal, or not vocal minority, which is a small minority, of people who think that Trey Johnson is the player that will be kind of a pivot point in that the 76ers are kind of throwing smoke signals out around VJ Edgecombe, and that Trey Johnson is actually the pick there. And that would leave VJ Edgecombe on the table for Charlotte. And then at number 5, would the Jazz take Con Knipple or would they go with Jeremiah Fears? I don't think Con is falling out of the top 5. I really like Con. I think he's going to be a very good player. He's just a dude that I don't really see a lot of shortcomings in his game. I know people see kind of corn-fed white dude, but that's the thing. He is a corn-fed white dude with some nastiness to his game. He's physical. The best comp I've seen for him is Desmond Bane, like bigger Desmond Bane. I don't know if you know, but Desmond Bane just got traded for a metric crap ton.
Yes, he's certainly, yeah.
Why? Because he's big, he's strong, he's at least a solid 2+ defender who can score at all 3 levels, and you don't have to worry about him. He's got self-creation. He can get to the rim. He can knock down threes off the catch or self-created. He can hit movement threes. Like, I look at Con and I go, I see a lot of that in him. I think there's a very, very high floor with him. I don't know if the ceiling's quite as high, but I think he's going to be a hell of a player. Definitely worthy of a top 5 pick in this draft. Like, I have no qualms about that. But there's going to be some disruption from 5 through 10. And everybody I've talked to is like, hey, man, pay attention for Atlanta looking to move up. Phoenix looking to move up. New Orleans looking to move up. There's teams like Utah who could be talked into moving back if something doesn't go their way or something they think is going to go their way. Look, Danny Ainge has always been a guy that if the opportunity is there, that for him to do his thing, remember, they traded the number 1 overall pick to the Philadelphia 76ers. Because Fultz wasn't their guy.
Yeah.
And it worked out really well for them. So if they think that is another, potential on the landscape now, number 1 or number 5 is not number 1, certainly. But if you think you can get what you want and get some assets on top of it, yeah. Washington, very much in the same mold. Brooklyn, they don't care. They want to tank again because they didn't get a top 3 pick in this draft, so they're going to try to do it again. So if they can move back and get what they want and get some more draft capital, yeah, I could see them. Toronto, sure, Noah Senge fits the profile, but... And then you have guys like Jeremiah Fears, Derek Queen, Ace Bailey, who are all guys who could see their names fall in the lottery. And we haven't even got to post-lottery selections yet.
Yeah.
Like there's guys like Nick Clifford, who I can see going to a team and making an immediate impact. There are guys in the back half of the first round where, like Maxime Renaud, the big from Stanford, is getting a lot of love. Ryan Kalkbrenner, the big from Creighton. Everybody's saying he's going to be a Boston Celtic one way or the other, whether it's at pick 28 or pick 34. Like, I have heard 5 different players that the Brooklyn Nets have promised, which means they haven't been promised because number 1, the Nets don't do that. Number 2, there's so much volatility because they have 4 of the top 35 picks, if I remember right, that they can't promise anything because they could move up, down, around, and anywhere in between. We've already seen multiple trades. Desmond Bane and Kevin Durant traded in the last week. This is going to be a busy, 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 busy day at the draft and then leading up to free agency. Again, I hate hammering this, but CBAs define eras, and the prohibitive nature of this CBA as it pertains to signing players and moving players, you only have so many windows to work within. And that period from the draft until free agency starts is about as open as it gets because you can move things around and get it ready for the new league year and have those openings in that period. And this is shaping up to be a very, very, very busy day.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very interesting to see kind of how that shakes out and then kind of what that means for the Houston Rockets as they are now somehow through this move up in the upper echelon of odds going forward. because we're not going to be on air tomorrow. We'll be out at the Fan Golf Classic. I want to hit the potential for the Trailblazers draft again today, so we'll do that next. But first, here's the Big Kahuna Sports Center update.
You ever had a Big Kahuna burger?
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan with the NBA season in the rearview mirror. The biggest stories of the offseason are now Tyrese Halliburton's injury and Kevin Durant's trade to the Rockets. Halliburton likely out at least all of next season. As ESPN Shams Charania reports, he suffered a torn right Achilles. And then back to Durant. The Suns' return includes Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in Wednesday's draft, and 5 second-round picks. This also according to Shams. After taking 2 of 3 at the Cubs over the weekend, the Mariners' road trip continues at the Twins. Brian Wu starting for Seattle, opposite Bailey Ober for Minnesota. It's a 4:40 first pitch on FS1. And M's catcher Cal Raleigh named American League Player of the Week, hitting .417 with 5 home runs and 12 RBI and an OPS of 1606. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube. Mash the subscribe button and like us for live streaming video and 1080 The Fan on demand.
The NBA draft is a little bit more than 48 hours away. And whether you look at ESPN, The Athletic, CBS Sports, the mock drafts are starting to solidify, particularly around the top 4. In order, Cooper Flagg 1, Dylan Harper 2, VJ Edgecombe 3, Con Knipple going 4th. Where the variance starts to take place is at the Utah Jazz at pick number 5. And depending on who you look at, Jeremiah Fears or Trey Johnson seems to be the guy at 5. And it becomes very interesting very quickly at that spot because whoever doesn't go there could see a little bit of a shift. You get down to Washington, and Washington certainly could take Ace Bailey. They'd be like, hey, this is a guy who, even with the Intel stuff not being as good as you want it to be, could be a franchise cornerstone based on talent, size, profile, all those kind of things. The Athletic, Sam Vecini, has the Jazz taking Fears at 5 and Trey Johnson falling to number 7 to New Orleans Pelicans, which is I believe the Pelicans would be thrilled if this were the outcome. Even though they have CJ McCollum and DeJounte Murray under contract, CJ is going to be 34 years old. DeJounte Murray, also another guy who's coming off an Achilles injury. So they could certainly use an infusion of young guard play. Also, the volatility of basically the entirety of that roster for everyone not named Herb Jones, Trey Murphy, Jose Alvarado, and Yves Missy. Everybody else, there's a little bit of crazy or a little bit of old or a combination of both. And that's the Pelicans, and that's what they are. Pick number 8. This is where Sam is a little bit different. Sam Vecini of The Athletic is a little bit different. There has been, and I will back Sam up here, not that he needs me to, the Nets have also been linked to Kasparas Giakoušionis, which if they were to take Kasparas at pick number 8, that would push Colin Malawach down to 9, and the Raptors would jump at that possibility of taking Malawach at pick number 9. Masai Ujiri, running things in Toronto, has made plays for a lot of players with ties to basketball in Africa. Like that's something that he has kind of prioritized, whether it's guys like Christian Koloko, Pascal Siakam. Like you can run the list. Like there's obviously Masai has ties like that. When you're a part of that, that's something you want to explore. And I'm going to tell you right now, the prospects that are coming out of Africa over the last couple of years with the NBA in Africa, they are improving exponentially each year. It is crazy how good that program has gotten that fast. Turns out an entire nation, or to be an entire continent full of people that have had some of the highest athletic profiles we've ever seen in the NBA. Good place to tap into. Turns out.
Yeah, turns out.
Yeah. So,
just ask Kevin Bacon.
Right. The air up there, baby. Good pull. But that would be a bit of a little bit of a shuffling, right? Yeah. If KJ goes at pick number 8, he's certainly a guy I think the Blazers have on their board. He has, again, the Raptors taking Malawach at 9, and as the Suns sit now, taking Derek Queen, which I don't think solves your big man problem, but if you're not going to be able to get Malawach, that's certainly a path you could go down because you certainly need some sort of interior scoring, rebounding, something in the nature because Nick Richards and Oso Ighodaro, it's not great.
Mm-hmm.
But Queen definitely presents some very interesting building block features because he's 6'9". He's not a great rim protector. He's, the knocks are him or that he's smaller, not a great rim protector. His defense is awful and he's not in the best shape. Now, not every kid has the NBA diet dialed in. Look, I'll use Donovan Clingan. Look, this is coming from the fat guy. Clingan came here a little pudgy.
Mm.
And I mentioned that and I beat that drum all the way through the year about why he wasn't going to play more minutes until he was ready to play more minutes.
Right.
After he suffered the MCL injury, the realization kind of hit him like, okay, I need to be in better shape because I need to not stress my body. I need to drop a couple extra LBs, and I just got to get in better conditioning if I'm going to play 28 plus minutes a night. And he did, to his credit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I love telling the story. Nasir Little, body of a Greek god, diet of a high schooler. Nasir used to tell me, but before, his very first, I want to say his first 2 years, he's like, man, I ate more Chipotle than anybody. Just, again, it's not terrible for you, but it's not an NBA diet.
Right.
And, the story that Jason Quick had about him, being the quote unquote serial killer because he would eat cereal all the time. Like when you're young, your metabolism just works and you don't Nasir is jacked. I mean, he was cut as could be, but it's like, what happens if he actually does get an NBA diet?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's and that's what ends up happening is guys figure out an NBA diet. And all of a sudden they come back and they look like Tumani Kamara did from year 1 to year 2. And you go, oh, because I've mentioned this a number of times over the last couple of weeks. 2 rookie year versus 2 second year, different body.
Yeah.
He's almost 240 pounds now. Like he was like 215, 220 his rookie year. He got big, got jacked, and you're like, oh, yeah, I get it. Deni Avdija goes from 215 when he was young to 245.
Yeah.
It matters.
Yes.
Can Derek Queen get that right? Can he buy in defensively? Can he just do enough and you put somebody else around him? I don't know. He's not Mike Huckleberry, but all right. Here's another guy, though, in Sam Vecini of The Athletic, Carter Bryant going 11th to the Trailblazers.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are not familiar with Carter Bryant, was not a starter for the University of Arizona, came off the bench because it was a veteran-laden team that featured basically fourth and fifth year players everywhere, as far as the guys that were handling the ball, particularly Caleb Love, who played at North Carolina and Arizona, big-time games, about as good a big-time gamer as there is in college basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Showed up in some massive, massive moments. Also was prone to disappear, which is kind of why he is where he is. But Bryant was a guy that just he showed up in spots. The game I mentioned for locals is when Oregon played Arizona in the tournament. Bryant made some incredible defensive plays and just showed up big time. I think he's a guy that understands that, hey, if I'm going to get into the NBA, role player. Channing Frye is a guy who has said numerous times, 85% of the NBA is made up of role players.
Yeah.
And you get to be a star by being a role player first, unless you're Cooper Flag, unless you're Timothy Jones day one.
Yeah.
And there's 10 guys in the league that do that. Giannis was a role player. Giannis was a guy that got on the floor with athleticism and defense, had a crazy growth spurt, got bigger, stronger, dialed his game in, and became a star in the league. Jokic was drafted during a Quesarito commercial. SGA was drafted 12th. J-Dub 11th. These were not guys that were like, these are stars.
Right.
They had to work. That's how you get there. And if you get a guy who has these skills that go, yeah, that makes sense. He's got plus size, he's got plus length, plus athleticism. It's not just theory. He delivers defensively. On offense, he's shown a proclivity to be able to shoot the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He's shown a little bit of wiggle. And you go, okay, can the handle get better? Can he get to a certain spot? And if I look at the Blazers roster, I can see him slotting in between Toumani Camara and Deni Avdija. Like if you're talking about at his peak.
Right.
If again, nobody reaches the 100th percentile. If you're giving me the 85th percentile outcome of Carter Bryant, I like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you could talk me into that. But the interesting thing about this particular mock from Sam is that for me, I think Kasparis and Carter Bryant are probably the guys that are sitting atop the Blazers board right now. If Kasparis goes 8, maybe it gets a little dicey.
Yeah.
Because you could see, and Sam says Bryant's range is as high as 7, as low as 16. There's a couple teams in that 7, 8, 9 range, 10 range who I could see going, we let Carter Bryant. If Carter and KJ off the board, what do the Blazers do? That becomes the most interesting question of the draft for me as it pertains to the Trailblazers.
Mm-hmm.
Do they trade back? Do they trade for a player? Do they try to do something else? Because I think if those two guys are off the board, the next tier of guys is a lot wider. We saw who they brought in. They brought in Asa Newell. They brought in Rasheer Fleming. They brought Noah Penda. They brought in guys that are further back. And I think they did that for a reason because, number one, you want to bring in as many people as you can in-house. You know what? I haven't even mentioned this. I broke the news this weekend that the Blazers did indeed bring Kasparis Giannis and Colin Murray-Boyles in for a workout over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to be a part of another workout. They suffered minor injuries, and so they had to reschedule and come back, but they were able to get them back in. And later this afternoon, I will release my workout participant worksheet that I do every year that will show who they brought in and kind of where they are in the mock draft, so you can kind of get a feel for who they brought in and where they kind of land in things. So, again, we are a little bit more than 48 hours away from the NBA draft. As we wrap up today's show, we've talked around the NCAA quite a bit, and the NCAA scandals that involve both coaches and players betting on professional sports. Well, they're actually going to have a vote on that will allow coaches potentially to bet on professional sports. Is that something they should be doing? Danny and Dusty, 1080 The Fan. As we wrap up today's show, there was a little nugget that popped up here that I don't like. There's currently a proposal that is out there that will, if passed, allow NCAA members to bet on pro sports. This is a murky area for me. I'm a firm believer that if you're in a sport, you shouldn't be able to bet on it on either side. If you're a pro, you shouldn't be able to bet. If you're a pro football player, you shouldn't be able to bet on college football. If you're a pro basketball or a college basketball player, you should be able to bet on NBA basketball. There's just too much inside information that can change hands. It effectively just, I don't like it. And to me, if you're going to be a pro athlete, like, you're worth millions of dollars. If you want to go make side bets in the locker room, go make side bets in the locker room. But otherwise, stay out of the gambling stuff. The impropriety and the information that's available, it's just a slippery slope that just gets too messy. And I'm not even talking about the Jonte Porters of the world who are out there, selling out on his own unders for various betting websites. It's just, you've got money already, man. Just stay out of it. There's just no reason. In the whole idea of this, like, well, if you're in college, you can bet on pro, and pro, you can bet on college. Like, let's just, instead of having nuance to it, why don't we just make it wholesale? If you're an athlete in college or pro, you don't get to bet on sports.
I mean, yeah, it's just one of those things.
Because
you know what I mean?
It's just
you get lots of other.
That's the trade-off.
Yeah, you get lots of other perks. That's your trade-off.
Look, you can have all of the. Look, if you want to do illegal things, you can have all of the drugs and ladies of the night or whatever it is you prefer under the table. We don't. You don't need this. You just don't.
Right.
And look, maybe it's me, Grandpa Simpsoning, shaking my fist at the sky. Why?
Yeah.
Tell me why. He's like, oh, it's America. It's your right. Like, it's not good enough for me.
Yeah. My freedom.
Yeah, look, it's not good enough for me.
Yeah.
It's just not, because the risks just outweigh the gains.
Yes.
And it was like, well, it's my money. I can do go invest in a 401k. You want to gamble? Go play the stock market.
Yeah. You
can go do all that. You have plenty other ways to get your money up or do whatever you want. Go invest in franchises. Buy a movie theater. Waste your money some other way. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Every time I see one of these stories, it's just so violently dumb. And I just don't, like, again, it is expected to probably pass. It's not without hurdles, but there is an expectation that right now they do have the ability to pass this.
Wow.
I don't like it.
No. And yeah, there's just too many chances for improprieties.
And it just opens the door.
Yeah.
So again, give me the reason why, a good reason why, and we can have this discussion, other than my freedoms.
Yes.
And I'm a my freedoms guy.
Yes, you are.
I fully, just no qualms about it.
Yeah.
Have your freedom, leave everyone else the hell alone.
Yeah. Yep.
Your freedoms don't infringe on me, my freedoms don't infringe on you. Cool.
Yep.
We're good.
Yeah.
We are entirely copacetic. But beyond that, you're making millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just stay out of it.
Yeah.
And if you're a college athlete, stay out. Like, you don't need, like, you're old, quote unquote, old enough to gamble. Stay out of it.
Yeah.
You don't need to do it right now. There's plenty of time to go do it, because your likelihood is your playing careers are going to be very short.
Right.
You want to piss your money away later, then you can go do it when you're out of it.
Yes. Yeah. It's just, you're in a privileged position. Whether you're a professional or a collegiate athlete, and sometimes with that privilege, you do have some rights. I don't want to say taken away, but maybe
like politicians and insider.
Oh wait, what? Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, that also needs to go away too.
It certainly does.
That needs to go away.
Yes.
But yeah, honestly, that's the fairest parallel I can draw to it.
Yeah.
Is that you just have access to information that other people don't have, and there's no reason to even muddy the waters.
Yeah, and that's actually a terribly apropos comparison.
So there you go. There's my one mildly political stance here on today. That wraps up today's show. Again, we will not be here tomorrow. Jeff Russ will be, unfortunately.
I will be.
I will not be here.
Best of.
I will be out at Langdon Farms with everybody else at the butt crack of dawn. I will be getting you started for both your rounds at Langdon Farms for the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic. Really looking forward to seeing you all out there. It is, again, one of my favorite days of the year as it pertains to this particular radio show and all the things we do. And then 24 hours later, the NBA draft is underway. We'll be coming on Wednesday. I will do as full an intel dump as I can to get you prepared for the NBA draft. And until then, we will catch you on Wednesday live tomorrow for the best ofs. Jeff Russ will be behind the desk. Coming up next, 4 hours of power from their mouths to your ears. Isaac and Suk, prime time. Thank you all. Take care. Talk soon. Bye. Go just meet up with some random dudes and have a good time.
Hello, sports fans, and welcome to
Prime Time with Isaac and Sue.
In my head,
Portland, 1080, The Fan.
I have a terrible mustache. I look like a conquistador.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan on the Hardwood Sunday, the Oklahoma City Thunder win the NBA Finals in Game 7 over the Indiana Pacers. Indy's star guard Tyrese Halliburton sustained a torn Achilles in the first quarter. OKC pulled away in the second half en route to a 12-point victory. Off the court, big news just before the big game as the Phoenix Suns traded Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, this year's number 10 overall pick, plus 5 second-round picks. The Thunder are favorites to repeat as champs, currently sitting around plus 240 at the sportsbook. The Knicks 9-1, the Cavs 10-1, while the Pacers and New Look Rockets are 13-1. If you like the Blazers next season, you can get them at 500-1. On the diamond, the Mariners and a red-hot Cal Raleigh continue their road trip in Minnesota. Big Dumper now leading the majors with home runs. With 31, he's on pace for 66 dingers. It's a 4-game set with the Twins starting at 4:40 this afternoon. Brian Wu takes the hill for Seattle. Bailey over on the bump for the Twins. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Sue on Portland's Sports Leader, 1080 The Fan.
What's the most resilient parasite?
Prime Time with Isaac and Sue.
Can build cities, can transform the world, and rewrite all the rules.
That's what I'll be doing every single night.
Which is why...
No!
I have to steal it.
What are you talking about, Willis?
This is Prime Time with Isaac and Sue.
It's going to work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports.
With no hidden agenda.
Prime Time with Isaac and Sue on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do? What up? What you guys doing?
He's got to turn that microphone on.
Oh, you got to turn your mic on first.
That works. I got problems.
Is this your first time in radio?
He's back.
I'm back.
A lot of people were saying you had hand, foot, mouth.
No. I did have a summer solstice party, though, so.
A lot of people saying Sacred Heart has diarrhea.
Working a little slow today, Enlightenment will slow you down a bit.
We have to be fast because, well, we don't have to be fast, but we have to be on time here the first segment.
Why is that?
Well, because you have to pee.
Oh, that is true.
And I want to be respectful of your urination habits.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I get it.
Look at you.
I get it.
Look at you just looking out for me.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, he's got to pee, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I got to announce that.
I got the jiggle legs. Thank you for making that announcement.
Shaky leg.
Yeah, I got the you got to do a little nervous energy there, bouncing around. When me and Buckley were conducting big business right before the show, and then I looked up and I was like, oh my gosh.
I tell you what,
we got to go on the air.
The people need to know a couple things. Okay, the first thing is, we are not here tomorrow because of the Fan Golf Classic.
Yes.
Okay, which is exciting.
Yes. The 11th annual, I believe.
Yeah. And so we're gonna be out at Langdon. So, get your fix in today, okay?
Yeah.
Golf.
The other thing is that I think there's some higher up here that's big.
Yes,
that's correct.
And boy, the keeping up of appearances in this office is quite profound.
Yeah.
Today.
Well, I would assume.
I mean, dude, come on. Look, am I gonna have to be the one to break it to that guy that it's not always like this around here? I mean, everyone's here.
We're buttoned up.
Swigard's here.
Hey.
The TV's on.
Well, you notice they were hanging last week. They started hanging random stuff.
They hung a bunch of pictures.
Just coincidental timing, I'm sure.
Right. And now Swigard was in there. And he's like, yeah, just my son was doing. I'm like, oh god. And then then he goes.
Leave it to Rob to crap all over
I don't care why
effort.
He's here.
Hold on, everybody.
I mean, I know why he's here. He's here to suck up to the big boss or whoever's in town. I haven't seen the guy. I don't know where he is.
Oh, they're in a big meeting. When I came in, it was Dusty and two people that looked very important. And they were in a.
Were they old white guys?
Of course. Well, let's read it. And then we were doing like a Disney photo shoot out there.
Yeah, Mickey's here.
Yeah.
It's just funny to me that all of this is occurring on the day that guy's into. Mr. Manfred. Hey, it's great to meet you. My name is Jason Swigard. I'm your new assistant program director of. What's his title? Something like that.
He is the assistant brand manager something.
That's me. I just happen to be here at the office working a little extra.
Everyone dressed up in their Monday best.
I mean, come on.
I tried being the face of Disney, and it turns out they didn't want me, though. They're doing like some sort of like Mickey photo shoot, and I thought, who better to represent Disney than me? And apparently, I didn't make the cut. They did not want.
Well, the answer to that would be Mickey. Who better is Mickey?
Well, they had Mickey ears. I'm like, you can throw the ears on me.
Turn you into a Mickey.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just didn't appreciate. I thought that there was a little let's just say I thought there was a little prejudice against me when
Sounds
it came.
like some judgment.
I thought there was some judgment. Yeah, that I wasn't what they were looking for. This can't be the face of Disney. Why not? Why can't I enjoy Disney? Why does it have to be the cookie cutter image of Disney that you put out there? I didn't like it. I thought we were all about diversity nowadays, gentlemen.
So anyway, this guy's going to go back to whoever he goes back to. Yeah. He's going to be like, oh, my God, Portland's great.
Oh, we're dialed
so
in.
Vibrant.
They've got a Brandon Roy, Sergio Rodriguez. Did you notice that, by the way?
Yeah, we talked about it on Friday.
Oh.
I mean, come on.
It's a little weird,
right? Well, as what should we say? As wall accoutrement goes, that is not our finest.
No.
Like there's some cool stuff hanging around up here, or hanging on the walls now up here, like signed guitars and.
I think someone just thought that looked cool, and they weren't really taking stock into who was included. And
but I mean,
I just thought of all the sports stuff that you could hang up.
Yeah, they hung that up.
Sergio Rodriguez.
Well, no, it's like we talked about it on Friday, but it's like a poster of the three rookies at the time: Sergio, Rory, and Aldridge, and it's Rory Wonder.
Stretch Aldridge. Roy Wonder. You said Rory Wonder.
What, did I? Oh.
It's not Rory McIlroy.
Rory McIlroy.
Rory McIlroy was here.
Rory Wonder.
How did I miss that?
God dang it.
Rory Wonder,
Roy
Blazers
Wonder,
fan.
I forget what it says for Aldridge, and then Sergio.
Stretch Aldridge. They did like a Stretch Armstrong thing.
And then Sergio Magnifico or something stupid.
Hey, Sergio,
it's like one of those posters they give you when you walk. Like if you bought a ticket, first 10,000 receive.
It's actually pretty neat.
It's stupid. And it's not even signed, but they framed it, and somehow they hung it right next to our studio door.
I just thought maybe you could have found something a little more
They didn't ask us. They don't ask us.
That's all we have? Like, I guarantee they could have gone to someone here at the station and couldn't you have produced something better from your house?
Listen, they ask people here to wear a lot of hats. I think overlooking our aesthetic design sense is a little bit of an oversight.
Yeah. Like, I think
that's right.
Somewhere I have a Brandon Roy autographed jersey that I got at like some sort of charity. I could put that
It's not hanging in your bedroom?
No.
Over your bed?
I don't have any sports stuff at my house. I'm not a real sports. Yeah, like the whole man cave sports stuff. I don't really have any of that. I'm trying to think of like my helmets, but those are like up on a shelf. I think that's probably the closest thing. I have all my old helmets.
You have any music posters or anything?
Yeah, I got a bunch of that.
I don't want to rain on your parade and your career or anything, but I mean, we don't really want to hang up your helmets either. I mean, no offense.
We can hang up your helmet.
Should I bring my
helmet?
We
can hang up your helmet
from
instead.
The Pheasant Bowl? That would actually be funny. We hang up all of your stuff and my, I don't know, my track shoes from high school or something.
Look, I'm not saying my stuff is good, but it's better than what we have.
I hate to break this to you. No? I don't know.
So the Tampa Bay Buccaneer and Denver Bronco helmet, not as good as Dirt's Cleveland high school, whatever.
Oh, wait. You said the stuff that was out there. I didn't know. Dirt's Cleveland. Yes, of course.
Oh, I thought we were talking about what we had. Like, if we were to bring stuff in as a station.
No, I'm saying, the fact that there would be a Tampa Bay Buccaneers helmet out there makes no sense. We're in Portland.
That's true.
So people would come through and be like, what the hell is that?
If it had Suk's last name on it, it would make sense.
I thought we were talking about, like, if we could
but
bring...
what if he's fired or what if he's dies?
Then you take it down.
Oh, then you take it down. How long do you wait?
In our newsroom, we had a Mike Singletary quote painted over the door after he came to give us a rousing motivational speech. And he was fired the next year, and they covered that thing up.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think the Blazer stuff, it's like, we're in Portland. People expect to see Blazer stuff. Just throw up what we have, and that's what they did.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, here's a poster from 2007.
I just want to know where that thing came from. Like, in the deep bowels. Like, that made the move over from the other building?
It did. Yeah, it did.
How about that?
Because we had a dumpster full of stuff.
Yeah, we did. It's just like we hucked it. Just weird, random things. I was just saying, if they had asked each person on the station to bring in something, we could have done something way better than that. Like I said, I think I have a Kenny Wheaton autograph pick.
There you go.
That's like framed.
See, that's great.
Like that's sitting in my garage somewhere. I have a really cool Jailblazer poster that's what we should bring in. A buddy of mine made it who has since passed away, unfortunately. He was a great man, but it's a big poster and it's framed. And it's got all of the like arrests and different Jailblazer offenses.
I remember that.
All lined up.
It's a long one.
Yeah, it's a long one. That's kind of fun. They could have done that.
Now, it appears that poster came from the 06-07 season. Also, you can get one signed by all three of them on eBay if we ever want to upgrade.
How much?
$200.
Whoa, that's high.
$200.
You get Brandon Roy, LaMarcus Aldridge, and Sergio Rodriguez.
I would have said 20.
Can I say this? I am offended.
It's eBay. It's hopeful. It's not
I am
like
offended.
I bet they give it up for 25.
Yeah, I'm offended when people think that an autograph is worth X amount of dollars. Like, seriously? You'll see someone again, like at a thrift shop or whatever, and it's like a Mickey Morandini like autograph card, and they're like $45. I'll give you 9 cents. And by the way, you should be happy to take the 9 cents. $200.
That's a good pull, Mickey Morandini.
You ever been somewhere like, because I like thrift shops sometimes, like those are interesting to go, to kind of wander through, and they'll have like a random autograph in there, and they're just. Autographs are the most absurdly priced item outside of artwork at breakfast diners. Those are the two most obscenely priced things in the world, where you can get someone who in no way is famous or popular and people want $100 for their autograph, or when you're sitting down eating your Tutti Frutti fresh and fruity breakfast and some local artist painted a picture behind you and they want $800 for it.
Do you think they do that because if it's super cheap, you'll think the art isn't any good?
Well, it's not.
Yeah, but that's beside the point. Maybe sometimes it is. The question is it's all sort of in the eye of the beholder. So if somebody sees it and goes, I really like that, and then it's $15, you're like, well, that must really suck, so I'm not going to buy it. Whereas if it's $800, I'm like, wow, that they must be really good. That validates the fact that I love it, and so I'm going to pay that.
I want to know, has anyone themselves or anyone that they've known, have they heard a rumor, a whisper, a fart in the wind that anyone has ever bought one of those pieces of art from a breakfast diner? I don't believe that one has ever sold. There's a couple places in Vancouver that are good breakfast spots, and the same paintings have been for sale for like 2 decades, and not one of them has changed, not one of them has sold. But they're for sale, and every time I walk in, I'm like, no one's plunking down that $800. Maybe it's been 12 years. Maybe it's time to lower the price.
And it's not just the diners. It's like the bougie spots, too. It's your bakeries and patisseries and boulangeries and all that.
Yeah, why
Did
don't
you
we
say boulangeries?
I sure did.
No one's thought in all
makes
those
me
years
sad.
to maybe bring the price down? Not once? No?
Well, the point is, there's a lot of sucking up going on around
Yes,
here
there
right
is.
now.
I would like to say to the very important gentleman meeting with Dusty, the moment I saw you, I knew you were a powerful and important, handsome man as well. And
Only you.
I, for one, welcome you to Odyssey Portland, where it is like this every day with everyone on their best behavior and all of the wonderful things.
It's so
happening
vibrant around here.
Yes, it is vibrant.
He's our regional, I think.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm told he's a rock chalker.
Really?
Yeah. He's a KU guy.
And you got nothing Kansas on today. Well, you got KC.
I'm a Royals hat.
Yeah, a Royals hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Wouldn't that have been something you show up with it? I got some Jayhawk shorts. I could have worn those.
Anyway, we're so it's a one and done. Okay, we're going golfing tomorrow. Actually, we're not.
We're not.
Somebody
We don't
asked.
get to golf.
They said, "What's the point of the golf tournament if you aren't golfing and you aren't doing your show?" Well, the point is to get out and meet all the listeners. It's sort of a listener appreciation day.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's the point. If you must know, you judgy bastards.
Yeah. We're at the is it number 6? Right?
Some people are. Yeah.
Aren't we all out? Isn't everyone supposed to be? Okay.
I'll be here.
We'll be out there.
Oh yeah.
Running around.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys want to in lieu of your bowels bursting?
Actually,
or not your bowels. Sorry.
Actually, I feel quite good.
It wouldn't be your bowels.
No, it would
be
my
your bladder.
Although, you know what? I think the excitement of the Mickey Morandini autograph, although someone here had a bar napkin signed by Sam Perkins, $20.
Cool.
Now we're talking. I feel like it's gone away. I feel great.
Okay, well, then we can do another segment.
Yeah, we can just go right into it.
We don't need a break.
No, let's go.
No, we're going to break. We got headlines. We're going to start with the Indiana Pacers not winning the NBA title.
Yeah.
They did not win it.
No, they did not.
And we will start there. Coming up next on The Fan.
The Fan is live.
There are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 503-207-6000, 503-207-6000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising! After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Jan-
On 1080 The Fan.
All right, well, the NBA season is over. Isn't that weird to think that the league the Blazers play in only just ended last night? Yeah. Isn't that weird? Because they've just been done for so long.
Well, it kind of was the last thing hanging on, and now you're just into the weird, part of the summer where you got the draft in a couple days and
Wednesday.
Yeah, and then the dog days of summer, you got a little baseball. But yeah, this kind of signals the end of the sports calendar, really, for a while.
Yeah. So the Pacers didn't win it.
No, they did not. It was fun for a half, though.
Yeah. I think when Halliburton went down, it was like, I don't know. There was just that doom, even though Indiana was hanging. Indiana's tough.
Indiana was up by 1 at the half.
I know, but
and weren't playing particularly well. And
yeah, I get it. I just think the idea was they weren't going to win that game in Oklahoma City without Halliburton.
No.
And it was pretty clear that something bad had happened.
Yeah.
So it was like, okay, they're hanging around. That's cute. But Oklahoma City's going to win this, and they sure enough did.
Well, they even said it in between everyone yelling at each other in the halftime show, which, again, ESPN, just shame on you. That's the worst thing I've ever seen on sports television. But, the announcers were talking about it coming out of the break. They're like, does Oklahoma City have one of these patented OKC runs? And then, the third quarter started, and it was just turnover after turnover after turnover. And then they pushed it into the double digits, and it never really felt like it was close. I guess in the fourth quarter, Indiana kind of for a moment felt like maybe they had a counterpunch, but it just seemed so hectic and frantic, and it never really felt competitive.
TJ McConnell, baby.
Yeah. It never really felt competitive after about the midway point of the third quarter when Oklahoma City had pushed it to doubles.
Somebody said we should all remember that the Bucks with Giannis and Lillard healthy, they beat the Thunder to win the in-season cup championship. So we got to call this co-championships this year.
Boy, I completely forgot. I completely forgot that there was a.
Yeah, you forgot.
Is it the Commissioner's Cup that they call that horse crap thing?
I thought it was the NBA Cup.
The NBA Cup? I don't know. There's a cup in the middle, and
wasn't
cares.
it like the Emirates? So they had a sponsor too, right?
I thought it was. Is it the Emirates Commissioner's Cup? The Emirates NBA Cup? How about the no one's gonna give a rip? Go ask Damian Lillard right now as he's sitting there with his leg wrapped if he cares that they won the big cup.
Emirates NBA Cup.
Okay.
That's what it's called.
Yeah.
There ain't gonna be no buddy stuff.
But we talked about this last week, and when will people learn that when you have a torn calf muscle, we should stop calling it a torn calf. Like, it's not. It's just an Achilles that hasn't popped yet. So for everyone that like been critical of like the Niners and Christian McCaffrey last year, welcome to this. This happens every time. If you hear of a player with a bad calf, realize that he's one game away from tearing his Achilles, and that's what you had here.
Yeah, I think it's time to have that conversation, probably, right?
Yes.
About when you got a guy with a calf injury. Is somebody texted and they said they feel better about Christian McCaffrey sitting out so long?
There you go.
With a calf strain.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yes,
because you heal that calf, you get that calf right. That protects your Achilles.
But when you don't and you're out there playing on it, and I love how they always frame it as like, no, it's a calf injury, right until it blows. And this is it's
so
like
Durant.
Yeah, you got Durant, you got Klay Thompson.
That's right. Yeah,
this happens time and time again where you hear that he's got dealing with a little bit of a calf issue right until El Snapo. And it happens in football, it happens in basketball, but this is just kind of
Rodgers, right? Wasn't Rodgers having
Aaron
a calf
Rodgers
issue?
was having the calf thing. They talked about this with Joe Burrow, and luckily his didn't because, again, they gave him a lot of time. But when you try to rush back these injuries, because it was always like in the past, it was like when you pulled the hammy. It was like, dude, you cannot rush the hamstring. Well, the new one is the calf. And I don't know what's going on with it because it feels more prevalent. But when you have a bad calf, you play through that thing. That is Russian roulette. And it's not just Russian roulette for the rest of the season. It's Russian roulette for the next season. Halliburton's not going to play next year. And can we also talk about that there's this notion that you blow your Achilles and everything's fine in a year? No, it's not. Some guys never come back. In fact, most never come back to anywhere near the same player.
Especially basketball, the track record is really bad of performance pre and post Achilles injury.
I mean, you may come back and you're going to play, and Kevin Durant still is a really nice player after his Achilles. He ain't the same player. You're just not. So, I was listening today to Rick Bucher, and he was dealing with the three morons that he has to do that show with, and they're just like, there's no possible way that you don't play through that. And you're like, what? Play through what? 7 minutes? We talked like if you're the Pacers, I understand that guy is like, no, I'm going to come play hell or high water. Well, this is what you got. You got 7 minutes. You lost the title, and now Halliburton's done for the year and may never be the same player again. The non-seriousness that we treat these potential career defining injuries is mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, I think we're wisening up now, though.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, this is what everyone's talking about, and they were talking about it with KD, too.
Yeah.
But it's just, you know how it is. It takes time. It's like, just takes time.
Yeah.
For people to figure it out, and they're slowly figuring it out.
Yeah,
so I think this is going to be something you see dealt with differently.
Yeah, they're just devastating
moving forward.
If you're a player, and it's the toughest thing in the world to decide as a player. Like, you're a competitor and you're one game away. But we talked about it, this notion of if I can limp, I can play. What good does that do? Like, to go out there and...
Well, they want to... I mean, that competitor in them.
I understand, but there has to be from a player, from a career, and from the organization. I just think you have to start taking this more seriously. And like you said, maybe they do, but
I think they will.
It was horrible when you saw him go down, and then we have to do we appears to be.
We don't know.
We don't know. And then his dad, of all people, was like, yeah, he blew his Achilles. And he's in the locker room crying. And you're right. It just even the Indiana players said at the half, they said it just sucked the air out of the locker room, and they put up a hell of an effort, but.
Well, I'll tell you what, with that guy, Halliburton, has any player ever better proven that he's not overrated?
No.
Than Halliburton?
No. That is the ultimate he was on an FU streak that I have not seen.
And because he was, remember, if you don't know, he was voted the most overrated player in the NBA.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
By the players.
By the players.
An anonymous player survey. I've never seen anybody, well, I guess we have Matt Damon. But other than Matt Damon,
How you like them apples?
I've never seen anybody
it was a heater.
give it back like that.
It was a heater of galactic proportions.
Well, he's just good.
Yes.
He's just good, and he proved how good he is.
Yeah.
A little unorthodox.
Yeah.
I can see why some would say that he's overrated, but if that doesn't show you he's not, I don't know what does.
Yeah. So Indiana, it is a hell of a run, but now you got to ask. I mean, well, you even ask about Oklahoma City. This is now 7 years in a row.
Yeah.
With a different champion. Indiana ain't getting back next year without Halliburton. And then they got a bunch of dudes they're going to have to make a decision on to re-sign or extend. We're even talking about Boston now. It feels like these windows in the NBA are just so fickle. And we may not, as well as Indiana is constructed, they may not sniff another one of these. And for Oklahoma City, this is basically the youngest title team that we've seen in modern history. But I saw this because everyone's now like, is this a dynasty? And here comes Oklahoma City. Denver, when they won theirs, that was the third youngest team. Denver hasn't sniffed one either. So, to say that Oklahoma City is a hell of a year. I'm at 88 total wins now. Got pushed to a Game 7 against Denver, Game 7 against Indiana. It's a hell of a year. But to say that Oklahoma City now is about to go on one of these runs, maybe that's just not in the cards in the NBA. 7 for 7.
Well, they're awful good.
Yeah.
But yeah, 7 for 7 means what? At most, the Blazers will only have to wait 23 more years for a title, right?
I like that. I like the way we're thinking on that.
So that's not bad. But
until expansion happens, and then
that's true. 25 more years.
Then the Sonics ended up winning. You know what would be the ultimate kick in Rip City's groin? Seattle gets a team like in a year or two for expansion, and then Seattle ends up winning a title.
That title had to sting for Seattle.
Yeah.
Because I'd never really seen Clay Bennett. Yeah. Had you? Did you know what he looked like?
I can't say that I could have picked him out of the lineup.
I hadn't seen him, but he was out there in his Thunder jersey looking all Clay Bennett-y.
Yeah.
And I feel like he looked like a Midwest billionaire, right? Didn't he?
Yeah.
He just kind of had that kind of portly and
sure.
I was like, he doesn't look like I thought he looked.
He likes some chicken fried steak.
But he certainly looks like he belongs in Oklahoma City.
But I think it was hard for Sonic fans to hear about how great he was.
Well, yes.
He
ripped him from their
and had he bought that team and put up the worst song and dance.
It was ridiculous. He screwed him over. And so did Howard Schultz.
That was weird.
It was very weird. And so I'm guessing that was not a good night for Seattle fans. At any rate, I think the thing with Oklahoma City's future is their picks, right? That's the thing. So not only are they really, really, really good and well built and deep and have they have it all.
Yep.
But they also have a billion more picks.
Yeah.
And they can do whatever the hell they want with those.
Yeah. You can add more pieces.
Yes.
You can slough off the pieces as they get more expensive and replace it with younger talent that's cheap. And they have set themselves up to really go on a run here. But I mean, I just say we said this about Boston, didn't work. We said this about Denver, didn't work. I'd have to go back and look at the other, because some of the titles, like with Toronto, that was definitely a one and done, right? Like they won and then it was, you knew Kawhi wasn't coming back. But we certainly said it about Boston. We said it about Denver. Milwaukee certainly was one because Giannis was coming into his peak, and we're like, well, here comes Giannis. We didn't say it about Toronto, and Golden State would have been in there. So I think we've said it about 3.
Well, you said it about Golden State too, and it was true.
Well, Golden State was true, but that was a long time. I'm saying of this because when Golden State won theirs in 2022, that was kind of the last. That was kind of like the last.
So you're saying of the new teams.
Of the new teams. We've said it about Boston, Denver, and Milwaukee because LA was an old team. You didn't say that about them. The Raptors were definitely a one-off. So 3 of the last kind of 4 champions here, we've talked about being young and well-built and put together, and here they come. And
I get it.
And they've all fallen off.
I get it, but Oklahoma City's looks
a little different.
Feels
a little different.
But we'll see.
Yeah.
Sorry for our Pacers.
Yeah, I think we were all, especially after Halliburton went down, I was like, God, if they could find a way to do this.
A great run.
Yes.
KP, Kevin Pritchard getting all the way to the finals.
And
Game
Buchanan.
7. Chad Buchanan.
If only the Blazers had
Why did they fire those guys?
Well, Pritchard apparently, Paul Allen and a.k.a. Burt Cole didn't like that Pritchard took credit for that.
No, it was Tom Penn, I thought. Wasn't it?
Well, Tom Penn got the axe first, and then Pritchard kind of fell by that sword. They were too big for their britches.
Yeah, that was 2010.
Yeah.
This date.
Yeah.
Wait, what is today? Tomorrow marks the 15th anniversary of the firing of Kevin Pritchard outside the Blazers practice facility.
And then everyone thought that Buchanan was going to get elevated, and instead of giving it to Buchanan, who had done such a nice job in the draft, they elevated instead Neil Olshey.
They did?
Yeah. Yeah, Buchanan, remember, he was the interim guy, and he was doing all the
they
draft.
didn't elevate Olshey.
They brought him in, yeah.
He was from somewhere else.
They thought, the idea was that maybe Buchanan would be the guy, and he was not, and they hired, they passed over Chad Buchanan, who had been here and was well thought of, and they went and got Neil Olshey.
Yeah. Don't forget about Rich Cho.
Joe Chop.
They had Cho in there.
Yeah, they did.
He was right after Pritchard.
Yeah.
Lasted maybe 3 months?
It did not. He was
6
here longer.
months?
I want to say it was a year or so.
Was it over
but
a year?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because, there was a lot of momentum behind, Rich Joe. And that, that didn't last either.
Well.
But yeah, the two guys that built the Indiana Pacers at one point were both here. And then.
What a run.
They were not.
By our Pacers. Congratulations to the Thundies.
And I will say, I found Oklahoma City, even though it was hard for me to root for them, I found their celebration, while extremely boring.
It was boring.
Something stuck out to me about that team that I thought was different than any other championship I've seen.
I would agree with you.
In a long time.
We'll see if we'll compare notes on that.
Yeah.
Coming up next. But first, Buck with SportsCenter.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan in the association, the Oklahoma City Thunder are your NBA champions. They win a Game 7 over the Pacers, in which Tyrese Halliburton suffered a torn Achilles tendon. The Thunder now the favorites to go on and win next season as well. They're plus 240 at most sports books, followed by the Knicks at 9-1. The Cavaliers at 10-1, and the Pacers and New Look Rockets are 13-1. Those Rockets, meanwhile, seeing their odds go up as Kevin Durant was acquired from the Phoenix Suns over the weekend. The Rockets give up Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, this year's number 10 overall pick, plus 5 second-round picks to get the former MVP. And on the diamond, the Mariners are red hot and continue their 10-game road trip today in Minnesota. Cal Raleigh on a tear. He's got 31 home runs now, leading the majors. It's a 4-game set with the Twins. 4:40 start time this afternoon. Brian Wu takes the hill for Seattle, while Bailey Ober is on the bump for Minnesota. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as
Hey, Dusty, you should probably get out of here. We got to do a show.
Yeah, we're trying to be on TV at the same time. This is
What the hell?
helping.
Oh yeah.
Dusty's in here
Go
talking about
CW.
stupid corporate crap.
Big
cares?
important things. Well, he's a corporate man now.
He is. He's in there sucking up to the new regional guy.
The mustache grow
Says
because he's important.
you asked him, he says he's a good dude. Great guy. Oh, yeah, you guys are going to whatever. Well, I'll believe it when I see it. Although he is a rock chalker, though. So
Yeah, the saltiness you have today towards corporate, I love it. Nothing makes Rob saltier than corporate.
Boy, you ain't kidding about
corporate suits.
Well, that celebration last night, I was talking to a friend of mine about that. It did seem awfully, I don't know, it just felt kind of lame and kind of cold.
Yes.
Didn't it?
Hollow, maybe?
Yeah, hollow. Hollow's a better word, not cold.
Because I stick around and I watch. I really like celebrations.
I do too. I like to when a team wins the whole thing.
Yeah.
It is fascinating TV. I don't know what it is about that.
Yeah.
I guess it's just I don't know, just pure joy.
Sure, it's the culmination of I
It's
don't know.
just fun to watch.
Yeah, it's.
And then you hear the interviews, and there's always awkward moments.
Well, and the last 7 have all been new champions.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're seeing the same ones do it over and over.
Well,
again.
and I don't even like. I was really. I have come to despise the Florida Panthers, who won the Stanley Cup for the second year in a row.
Their celebration might show up in your stock watch today.
Yeah. So I will say that I think they may be my least favorite team in sports right now, and yet I couldn't look away from the celebration. I find those things very interesting, from the parades to the all that stuff.
And you know, it was really sad. Before you get into your point, it was really sad watching the, but also again, equally mesmerizing.
And it makes me sad
watching the Indiana players come up the tunnel.
Yes,
and they showed that for a long time.
Yeah.
And Halliburton was standing there in crutches,
Crying,
like that was. And then this lady who was consoling T.J. McConnell and like shooing away the cameras as if like there shouldn't be. I mean, lady.
This is why people watch.
But yeah, it's just interesting.
And I think that's what, again, this all goes into why I love this. It's the juxtaposition. What is the old, the thrill of victory, agony of defeat, right? I mean, that's what it is. You're watching someone achieve something that is their life's work. And you're also watching someone's dream brush by them. Like you're an inch away from it. And that sort of human emotion is why sports is great. And so whether I like the team or not, I just always am glued to it. And I'm with you. I thought the Thunder celebration was so weird and subdued. And the first thing I thought of was
team or fans?
The team.
Yeah, the team.
The team.
Yeah.
And when I thought of, they're too young. They don't like they just can't appreciate it. I remember when I was with the Buccaneers, and we were going through that Super Bowl run where they beat the Raiders. I remember my offensive line coach and Lomas Brown, who was our backup right tackle. If you know, Lomas Brown played for like 20 years in the NFL, like one of the most respected guys, was an all-pro, God knows how many times for the Lions, and he was like a backup with us, but he really wanted a ring. And I remember Lomas Brown standing up as we were getting ready to play the Eagles in the playoffs, and Lomas Brown, who was like the sweetest guy, in the team meeting was telling some of the younger guys, he goes, "You may not get this, but I will chop off my to win this Super Bowl." And then
let's guess what he was saying.
Yeah. And then my offensive line coach was
maybe
like,
an arm?
Yeah, it was not an arm. And then my offensive line coach had been in the league for like 40 years and never won one. And so it just turned into this, like all these like old, like grizzled vets talking about what it would mean. And they were trying to convey to the young guys, and you know, me, I'm like 2 years in, I don't even play. I'm just sitting there with my thumb, somewhere. And like, I'm trying to feel what that's like for someone to put 40 years in the NFL or 20 years as a player and never having sniffed this and now having that and what it means to those guys. There's a great clip. Mike Vrabel, I think, was on with the Bussin' with the Boys, and they were talking about what Vrabel would do to win one as a coach because he has several as a player, and they're talking about just kind of the sacrifices. And I thought about that when I was watching this weird kind of muted Oklahoma City celebration. They're all like 22, 23 years old. This is only the second time they've been in the playoffs.
Well, except,
Caruso's the only one.
Caruso's the only guy, and he seemed very...
Yeah.
You're right. There was a difference. It might have been the age. I think of it more as like... Because I had kind of the same thought. I'm like, boy, this is an odd team. But I think it's just their makeup. I think they're pretty smart, cerebral guys, and like not... I don't know. I just think they're a different group. I'm sure youth has a lot to do with what you're saying. But to me, they just feel mature.
Well, that was so my second one. The first thought I had was they just have not suffered. Like most teams.
Yeah, they just really haven't been through the grind.
No.
The way it took Jordan forever to win the title,
and
win his
you,
first title.
And you see the outpouring of emotion or people that have just
didn't he like sink to the ground?
Ground,
just start crying.
And it's like, oh my God, because you put 8, 9, 10 years in the NBA and then all the other time to get there. It hadn't really dawned on me that last year for Oklahoma City, this group was the first year in the postseason. They went through one postseason and then came back and won the title. And it's like, I don't know if you can have that sort of appreciation. And then the other one that stuck out to me is, I don't know if I've ever seen a more, every single player, all they did was talk about their teammates.
Yep.
It was just,
that's where I'm saying.
Yeah,
I think that's just the makeup.
It's a makeup. It's a different. It's a different group.
If you want to look for one thing, Sam Presti, who does a lot really well in building a team. If you want to look at, and Olshey used to talk about this some too. It is character.
Yeah,
it means a lot, and I think that group, it sure seems like they put a lot of time and energy into meshing.
Yes,
the right characters and getting the right mindset, and I think that shows it. So once that whole team won a title and we're sitting there watching them, it kind of shows their personality.
Yeah.
And I think, like I said, I think it's just a very mature, even though they are very young, it's a very mature, smart, thoughtful group. And I thought that was reflected in how they celebrated.
I just kept waiting.
Because somebody called it, I forget who it was, I think Miles Brown on Twitter, called them the least swaggy championship team. And I saw that and I went, dude, what a slight. Like this is what a championship team should be like.
And I'm not trying to throw shade at the me guys, right? Like, do you win a title, man? You want to wear a championship belt and point your fine. Like you earned it. But yeah, there was one.
There was one who kind of went on it's been a long journey for me and I, one guy.
I'm trying to remember who
Chet.
that. Oh yeah, because he was talking about the
he was talking about his injury,
and he also said there was some personal stuff.
Yeah,
that was a little.
He certainly let it be known that he's been through a lot.
He's been through a lot, but
for the most part,
most part, they were all just deflecting. Like SGA, he was like, "No, dude, I'm sharing this MVP with, with my partner." And just every guy that they brought up just said these teammates, these guys. And I don't know. I hated to do the old man, like, this is the way team basketball is played and we don't need all the flash. But it's
true.
It was the most unique celebration I've seen because it was all just, look at this guy to the right of me. This is special. And it was unique. It stood out to me.
Yeah, I saw an interview that Jalen Williams was doing with Scott Van Pelt, and he said the greatest gift you can give anyone is the gift of time. And we've all given each other so much of that. That's like why it means so much.
Wow,
and I thought that's pretty profound for a kid that young.
Yeah. How old is he? 23?
I think he's 24.
Yeah, they're all like
23,
in their
24.
early 20s.
Dude, but I think some of them are pushing. Is he pushing 25? I think they're all under 25 except for Caruso.
He was a 3 or 4 year college guy, so I think he's like 24.
That is a really interesting statement. That's what I said. I just think they're all very thoughtful, and you know what I think they also are. Another term to describe them is they're all very real.
Yes,
they're just real guys. Like it didn't seem like they were out for the Insta post or the just knowing that the moment they're going to profit off of that moment, or it's none of that. It's about the journey together. And they won the title. And yeah, maybe that subdued the championship celebration a little bit because they haven't been through the grind as much as some other championship teams. But they did really seem to get it and appreciate it. And it was just kind of, I think it's a really smart team.
Yeah.
I think if you sat down with that team, you'd be surprised at, well, I mean, not surprised, but I just mean, like, I think they would blow you away with how smart and thoughtful they are. So,
24, by the way, is
we should appreciate that.
Mr. Williams.
He's 24, yeah.
24.
So what is? Oh well, damn it, we got a break. Because we have to pay bills and stuff.
We do.
We have sales.
Yes.
Around here, and what they do is they sell these ads, and you listen to the ads, and then we come back and
it's the whole thing.
But we've got a whole show.
Yeah.
So maybe when we come back, I want you to think about something.
I will.
Okay, I have homework for you.
Tell me.
What is the last U.S. city to win its first and only major pro sports title?
Oh, that's good.
Because Oklahoma City, obviously, got theirs last night.
It's the first title in that whole, basically, like.
Well, they don't have any other.
No. I mean, I guess Oklahoma Sooners, like football in 2001.
No.
Does that count?
Major pro sports, not college. And that's in Norman, which is south of Oklahoma. I mean, it's, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll get to that coming up next on The Fan.
The
The Fan.
Wow. Would you? So he was asked the question.
Yeah.
Would you cut your blank off for a title? He's like, I don't know. I've been married 20 years. Why not?
Well, I watched Lomas Brown stand up and say that in a team meeting, and I don't think Lomas was.
True story.
I don't think he was joking around. I think he was serious about that. Again, you've been through the wars.
Yeah.
I just don't think at 23 or 24, I just don't think you can appreciate what 15 years of grinding towards something and coming up short.
Yeah.
Like when
No, I
Dirk
get it.
when Dirk won his, or maybe, I mean, Charles never got one, but imagine like Karl Malone and Charles Barkley and guys like that came so close. And I mean, some of the best players to ever play, and they never get there after all that time. And then, like in your second or third year in the NBA, you're like, oh, by the way, like, you've been in the playoffs twice. Here's your championship.
I wonder if it would, like, if you really brought out the sickle.
Yeah.
And held the,
Time to go.
It's like, all right, did you really mean that? I wonder how many, I mean,
it's easy to say.
It's easy to say. Now,
say.
I thought of another term for them, Oklahoma City. We were trying to describe, because I really appreciate Oklahoma City, and I appreciate all their players and how they handle the championship.
Yeah.
And they are very young, and so perhaps that makes it even more surprising. But I thought of emotional maturity.
Oh, that's a good term.
And them being so young, maybe we're surprised that they have that, but they do. They show that in spades, especially SGA and Jalen Williams, the two best players. Yeah. And I just think that that's a really important and very undervalued thing when it comes to building a sports team.
Well, and I don't want to take anything away from certain players, but if you were to take the young, who we've been told are kind of the next generation of NBA players, right? Like
Edwards,
the face of the league.
Anthony
Edwards gets thrown in there. I think Ja Morant for a while.
And by the way, Anthony Edwards, as good as he is the opposite of what we are talking about.
Yes.
He's more immature, maybe less emotionally mature, just kind of, he's funny, but I think he's less reflective and thoughtful.
I would agree. And so that was it's funny you said that. So the first two guys that came to my mind were Anthony Edwards, who was like, I don't want that. And Ja Morant, who at one point was like, dude, this is going to be a star. And then we saw what happened there. Not all stars are created equal. And so when you see like SGA, it feels different. I mean, there's a guy that is put together one of the great seasons in NBA history, one of four guys to win the MVP, win the scoring title, and win the finals MVP. So it was Kareem, Jordan, Shaq, and SGA. And I get, like, SGA is not those guys yet. But, I mean, that's something. Three other guys in the history of the league, and last time I checked, those guys are really damn good. And if you're Oklahoma City, and I felt this way about, like, when Portland had Lillard and Roy, although they weren't to this level, those weren't MVP guys, but it's one thing to get a star. It's another thing to get the right star, and a star that you truly feel good about building and surrounding, that can change the culture of a team, change the culture of the locker room. And maybe that's the other thing, is maybe when your best player is as even keeled, or what did you say, emotionally intelligent as SGA, it kind of forces everyone to fall in line. The Tim Duncan thing, right? Like,
well, Williams is that way too, though.
Yeah. I mean, you're just so lucky that you have those guys.
I think that's right.
And
I think an immature guy like a Ja Morant or an Anthony Edwards would do wonders to play with guys like SGA and Jalen Williams.
Yes, absolutely. And Oklahoma City is damn lucky that they got one, but they've got two.
Well, like I said, I don't know if it's luck. I think that Presti, that's something that he values he values that greatly in putting together his teams. I think other teams should take a page out of that book. I mean, it's a real thing.
And you also wonder too, are NBA teams eventually going to look at this and realize that the quick fix, especially in this era of the NBA, like, isn't the best way to go about doing things, that actually growing and building and developing a team may actually
you have to go and acquire 97 draft picks. And once you do that, you should be able to build a winner.
Well, but you look at it, right? Indiana built the team. And I know they made some calculated swinges, but the way Indiana built their team, the way Boston built their team, the way Oklahoma City built their team, Houston built the team, and now they went out and they pulled the trigger on making a big move, but that's kind of like that calculated, like Siakam move. But, you've seen these teams, even Milwaukee, right, that won theirs, Denver that won theirs. These are not super teams. These are teams that are built. This isn't the speed up the process a la the Phoenix Suns or the Clippers or someone like that. This is more of a slow build. And hey, we're going to take our time. We're going to try to build this out. And, I think that's what the NBA wants.
Do you think Indiana gets one?
No.
Because I don't know that they do.
I don't think
that was a magical run.
Yep, it was a magical run, and
now you got a bum Achilles.
Yep.
With Halliburton,
and it's an erased year. You don't know what he's going to be like when he comes back, and you don't know what the team's going to look like. But unfortunately, I think for Indiana, that was that brushed by their face, and it's not going to happen again.
All right, coming up next, I asked this question, but we're out of time. We'll ask it again next, or try to figure it out. The last U.S. city to win its first and only major pro sports title. Somebody mentioned the Blazers in 77. Does that count? Well, I mean, that was 1977. That is clearly not the last U.S. The last one is Oklahoma City.
Yes.
The question is, was the last city to get its first and only major pro sports title? I think I have the answer.
Okay.
And we'll get to that coming up next on The Fan.
On 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan on the hardwood Sunday. The Oklahoma City Thunder win the NBA Finals in Game 7 over the Indiana Pacers. Indy's star guard Tyrese Halliburton sustaining a torn Achilles in the first quarter of that one. OKC pulled away in the second half en route to a 12-point victory. Off the court, big news just before the big game as the Phoenix Suns traded Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, this year's number 10 overall pick, plus 5 second-round selections. The Thunder are favorites to repeat as champs, currently sitting around plus 240 at the sportsbook. The Knicks 9-1, the Cavs 10-1, while the Pacers and New Look Rockets are 13-1. If you like the Blazers, you can get them at 500-1 odds. On the diamond, the Mariners and a red-hot Cal Raleigh continue their road trip in Minnesota this evening. Big Dumper now leading the majors in home runs with 31. He's on pace for 66 on the season. It's a 4-game set with the Twinkies starting at 440. Brian Wu takes the hill for Seattle. Bailey Ober on the bump for the Twins. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigard is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Hear this, right now.
Welcome.
Prime Time with Isaac and Suk.
What is going on up here?
I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Shut your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the
I
sugarcoating.
hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
This is gonna be great.
This is Prime Time with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, nice to have you along. It's time for another hour of radio broadcast here on The Fan.
Sports.
We love sports here. So the last U.S. city to win its first and only major pro sports title.
I feel very confident, unless you're only saying the big four.
Did you say very confident?
Fairly competent. Or
confident?
Confident.
You're doing great.
Yeah, I got this.
I think you should get it.
Yes.
There are several candidates, surprisingly, because I was thinking about this with Oklahoma City last night. Surprisingly, there are a lot of cities that only fairly recently won their first ever major pro sports title.
Well, this one was 3 years ago, right? Yeah, 3 years ago.
And it would be?
That would be, unless you're counting the Aces, the Las Vegas Golden Knights won the Stanley Cup a couple years ago.
I think that's right. I think it's Las Vegas. Before that, now this is from my own research, so don't shoot me if this is wrong.
Okay.
Actually, don't shoot me if it's right.
Yeah,
just don't shoot me.
Yeah, you don't want to get shot. That doesn't sound fun.
I think before that, do you count Green Bay as part of Milwaukee?
Ooh, that's good.
It's a couple hours away.
No,
I don't really.
No, that's
I think
different.
it's a separate market.
That's a separate market.
So then you could count the Bucks title, the Milwaukee.
Yeah.
No, you couldn't. They won back in the 70s, didn't they? Were they in Milwaukee then?
They won in the 70s. Yeah, that's not their only
Yeah,
title.
so that's not. Yeah, so count that out. Cleveland, when LeBron got them a title.
They've never won one with the.
They
won an NFL championship, but they never won a Super Bowl.
Exactly.
And the Indians haven't won.
The old Spiders did.
What about the Buccaneers? Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So they won a Super Bowl, and the Rays have never won. And no, because the Lightning. God, that's terrible. What about the Lightning of the
New Orleans? The Saints.
Oh,
got New Orleans their first title.
Yeah, the Aints.
Whenever that was, Drew Brees.
Phoenix.
Let's see, Phoenix.
So Suns have never won.
D-backs got one with Luis Gonzalez, right?
Yeah, there you go.
That was
2001.
That was the 9/11 World Series, right?
Yeah, so the D-backs got one. Obviously, the Coyotes never got one. The Cardinals don't have one.
So that was 2001. Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona.
The Diamondbacks got there.
Yeah.
But most recent, it would have been Vegas.
Vegas.
And Cleveland.
Yeah,
Vegas
and Cleveland.
And then, of course, Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
Which it kind of felt like that city was like, this is cool, but
well,
whatever.
Again, we're
going to go back to milking cows.
When did they 15-ish years since they've been in existence? Because they're not the Sonics. When did the team get ripped out of Seattle? I want to say 15-ish years.
Yeah,
give or take.
Sure.
You want to do a quick Google on that? So realize
2008.
2008. Okay. So the long-suffering Oklahoma City Thunder, they've been to the finals with two different teams. They've had 3 MVPs. I understand that they had to kind of like, I guess, rebuild this thing a couple times, but it's 15 years. You have 3 MVPs, 2 finals appearances, and an NBA title. Get bent, Oklahoma City. You didn't put any effort into that.
Yeah, well, you've only even had a team for 17 years.
Exactly.
So you're stupid.
They're not long.
What about
Vegas? Is that same way? Vegas got the Golden Knights, and then they easy bake oven that son of a bitch, and now they got a Stanley Cup.
So really, the most pure one of what we're talking about here, last U.S. city to win its first pro sports title, it's really New Orleans, because Cleveland does have championships.
Yeah, they're just
different leagues and way back when.
Yeah.
So it's really New Orleans.
Yeah.
2010. If you and then next,
and that was a big freaking deal in New Orleans.
Next up, you got any guesses on who would be next up?
On who would be next up that's never won one, right?
Could be next up.
I'm trying to think of cities that haven't won a title. I mean, gosh.
So I can think of 2 that would be. It would be the first for their city, I think.
Yeah, what do you got? Because I'm trying to rack my brain on who's. I think that's harder to come up with.
Yeah, there's a couple out there that could do it like Oklahoma City. One is Buffalo. The Sabres have never won.
No, and the Bills have never won.
And the Bills have never won.
That's really good.
And then another one would be San Diego if the Padres win.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the Chargers won, right?
No.
When they were there?
No, the Chargers have never won one.
Now,
San
Diego.
They've been, but they've never.
San Diego had basketball back in the olden days. Well, I say olden days. Back in the day.
Yeah.
They never won a title there, I don't think, did they? The San Diego NBA team?
No.
Or ABA team?
That was the Clippers. No, they never.
That's right. It was the Clippers.
They didn't win crap. No, I was thinking like Minnesota's won with the Twinkies.
Sacramento.
Yeah, Sacramento.
Because they made it to. I mean, they made it to a Game 7 against the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals, but that's I think as close as they got.
That's a good one.
What about someone brought up maybe the Charlotte, North Carolina. So whether that's the Hornets or the Panthers.
Yep.
But the Hurricanes got a cup.
Yeah, Hurricanes. Never mind.
Oh, yeah, that's out.
Although I think they're in Raleigh.
They are?
I don't know.
What? Boy, that's news to me. Of course, I've never thought much about where the Carolina Hurricanes play, but
I could be. I gotta be. This is one of those that I'm not 100% certain, but I believe
they do play in Raleigh.
They play in Raleigh? Hey!
I only learned this year that the Panthers play in Sunrise.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Sunrise,
We've
Florida.
talked about this.
We have?
Yes, that it's Miami, but it's not Miami. It's
like north a little bit?
It's a suburb. It's like when Atlanta doesn't play.
The Panther. Yeah, I was thinking you were talking about Carolina.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This year's Stanley Cup Panthers.
Yeah, that's like the Braves don't play in Atlanta. They play in whatever suburb that is. So
like Cobb County or whatever.
Yeah. So that's the Panthers aren't they're a Miami team, but they're actually Sunrise, Florida.
But how far is Raleigh from Charlotte?
That I don't know.
Because
Raleigh to Charlotte is that's 2.5 hours.
Boy,
that doesn't count.
Head sewn to the carpet.
Yeah.
Like if you put a sports gun to my temple.
Boy.
Seriously.
Yeah.
And it was loaded, sports gun. And you told me, Rob, I am going to pull this trigger unless you tell me where the Carolina Panthers, is that who we're talking about?
No.
Or I mean the Carolina Hurricanes, where they play.
Yeah.
I would, with 100% confidence, say Charlotte. 100%.
You would think.
I would be like, you're not going to shoot me. They play in Charlotte. Dead, and gone.
I have no idea why I know that they play in Raleigh. It's not like I root for the Carolina Hurricanes. I don't pay attention to the Carolina Hurricanes. It was just one of those, I don't know. It's stuck in the back of my head. But the moment I said it, I had to double check. I was like, God, I hope that's Raleigh. Yeah. So that would be.
Had no idea.
Raleigh would be another one where that's the only time Raleigh's winning a championship.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
so Charlotte would be on that list if they were able to do it.
Well, there's another Seggy killed for you. Talking about cities, cool stuff like that.
We just have our one.
We got our one, baby.
We got our one.
1977.
We got the Timbers. We got the Thorns.
Yeah, but again, not.
Yeah.
I mean, when there's the next question. When are they considered major ever? You think that ever happens?
Yeah, in
our lifetime.
Nah, that league is like, because I go to the soccer games and I still have no idea what the hell is going on. We just boo and cheer whenever the crowd.
So wait, that's how you determine if it's major?
No,
you don't know what's going on, so
No.
If they kick a ball into the net, that's good.
I just all the time.
Well, as long as they do it.
Yeah, his team, they.
I go to most Timber games, and it's a running joke that like everyone starts booing, and then we're like boo, and then we have to be like, wait, what are we booing for? But no, I've asked soccer people around us. We've asked this question. I was like, where in the hierarchy of soccer leagues is the MLS? And I think that is the ultimate. In order for that to be considered one of the big four, the MLS needs to be somewhere near the top. And from when I ask real soccer bros at those games for like a non-biased opinion, dude, sometimes they struggle to even put it in the top 10. It's like,
yeah, but since when does the U.S. care about anything outside of the U.S.?
Well, but
it's our number one.
But it's not.
Well, it is. It's the best soccer league we have here.
Well, but that's sad.
You may think that's sad, but it's a major pro sport.
Soccer fan thinks that's sad.
Oh.
I go to games, and I don't know what you call that. I'm a soccer enthusiast.
You're a soccer head.
Yeah,
you're a soccerman.
But if we were playing Major League Baseball, and we were the 10th best Major League Baseball, would we really consider that to be
fair? That's
so
fair.
Until the MLS is anywhere near like the Bundesliga or whatever, we're not. I just don't think you can consider that a major championship.
Primetime Stock Watch, what we're buying and selling from the Weekend in Sports, is next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. Yakichonis, very blazery jersey. I could see that.
Yakichonis is a good blazer jersey.
That's also a jersey that in 10 years we go, dude.
Cat, remember that pick?
I hope he's a good player.
I do too. He's more. I mean, it makes more sense with the current construct of the roster. If Scoot Henderson is going to be traded this offseason, then go ahead and take the Demon kid. I don't care.
They're not going to trade Scoot this summer. You think they're going to trade him?
I don't think they're going to do anything. So no, but somebody should go.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
If you're headed into downtown Portland, you're right on northbound I-5, slow south of Portland, quite a bit south, in fact. You'll see those delays getting onto the Interstate Bridge. 405, not too bad, mostly slow south past 26. I'm Casey, that's...
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's got that
is on your side. Call 1-800-DIVORCE today.
All right, it's time for our stock watch, but you probably knew that because you heard the open there. Here is our beloved producer and maybe our favorite Sprint Tri Clydesdale.
Maybe.
Yeah. Possibly.
Ryan Buckley.
Well, I've said he's my favorite. You are saying probably your favorite.
He's most likely, but I got to go through the list.
Still some work to do.
The bronze god, as I like to call him.
There we go. Well, let's start in the association. You guys already brought up the celebration, or lack thereof, from the Oklahoma City Thunder. Here is Chet Holmgren at the podium being asked about his goggles.
Chet, a few years ago, you did an interview with GQ about 10 things you can't live without, and you had the champagne goggles was one of the things. You said you were big into manifesting. What was it like to sort of break those out finally?
I haven't broke them out yet. I brought them to India and we lost, so I left them at home. So you will see me with those on at the parade. But for now, I got my Michelob Ultra joints, and these work more than fine.
Michelob Ultra.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
He's such a young.
Between that, Jalen Williams saying that he had his first beer after the win, and the other Jalen Williams saying he had his first drink of alcohol after the win. Yeah. Buy or sell, we're going to start seeing more championship teams with zero drinking experience.
Yeah, and quite frankly, I'm not here for it. I would like to point out that the team captain of the Florida Panthers literally took the Stanley Cup through his neighborhood at 5 a.m. and started knocking on neighbors' doors.
Ring cameras, yep.
Drunk as a skunk. And then also went out on the ice basically in his underwear at 2:30 in the morning, still in the arena, to celebrate with employees. I need that out of my champions. Come on, Oklahoma City, be better. So yes, unfortunately, we're gonna have to deal with the youngs, and that's I can't get on board. I need a more seasoned celebration.
Yeah, it's
got
widely
my
known.
Michelob Ultra joints.
It's widely known that the youngs just don't drink at the same clip we did.
It's disappointing.
And yes,
are we just gonna get like smoking weed, like we're gonna start vaping in locker rooms afterwards? They didn't even know how to
microdosing some shrooms before your shoot around.
There you go. Hey, they didn't know how to open the champagne bottles.
No.
Alex Caruso had to show people, like, have you seen the videos of them fumbling around like a teenage boy trying to unhook a front bra?
Rachel Nichols said essentially that there were like 8 empty champagne bottles in there, and that was about it.
Don't you think that's common for 25 and younger, though? I think
Probably,
most
yeah,
25-year-olds have not opened a champagne bottle.
Rich ones? Rich 20-somethings?
Yeah, pop up. No bottle service?
But I mean, look at Chet. You think that guy's ever had a beer?
No, probably
Michelob.
Well, can I also talk about
Michelob
this?
Ultra joints.
Michelob Ultra.
And by the way, what does he mean by that? Michelob Ultra joints?
Well, so he's using slang for the goggles. He's just saying like the
Michelob
these
Ultra
joints.
was the official beer sponsor. Did
Yeah.
you see that they made champagne Michelob Ultra bottles?
Oh.
Really, Michelob Ultra?
It's time to get the champagne of beers in there.
Exactly. That's what we're doing. They actually made like a fancy giant bottle of Michelob Ultra. Get out of here.
Wait, isn't Miller High Life the champagne?
Yes,
of
it
beers?
is the champagne of beers.
Yeah, I'm saying we need to get them in there.
Yeah.
You can't fancy up a Michelob Ultra. You
can try.
And don't try
They
to.
do.
Stop it.
Well, moving over to the ice, another celebration. Here is Matthew Tkachuk at the Florida's, poorly attended parade.
I was talking to Gustav Forsling in the back, and we thought about one of my favorite lines ever, and it was, I would like to apologize to absolutely fucking nobody, because I double champed this where the fuck he wants.
What?
He will absolutely apologize to F and nobody because a double champ does whatever the F he wants. Yeah. That's according to Matthew Tkachuk. Buy or sell, all sports franchises should celebrate their championships like hockey franchises celebrate their championships.
Look, you celebrate however you want, but I've said this a million times. It's why it's my favorite sport. And by the way, there's a bunch of these clips going around where they just put them juxtaposed, like the Oklahoma City Thunder celebrating, and then above it the Florida Panthers. It means more. It is the culture of it, the reverence of it, not touching the trophy. You'll never see an NHL player that isn't in the Stanley Cup Finals sitting ringside at another team's. It doesn't happen. And so yes, there is nothing quite like a Stanley Cup celebration. And I wish that sort of passion and pageantry and meaning existed in other sports the way it did the NHL. It's the most unique, and it's the best trophy, it's the best finals, and it just means more to their players.
I will buy it because I think that hockey in general just has more partiers.
I think that's right.
I think it has the most hard partiers. I would say it goes hockey 1, baseball 2, probably NFL. I think NBA's last.
I think so too.
In terms of partiers, guys don't party.
They're too cool for school.
Yeah. They smoke a lot of weed.
Yeah.
So
Smoke a lot of
which is
weed
fine.
and Instagram models.
Yeah, I mean, look, their lives don't suck. I'm
No.
just saying, like, they're just not like hockey guy is party guy.
Yeah.
And so that lends itself to a better celebration. So I'll buy that.
Yeah, just go do yourself a favor and go look at Barkov. Like, Google Barkov Stanley Cup.
And you can even Google, include, Ring camera,
Yeah.
because, somebody recorded it. He's out there 5 a.m. with the cup, ringing random doors. Hey, you want to see the cup?
Well, can we also say, too, that, I mean, hockey has a lot of Canadians and Russians.
Yes.
And they party.
They party. Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Well, let's move over to yet another championship series, the College World Series, where the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers, we of course heard from Kevin Schnall earlier this week about it, or last week about it. He was ejected in the first inning after another umpire tripped over a second umpire. So here's his explanation.
I'm the first one to stand here like a man and apologize. 2 words that define our program are own it. You have to own everything that you do, without blame, without defending yourself, without excuses. If you guys watch the video, there was a guy that came in extremely aggressively, tripped over Campos's foot, embarrassed in front of 25,000, immediately goes 2-game suspension, and said, bumping the umpire. Immediately does that. There was no bump. He was embarrassed. I shouldn't be held accountable for a grown man's athleticism.
Buy or sell that Kevin Schnall has a point. He
Yes.
should not be held accountable for another umpire tripping over his feet.
This is his Bush League.
I just want to tell people, if you haven't seen that, you should watch it.
Yes.
It's pretty funny. Like, he gets booted after 10 pitches. Yeah. And then he comes out there like, what the hell, man? Yeah. All he said was, you missed 3 pitches. You missed 3 pitches.
Yeah, he
then
held
he
it
gets
up.
booted. And then the other umpire comes in. I don't know where he was at. He was
He's like the first base umpire, maybe, because he
base
kind of
guy.
came running in from the first base
and
line.
he comes in because you know how they do.
He tries to separate.
Yeah,
it.
you have to make sure that the coach isn't going to kill the other umpire that he's mad at.
Yeah.
So you step in between him, and he falls down.
Yeah, he fell on his ass. It
He
had
tripped.
nothing to do with the
No,
Coastal
he
Carolina.
He didn't do anything to him.
He just fell on
And
his
at
ass.
that point in time, the umpire puts his hand in the air and says,
Two
you're getting
games.
2 games for
Yeah.
that. It's like,
Yeah.
for you falling?
Yeah, exactly. So yes, he does have.
And I love that clip. I want that clipped. I should not be held accountable for the lack of.
It will be a drop.
Athleticism.
Yeah, it will be a drop.
Can I also say too that Coastal Carolina coach seems like a real ass?
Oh, yeah.
He does.
There's no question he's an ass. But why did he get tossed?
I don't know.
For just coming out and saying you've missed,
Missed
3
3
pitches.
pitches.
Like, what is going on with the college baseball umps?
Take the cop.
I mean, it seems like an umpire who didn't want to hear it all day. But
I'm
it's like
just
you picked the
saying,
wrong day to do that.
That is the College World Series.
Yes, it's the.
We say this all the time. As an official, whatever, umpire, official, ref, whatever sport you're playing, the last thing you want to do is insert yourself into the narrative unless you absolutely have to. And Tom, Dick, and Harry here, you can't be doing that. That's ridiculous. Grow some thicker skin. In the biggest stage in your sport, that's Bush.
Got to squeeze this in here because Rop needs it. The
golf
talk over the weekend.
Yeah.
Keegan Bradley winning out in his old stomping grounds in Connecticut. He upsets Tommy Fleetwood down the stretch. Tommy Fleetwood looks like he's never going to win a tournament ever. But the big conversation now is that Keegan Bradley has vaulted up to 9th in the Ryder Cup standings, and the conversation of a player captain was brought up.
When they called me and told me that I was being the Ryder Cup captain, the first thing they said was, we want you to be the first playing captain since Arnold Palmer in 1962, which is a heavy burden. But, and I'm also fortunate if Tiger or Phil or these guys got a captaincy at my age, they would have done it the same way. I've just been lucky enough to be, asked to do this at a younger age. But they knew that that was a possibility and that we would have things in place for that. But, you know, I'm always trying to be the best that I can be, and I feel like I'm playing the best golf of my career right now. And, you know, a year ago, I don't know if I would have thought I'd be 7th in the world, but I certainly thought I'd be, you know, contending in tournaments.
So buy or sell here, and I've heard it kicked around. People even bring up the name of El Tigre as a potential sub-captain if Keegan wants to play and play only. Buy or sell, they should do the player-captain thing.
Yeah, I buy it. Yeah, sure. Why not? I like Bradley. Dude,
Do you?
Yes, I do. I think, 1, he's passionate. 2, he cares. He wants this. And he's playing great. Dude, the U.S. team a couple years ago, 4 years ago, the U.S. team looked on paper to be as good as it ever was. It has gone to absolute turdville. Like, seriously.
Ooh, it's come PJ Fleck. I love it.
It is not rowing the boat.
Towards Turdville.
Outside of Scotty Scheffler, who do you have confidence in on that team? Spieth's in the toilet. Thomas is in the toilet.
Xander's not playing well.
Morikawa's good. Xander's not. Dude, Bradley's like all we got.
The only reason I say no to this is, to me, a player coach, you're too close, because I do think you need to have an objective point of view. There's a reason why GMs and coaches usually don't have you need a separation of duties. So I would rather have someone that is a little bit removed and has some objective point of view, as opposed to someone that's in the thick of it, who's about ready to get pissed at a lot of his teammates who, according to Rob, have gone straight to turd.
Also, if you can get Tiger, should you go get Tiger?
As a
captain? Because obviously
if
he's not
he
playing.
wants to, yeah, of course. I think Tiger, he's done it before. I don't know, Tiger's got a weird relationship with a lot of the guys out there, but I think now he's old enough that he gets it. Yes, I don't think that would hurt you.
Look, I looked it up. Do you realize that 7 of the top 10 golfers are in the U.S.?
Oh, 7 of the top 10 in the world are in it? Yeah, but... Yeah. Okay, but who is that? JJ Spawn? So, you're going to put him on the team now?
Scheffler's 1.
He's going to be on the team.
Rory's 2. Yeah. Schauffele.
Okay. Schauffele's still 3rd?
Schauffele's still 3rd.
Yes, he's not playing that great.
JT.
Terrible. He's terrible. Have you watched him lately?
Morikawa.
He's
terrible.
He's
4th in the world.
Dude, he sucks.
Wasn't he in contention this weekend?
Yeah, he was.
He's 4th in the
last week he was
world.
terrible.
Morikawa's 5th.
Yeah, he's good.
Henley's 6th. Bradley's 7th.
Henley?
Yes.
I like Henley. He's having a great year, but this is my point.
And JJ Spawn is 8. They got
Spawn,
7 and 10.
You want Henley and Spawn out
there? He
there?
rides a skateboard.
Turdville? You can't call that.
Dude, they're Turdville. You want Henley and Spawn out there fighting for USA? No.
Head towards Turdville.
You know who I want out there? Scotty Scheffler and Keegan Bradley. That's who I want out there. And I want Bradley in a USA hat.
I just wanted to look. I wanted to look at what Rob's definition of Turdville is, and apparently Turdville
That's pretty Turdville.
Jordan 7 of 10.
That's pretty Turdville.
That's such a misleading thing. Our leaders in the U.S. were Jordan Spieth and Justin Thomas, and both of them I could beat right now.
What we need is a roster side by side. Now we need to compare the depth chart of the U.S. to the Euros.
There is one guy you're missing. We will have DeChambeau.
Yeah, he's like 14th.
And he's really good.
And what about Brooksy?
Yeah, see,
I feel like I kind of want someone like him on that team, but he's just, I don't know.
So Europe would have, if you're going just off rankings,
but everyone good.
Europe would have Rory.
Yeah.
They would have old Sepp. They'd have Hovland, Ludwig Oberg, and then Tommy Fleetwood.
Probably Lowry in there.
Shane Lowry is 17th.
Adams. Oh, no, Scott's Australian, sorry.
Tyrell Hatton.
Yeah, see, that team is way better than the U.S. team.
And Justin Rose.
Oh, dude.
If you're going off of...
you think J.J. Spawn and Russell Henley are taking any of that out? You're insane.
We have better rankings. Just saying. Turdville has better rankings.
Turdville.
It's insane.
Keegs is going to pull us out of it, though.
All right. Player coach.
All right. That is our Stock Watch. It is brought to you each week by Goldberg Jones. When it comes to divorce, custody, or child support issues, trust Goldberg Jones to help. Call 1-800-DIVORCE. Phone questions answered at no charge. In the News is coming up next. How many of the top 10 donut spots does Oregon have in the country? That's next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan on the hardwood on Sunday. The Oklahoma City Thunder win the NBA Finals in Game 7 at home over the Indiana Pacers. Indy star guard Tyrese Halliburton sustaining a torn Achilles during the game. OKC pulled away in the second half, leading to a 12-point victory. Off the court, big news just before the Game 7. The Phoenix Suns trading Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, this year's number 10 overall pick, plus 5 future second-round picks. The Thunder are favorites to repeat as champs, currently sitting around plus 240 at the sportsbook. The Knicks 9-1, the Cavaliers 10-1, the Pacers and the new-look Rockets are 13-1. And on the diamond, the Mariners and a red-hot Cal Raleigh continue their road trip in Minnesota. Raleigh now on pace for 66 dingers on the year. He's got 31 currently. They start at 4:40 this afternoon, just a few minutes away. Brian Wu taking the hill for Seattle. Bailey Ober is on the bump for the Twins. You can see that game televised nationally on Fox Sports 1. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley to George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy. He's at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Stick
hi.
around because we have to tell
Yeah.
people about something
Hi.
that isn't Turdville. Although if your life has gone to Turdville because you've been like hit by an errant Tommy Fleetwood drive,
You're headed towards Turdville.
then you need to pull yourself out of Turdville, and that's where the advocates come in.
Yeah, they're what they are. Have you guys heard of attorneys?
I have.
A lot of people don't like attorneys.
No,
But
until you need one.
These two
Then you want one.
are great.
Yes.
Because they're not your traditional attorneys. They fight insurance companies, and insurance companies are awful.
I think we can all agree
We all know that.
even people that work for insurance companies
So,
hate
yeah.
insurance companies.
So it used to be that the insurance companies were on your side and the attorneys were not.
Yes.
Right? Back in the day.
Back in the day.
When everybody smoked. Now.
That was a Wednesday, by the way.
Now it's the insurance companies are terrible and the attorneys are on your side. And that's really what we have here.
Yeah.
The advocates, they fight tirelessly, the insurance companies, to get you what you deserve if you've been injured.
Yeah, they're good people, and they're going to treat you fairly, and they're going to shoot you straight. So if you've ever thought, hey, do I need an attorney? I've been hurt. Give them a call, and they'll walk you through the process. And it's free to talk to them. It's free to hire them. You'll never write them a check. They don't get paid till you get paid, and we can give them the primetime seal of approval. They're good people, and check it out, advocateslaw.com.
30 years ago, Wu-Tang Clan changed
stop messing around because we are messing around today.
Got
You
my
don't deserve
Michelob
that.
Ultra joints.
We got our Michelob Ultras ready on ice for tomorrow's golf tournament.
Hey, the Michelob Ultra guys do play out in our tournament from time to time.
I'm sure they're going to love that one. It is June 23, 2025. It is time for In the News. I am your noted and humble newsman. Thank you. It is brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is Let It Go Day, so I need you to let it go.
Like Frozen, let it go, let it go, let it go.
I think.
Like, what are we letting
Well,
go?
I interpret that as just let something go, okay? Just let it go.
What do we let? I don't know. We're letting
I
something
don't know. What
go.
do you
Just
hold on to? Let it go.
Let it go. All right. See what I can do.
It is also National Detroit-style Pizza Day.
Can I let that go?
Really? You don't like Detroit style?
I just if I'm ranking the pizzas, Detroit's coming in
A lot of dough, a lot of bread.
probably last.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, if I want like a big thick, I'll just get a deep dish Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago is superior to Detroit, no question.
yeah.
But
Well, Chicago's like 80% filling, and the
Yeah.
Detroit is like 80% crust.
yeah, I got you. But what about thin crust?
Yeah, thin crust superior.
Yeah, not for me.
You want the?
I like Detroit style. I
better
don't
than
like
the thin?
thin crust pizza.
No. What if you get like a nice, like a real Italian?
I mean, I do.
because
It's
that's
just-
Like
you
a
know,
pizza Napolitana.
Yeah, with some char on it. And don't get me wrong.
Wood
Like,
fire thin.
I think Ranch Pizza does a Detroit style pizza, and
They do.
that's a lovely pizza. I'm not
Really good.
here to take shots at Detroit pizza. I'm just because that is a quality pie. It's just if we're going out for pizza, my last, I guess my last suggestion would be Detroit. I end up with Detroit pizza. I never seek out Detroit pizza.
Well, we had a man drive into ICE protesters over the weekend.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you saw that.
I did see that
video there.
It's not good.
Yeah, a bunch of people took cell phone vids. This is a guy. They said his name is On the Fan.
Looking. Well, it was a whole thing because like 6 protesters were charged, and then this guy was charged because he was running over the protesters.
Well, he lives over there.
Yeah.
And of course, ICE down there in South Waterfront, right in McAdam.
That's where we used to work.
And one of the patrons said protesters said he drove up to us and told us that we weren't letting him leave despite nobody standing in front of him or anything. Then when we shouted that he had a kid in the car, that is what triggered his frustration. The video then shows the driver swearing at the crowd before putting his car in reverse and backing into them.
Yeah.
Said he didn't. Nick, who is the guy who got hit, said he didn't fall after the impact but bounced off the car, inadvertently knocking a fellow ICE protester to the ground.
Yeah. It's not good.
Skinned palms.
Well, at least that's not, I mean,
no, it wasn't major.
There's been a lot worse that's happened, but there's like, was it like DeSantis that was like, if you get in our way, I'm giving you permission to run people over. Yeah, things are heated up there right now.
Yeah, so that guy was frustrated. He was trying to just get to his his apartment or something.
Yeah, you can't run people over. I understand you're frustrated, but you can't.
They do frown upon that.
Yes. And then I think 6 people that were protesting have been federally charged with, I don't know.
Being protesters.
Being protesters and, I don't know. Throwing things and just having general protest mischief. So we had, we had 7 kerfuffles at the ICE demonstrations.
So we've got the top 10 best donut shops in the United States, 2025.
This is another one. I feel very. I would not be a good judge of donut shops.
Yeah.
I feel donuts are all kind of donuts.
Oh, so you kind of have the. Okay, so I see where you're going. This is akin to my chicken sandwich argument.
Yes.
Where yes, some donuts are better than other donuts.
Yeah.
But even the top of the line donut,
it's a donut.
Is just a donut, and it can only be so good.
Yes.
That's how I feel about chicken sandwiches.
Yeah. Like if I go to a donut shop, my first thing is I like a good fritter, whether that's an apple fritter, a blueberry fritter, a cherry fritter, whatever. I like a good fritter. If you went and gave me the best, whatever this list is, the best donut shop in America, and you gave me their apple fritter.
Well, number one, I'll tell you.
Yeah, what's
on
number
the
one?
list?
Yeah.
It is Donald's Donuts in Zanesville, Ohio.
Okay. I would love to see if I could get one of those shipped to me. And I think if you compared that to Dot's Donuts, donut shop over by me, occasionally I swing in there once in a blue moon, and I'll get a craving. I'll pop in, grab myself a fritter. I'm not denying that Zane's is going to have a better fritter, but I doubt it'll be like, oh my God, it's a fritter.
Zanesville.
And
they are known for their famous apple fritter.
Oh, but it's still just
right there at Donald's.
It's fried dough.
Donald's Donut.
I just think there's only so much you can do with it.
This is exactly how I feel about chicken.
Yes, I take your chicken sandwich stance when it comes to donuts. I get some are better, but like to wait, if you told me there was a 45-minute or an hour wait at this place, or I can just go to like New Seasons and get their apple fritter, I'll take the New Seasons apple fritter.
You're preaching to the choir, baby. That's what I've been saying about people going absolutely ape crap over some Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
You're not waiting in line for that.
I'll go to Wendy's.
Thank you.
Guess what? They have a chicken sandwich.
And it's good.
Yeah, sure. Get some sauce on there. I'm sure it's fine.
See, yes.
It's the same thing.
I finally
We've
see
come around.
We've come around.
Yes.
Yes.
There are 2 Oregon spots on this list, however.
Okay.
Number 9 on the list of USA Today's 10 best donuts in the United States is Blue Star Donuts.
That's a nice donut.
Brioche dough is one of the secrets to Blue Star Donuts' uniquely satisfying, strikingly creative donut offerings. Incredible flavor combinations like raspberry, rosemary, blueberry, basil, bourbon, and Cointreau creme brulee exemplify what makes Blue Star distinct.
Yeah, and they have a lot of different
cool
unique,
tastes.
Yeah, they got
cool
they
flavors.
got different stuff.
Their vegan selections are also hard to beat with flavors like orange olive oil, sugar and spice, and blueberry crumble.
Yeah. I will say it's kind of spendy though for a
Yeah,
donut.
it can be.
Yeah, it's like hey.
Also on the list at number 7 of USA Today's 10 best American donuts is Benny's Donuts in Corvallis.
Oh.
Uses an original spice cake dough and luscious unexpected glazes to make extra special donuts. Expect flavors like spiced chai, German chocolate, Marionberry, and lavender lemon with black pepper, as well as delightful seasonal choices. Those who are gluten-free and vegan can choose from an array of delicious donuts, too. If it's a traditional glazed donut you crave, Benny's offers those, along with specialty coffees, teas, and cold drinks.
I'm assuming Benny, like a beaver theme, if you will.
I don't know. That would stand to reason. I've never been.
But Blue Star, you know what a dozen Blue Stars?
$24?
$54.42.
Whoa.
While I do enjoy Blue Star, that's a good donut, but man.
He do pay us the money.
54? 54.42 for a dozen.
What's a dozen cost at Donald's Donuts in Zanesville, Ohio?
I don't know, but...
Well, I can tell you this.
It's not 54?
Well, this is saying that Donald's has been making mouthwatering donuts since 1960. Some are baked, others raised and then fried, and they mostly cost around $1 per donut.
Now we're talking.
$1. There are over 40 different donut varieties at Donald's. You buy a mixed dozen. It's an excellent way to satisfy lots of different taste buds, and you only pay
$12.
$12.
So this 50, basically 55. And you got to probably tip, right? Because that damn pad's gonna flip around, and you're gonna be like, son of a. Now we're tipping, but so you're into that thing for almost $60 for a dozen donuts, man.
$60, man.
People doing better than me out there. I ain't got 60 on some donuts.
You ain't got it.
I ain't got it, man. I ain't got it.
You ain't doing it.
No.
First, Gresham Sweet Cakes was shamed, but now this coffee shop owner? Next on The Fan.
Check out the Fan merch locker. There's a back on 1080 The Fan.
All right, this is in the news for June 23rd, 2025, the day before the big 11th annual Fan Golf Classic.
Yes.
Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Be out at Langdon Farms tomorrow. Not golfing.
Not doing a show either.
No.
Just
hanging.
We're just there. So.
You know, there's a bit of a rumor going around.
And that is?
Papa Rob may be out there.
Get right the hell out of town.
Yeah, he wants to see you.
Let's go.
He wants to hang out.
I've been waiting to rattle some ice.
He wants to see what all the fuss is about. He's been hearing about the Fan Golf Classic back in Salina, Kansas.
For 11 years now.
And specifically, he's been hearing about the fuss. He'd like to see what it's all about.
That's
you
right.
could do a lot worse than Papa Rob making a guest
We'll
appearance.
see. So first it was Gresham Sweet Cakes. Remember them? They were the
Did they refuse?
they refused the gay cake.
Yeah. Someone wanted to do a gay wedding cake or whatever.
Yeah,
and
they were
said,
like, yeah, we don't like the gays
they
here.
said no.
But now we've got a coffee shop owner. Now I wonder what you think about this. I do not put this into the same category.
I'm gay.
Well, I have my new business idea is going to be this. I'm going to open. I'm just going to start opening random businesses, and then refuse service to individual like groups, and then just do GoFundMe's and make like $500,000 and then shut that business down and then open a new one. So I'm gonna deny service to a homosexual couple and then make like $1 million, and then I'm gonna do it for like some transgender folk, and then I'll make a bunch of money there. Because what happens now is everyone gets enraged, and then they post and be like, "We're the real victims here," and then a bunch of people give them hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I bet if you say something racist right now, you'll probably get that that GoFundMe started.
Yes. That one gal called that little kid on the playground the N-word like 10 times, and she made like $700,000.
Yeah,
she
with
was like,
certain groups, your businesses go gangbusters.
she's like, "I've been canceled. Give me money," and people were like, "You got it."
Lose a little business to earn a little business, you know?
This is a coffee shop owner. He is in Cathedral Park, the neighborhood of Cathedral Park over there. And he has become the focal point of a contentious debate when he removed pride flags that employees had displayed in the shop.
Yes.
Okay. So Austin Tanner is his name. He is the owner of Cathedral Coffee. He declined to go on camera, but he said, this is with KATU, he said that the decision was not intended as an act of discrimination. Rather, he emphasized that it was in line with the shop's long-standing policy of maintaining a neutral space.
Yes.
In a recorded follow-up interview to the report, Tanner explained that while signs and flags are not permitted to be displayed at Cathedral Coffee, employees are allowed to express themselves through their attire.
Yeah, flags!
Now,
So
to
you-
me...
so you could wear a pride shirt,
Yes.
but you can't put up a pride flag.
To me, this is perfectly reasonable.
Yes.
For a business owner.
Sure.
I don't know what you guys think about this.
Didn't the Newburgh schools go through something similar? Like teachers couldn't put up flags, but you could represent yourself
And
with
by the
them.
way,
Like,
yeah. It's because this guy said, like, this goes for everything. He said you can't, you
It's
couldn't.
too polarizing.
Yeah, you couldn't put up an Obama sign. You're not putting up a Trump sign. You're not putting up a private. Whatever you want to wear, yes, but you cannot put it up because then that represents the business.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that
And it's a very reasonable stance.
I just think in today's day and age where everything's so polarized, that is not unreasonable.
It is not.
and you don't need to be strong-armed into supporting something that doesn't benefit your business.
Exactly.
Like, on the whole.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So he claims Tanner stated that claims that he discriminated against the pride flag are totally false. He emphasized that the policy applies to all flags, signs, or messages. Still, some in the neighborhood expressed their disappointment with the decision to remove the pride flag.
See, this guy's a fool. He should have leaned into it, doubled down on Facebook, done a GoFundMe, and he would have made more in like a month than he makes at that coffee shop in like 10 years.
And it makes me sad.
Lean into it. But yes, can we stop being outraged every time someone does something that doesn't exactly line up with what you think they should do? That is a very reasonable approach. It's like when you're in Europe, you can't wear colors. Like, if you go into a lot of European places, you can't wear soccer clothing into those bars because they don't want anyone getting stabbed and punched in the face.
Yeah, no affiliations, even of your favorite sports teams.
Yes, like when you're in like if you go to Scotland, the big rivalry there is Celtic Rangers, and a lot of bars will say right on there, no colors. You can't wear green. You can't wear blue.
You're not wearing your scarves.
You're not wearing your scarves simply because they don't want someone to start punching each other. That's what the color guy was saying.
Whoa.
Well, I hope this.
If you mix in a black,
I hope the coffee shop guy is fine and that people don't protest him. And
I'm moving more into the whites.
He's not. He's just trying to maintain.
All the guy wants to do is sell coffee to anybody who wants it.
I think we're going to stop.
That's all he wants to do.
Yes. Just be fine.
I'm sorry.
All right. Coming up, that's in the news. Okay, it's over. June 23, 2025, brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at Advocates Law. What
if I needed more news?
You don't get it. You get it tomorrow. 4:30.
No, I don't get it tomorrow.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Oh, no, you're going to get it Wednesday. You have to wait.
I need a full. I need a big, juicy, meaty ITN on Wednesday.
Okay.
I got that. Always makes me uncomfortable.
Whoa.
I swear he says something that he doesn't say, but
it's a sheet. It's a sheet. I think it's a dryer sheet.
Put a sheet on it.
That does not sound like put a sheet on it to me.
That is a national ad campaign, baby.
Okay, what do we have next? We have
5 o'clock.
KD
headlines.
Kevin Durant was traded. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah.
We also have a little bit of Pac-12 news. Pac-12. And what do Americans believe? Next hour on The Fan.
I'm very confident.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Zook. Spring is here, longer days, warmer weather, so don't wait until you're sweating buckets to find out that your AC needs help. I love the high-efficiency train system A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air installed at my house, and now's the time to book my checkup, and you should do the same. A&E is locally owned with a lifetime workmanship guarantee. That's right. If they don't do it right, they fix it for free forever. A&E is the real deal. Call A&E or visit aeheatingandcooling.com today. Your local independent train dealer. It's hard to stop a train. CCB number 203004.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
4th of July savings are here at the Home Depot, so it's time to get your grilling on. Pick up the Traeger Pro Series 22 pellet grill and smoker, now on special buy for $389, was $549. Smoke a rack of ribs or bake an apple pie. This grill is versatile enough to do it all. This summer, no matter how you like your steaks, your barbecues are guaranteed to be well done. Celebrate 4th of July with fast free delivery on select grills right now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability.
The home of primetime with Isaac and Sue, always live on the Odyssey app, is KFXX KWJJ HD2 Portland 1080 The Fan.
By the way, should we change that name? It's too late now.
An Odyssey sports station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys that you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on The Fan in the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder are your NBA champions. They win Game 7 over the Indiana Pacers by a 12-point margin. Indy star guard Tyrese Halliburton sustaining a torn Achilles in the first quarter of that game. Off the court, big news just before the game as the Phoenix Suns traded Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets. We'll talk about it coming up next. The package back to Phoenix includes Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, this year's number 10 overall pick, plus 5 second-round picks as well. The Thunder are favorites to repeat as champs, currently sitting around plus 240. The Rockets with Durant now 13-1. And if you like the Blazers next year, 500-1 odds on that championship ticket. On the diamond, the Mariners and a red-hot Cal Raleigh continue their road trip in Minnesota. Big Dumper now leading the majors in home runs with 31. They are already underway at Target Field at the top of the second inning. Nothing, but the Mariners do have a man aboard. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley from George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy. WarrenAllen.com.
The original home of the Herd with Colin Cowherd. Weekdays 9 to noon, 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Prime Time on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Prime Time is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanik.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Prime Time on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Monday. It's your Sports Bros. Rob, that's me. Big Six right over there.
Right here.
Oh, dude. Look at him. And, he was out in Bend. You were in Bend, right?
I was.
Is that where you went?
I went to Bend.
We were telling the listeners that you were gone Friday because you were in Bend golfing with Joe Fisher while it was 50 and raining.
There was no golf.
Yeah,
Although
you guys didn't golf?
I feel kind of bad. I think I kind of jobbed over one Joe Fisher.
Why?
Well, I guess Joe, all he does is golf. I asked him. I said,
Really?
Joe, I was trying to get to know Joe Fisher a little bit because he's dating the best friend of the BTJ. And so I'm trying to.
So it's sort of a forced friendship.
And I'm trying to be nicer. I've been told that I need to be nicer. So I'm trying to extend.
You? No way.
To Joe or to people?
Well, to Joe, but people in general, but specifically to Joe.
Poor
That'd be
Joe.
nicer.
Joe might break up with her just because you're around.
So
I shouldn't be held accountable for a grown man's athleticism.
So I'm being nicer, right? So I got a buddy that lives on Broken Top, right next door to Tethrow, and he's like, I can get you on, play the course. So I tell Joe, it's like, yeah, we'll go down, we'll play. Well, then we start looking at the weather. Joe's like, hey, have you seen the weather? I'm like, yeah, dude, it's not looking good.
Friday was nasty.
Yeah, Friday was nasty.
Or actually, Saturday was worse.
Yeah, and so they were like, and so Joe was like, I can only really play in the morning, because he was bringing his kid, and so he's like, I can get out in the morning, but I can't really golf in the afternoon. I said, all right. So I got us tee time for Saturday, 8 o'clock, nice and early,
No
right?
chance.
So we're looking at the weather, and I look at 8 o'clock on Saturday, Bend, Oregon. It says 40 degrees and rain.
Yeah, no way.
And I call him, and I'm like, hey, man, just so you know, and my buddy who lives down there, he had hand surgery, so he can't even play, but he was just going to go out with us. He's like, hey, 40 and raining. No. So I told Joe, I said, I'm not even going to bring my clubs. I said, if you want to go, I'll still get you onto the course, but I'm not playing. And Joe's lady was already upset about his golf clubs taking up too much space in the car. And I was going to even offer to bring his clubs with us. We have a bigger car. But I wasn't bringing mine, so Joe was like, yeah, we just won't bring, Joe is like, yeah, we're not going to play. We get down there. Dude, it was nice. It was chilly. It didn't rain at all.
Really? All day?
All day.
Saturday?
It was sunny.
Oh, my God. It rained crazy here.
It would have killed a lesser man.
It was sunny.
Wow.
So I woke up on Saturday after a night of doing whatever I do on Friday. And I rolled out, and it was 9:30 when I left the room, and Joe's in the living room, and I'm like,
Sorry, buddy.
Super nice. I was like, yeah, that's...
Well, why didn't he go play then?
Well, he didn't bring his clubs, because once I said I wasn't going to bring mine, I'm like, dude, I'm not going to play in the rain. Then he just decided to acquiesce to his girl and not bring the clubs, save the space, because we thought it was going to be crappy. You could have played, and it would have been just fine. So I apologize to the great Joe Fisher for... Had I brought my clubs, he would have brought his, and we easily could have had a decent round. But
No.
Take that L on the way out.
Look, if I had seen that forecast,
Right?
I love golf, and I
Yes.
don't think I would have played.
40 and rainy? No. It was way warmer, and it did not rain. I mean, maybe some light sprinkles on Friday, but other than that, it was nice, cold, chilly, but a nice weekend in Bend.
All right, well, hope you had a great weekend, everybody out there in Radio Land. We are here today, gone tomorrow for the Fan Golf Classic, and then back Wednesday for the NBA Draft.
Yes.
We did have a trade. Thought maybe KD would be traded on draft night.
No, they pulled an A-Rod. Tried to
What does that mean?
outshine the NBA Finals.
Yeah, but I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, they did
It's
it.
not like Giannis got traded.
No, but KD orchestrated around that Fanatics Fan Fest. Like they broke that news specifically because he's in
when
bed.
he was on stage.
Yeah, he's in bed with the Fanatics guy. So
that's why they did that.
Yeah, that's why they did it.
Stupid.
Yeah,
no one cares.
It's a 10-year exemption to the white party every year.
Yes.
What?
The Fanatics guy is Michael Rubin, and he has that huge celebrity white party every year that everyone goes to, and it's like the celeb gathering. Maybe Durant just did it to get the future exemption to the.
Durant has some sort of business partner connection with him, so
big time.
He even said afterwards, he's like, because Durant controlled where he wanted to go, said he would only re-sign with a couple teams, and they broke the news right then, specifically to coincide with him being on stage at FanFest.
As just a casual sports fan here.
Yeah.
The KD thing did not overshadow in any way the Pacers Thunder for me. I mean, I read about the KD trade. I was like, oh, okay.
You knew he was going to get dealt. You knew it was going to be to like two teams. You're like, okay,
whatever.
Cool.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think of him. I know he's really good, but he's a little old, and I was looking at the odds of who's going to win the title next year because now that Halliburton's hurt.
Yeah. The East is wide open.
It's kind of weird.
No Lillard in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
No Tatum in Boston.
Hey,
no
by
Halliburton.
The way, do you know what those three guys all have in common besides ripping up their Achilles?
I do. Don't wear the number 0.
Or the letter O.
Or the letter O.
They all have 0.
Yeah. Now, and they have one Achilles. So thanks for coming.
Well, no, they have 3 Achilles, right?
Yeah, I guess combined.
They still have 3 good Achilles.
3 good Achilles, yes. Yeah, that's it's not good for the number 0 in the Eastern Conference, and it does make the East wide open.
Well, you know who the number 2 team behind Oklahoma City to win the title is?
Cleveland?
It's Houston.
Oh, Houston? I thought maybe they were just picking a team out of the East.
Now that they got Kevin Durant, so the Suns get Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in Wednesday's draft, and 5 second-round picks. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. I have news.
Your hot second
Did you hunt
round?
him down?
Yeah. Well, Danny did. So I have to give Danny credit because we were texting back and forth about the finals, and I'm like, look, here's what I need from you, Danny's spreadsheets. I need a spreadsheet detailing what has come of the Blazers' recent second-round pick history.
Okay.
And he did that. He sent that to me.
And I guarantee he just had it. He's like, yeah.
No, he said it. He just said it wouldn't be that hard to put together. There's a site I can go to.
And he did it.
And he did it. And he had it to me by that night.
That man's
he's an animal.
Yeah.
Anyway, we will present that on Wednesday because my point is second round picks, who cares? But then other people are like, oh, Neil O'Shea was great at it. Okay, well, what have the Blazers actually gotten for their second round picks? We have that. I
can't wait.
We have that. Thanks to Danny. And we will present that on Wednesday. Ironically, is also draft night.
So the Kevin Durant thing, 5 seconds. Who gives 2 S's? If you're Houston, you gave up 2 starters. 1, no offense to Dylan Brooks. Dude, you can find 1,000 Dylan Brooks. And then Jalen Green was probably the one young guy that you didn't care about. He's a inefficient, high-volume scorer who they said all along was not the guy that they were going to hold on to. Like in any offer, he was going to be served up. So you gave up 2 players that you didn't really care that much about and the 10th overall pick, and you added Kevin Durant, who, yes, he's 37, but Kevin Durant played in the requisite 65 games, I think he played in 63, he would have been a third-team All-NBA guy. He's still arguably the most efficient scorer in the NBA, in the half court especially, and the one thing Houston can't do is they can't score in the half court. So if you're the Rockets, dude, you got Kevin Durant for like 50 cents on the dollar. And I guess if you're Phoenix, what were you going to get for a 37-year-old guy that wasn't only going to be willing to go to like 2 places?
I think 50 cents on the dollar is about right considering his age.
Yes.
Like he's not going to bring you a bevy of number 1 picks. No. They did get a number 1 or a lottery pick out of this, and it's instant. They can use that on Wednesday. And like you said, 2 starters and then of course a bunch of seconds. Yeah. But I mean, I think that to me, if I'm Phoenix, I'm looking at that going, oh, all right. right.
Yeah.
That's about as good as we can do.
That is as good.
Houston now has what? Van Vliet, Sengun, and Durant.
Yes.
And then
Thompson, who's the main guy that they
Thompson,
are.
Amen Thompson, yeah.
That's the guy that I guess Houston is saying this is their future.
Because he's got everything going right now except for the jumper. And they think if they can get him a jumper, he could be darn near unstoppable.
And then this opens up the door, too, for Reed Shepherd, who didn't play much. He was the guard out of Kentucky. And again, I was reading about this like 2 months ago, and Houston was saying, when all this talk of Durant getting shipped out started, however long ago it was, Houston was like the number one team that popped up. And so I was reading through about Houston, and they were saying that Green is going to be the guy that's going to go, because they were saying that people inside that organization think that Reed Shepherd will replace him anyways. They said he may not be ready right now the rest of his game, but he is the best shooter on that team. And for a team that needs shooting, they said that eventually he would have taken over Jalen Green. So you give up a young, inefficient scorer, and you're sliding in a guy that you think is going to be the better overall player anyways.
And he doesn't have to be the man yet.
No.
He still has a little bit of runway for that.
And now you add in Kevin Durant. I see why people, and by the way, you still have Jabari Smith, you still have Adams, you still have some depth. You got Cam Whitmore, and like this is a good
roster.
This is a good roster. I see why people are saying that Houston, who had the second best record in the West, although it got eliminated in the first round, I can see where people are saying this Houston team on paper looks as good as anyone not named Oklahoma City.
Well, they are the number 2 team in terms of the odds to win the NBA Finals next year. They are number 2 behind Oklahoma City, so that would stand to reason. This will be Kevin Durant's 8th coach in 8 years. Did you know that?
Wow. Jeez.
How about that?
This is his last.
Take that for data.
This is his chance to rewrite his legacy, which it's his own fault, but I haven't seen anyone nuke his legacy quite like Kevin Durant's. And if he goes to Houston and they find a way to do this, that will be the crowning achievement on really one of the truly great careers in NBA history.
All right, up next we have Pac-12 news.
Kinda.
Yeah, I mean, they sold it as
I'm very
way more
confident.
than it is. But it's all right. I mean, you know.
I like that. It's all right. It's all right. Hey, 3 games.
We'll get to that. Coming up next on The Fan. We won the Natty!
The home of Fan.
Well, we have a brooding beef between Ryan Buckley and Canada.
Yeah, who knew?
And it just started during the break because he saw on a Canadian Twitter account that
specifically at Made in Canada.
Yeah, the 3 reigning finals MVPs
in the NBA, NHL, and MLB, so excluding the NFL,
are all hockey.
Yeah, so Sam
Or,
Bennett.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Are all Canadian. Sorry. So Sam Bennett, SGA, and Freddie Freeman.
And my first thing when he said that was, Freddie Freeman's Canadian?
and I thought the same thing.
And then,
so he
and
looked.
then Rob fired out with, "Are you sure?" And Buckley went, "No."
Well, his parents are Canadian.
Yeah.
Freeman's parents.
And he is a Canadian citizen.
He has dual citizenship. But he is a Southern California boy.
Born in California, grew up in California, played ball in California, still plays ball in California.
And he even has the fake teeth to prove it.
Yes. Giant teeth.
So, I don't...
Canada's taking a free victory lap with Freddie Freeman, and I don't think they can claim him.
I'm with you, Buck.
I believe the direct quote was, "Get the F out of here, Canada." Trying to take a victory lap? No. He was very passionate about it. He was not happy with our
I was
brothers
mad
of the
that they
North.
quasi-duped me, even though they're technically correct.
Look, can I say that I think that was more about you getting ball sacked again than it was
Well, of course it
angry
was.
at
But it was a
Canada.
verified real account using real information and twisting it to seem more truthful than it was.
Yeah.
Another text here. This from Deal. Good thing the NBA doesn't do what baseball does and players wear their team's jerseys into the Hall of Fame because the F if I know what Kevin Durant is. That's a pretty good point. Like, when you think of Kevin Durant, what do you picture him in? Because for me, it's actually not Oklahoma City.
Golden State?
No, I don't know. I'm with Deal.
Boy,
Brooklyn?
Definitely not Brooklyn. I mean, I still think of kind of him, I guess, becoming Kevin Durant in Oklahoma City.
But he won titles.
But he won titles and finals MVPs in Golden State.
I think it's Golden State.
I don't think it's Golden State for me. I don't. It's just
Well,
that
he
was
doesn't
too weird.
represent that time in the Warriors as much as like Steph, Clay, Draymond, but that's where he had the most collective success.
He won an MVP and went to the finals in Oklahoma City.
Yeah. I mean, it should be Oklahoma City, but I don't know. It's weird. He's for me, it's kind of not.
That is strange. He may be, and if he goes to Houston and wins a title, I don't know. I mean, that he's boy that he is a horse with no name.
What about the Sonics? I mean, he did win Rookie of the Year. They were in Seattle.
he was in
They
Seattle.
played there for a year.
Yes, he did.
Rookie of the Year.
Boy, yeah, that's a really good question. I don't know, but you're right. In the NBA, they just go in as a bust. There's no hat or anything. So he's a weird case. He is the best player in my lifetime in the NBA that collectively everyone kind of goes, I've never seen a player. He is legitimately a top 10 to 12 player of all time. And
one of the best scorers ever, period.
Well, yeah, and everyone agrees on that, but no one really likes him. So we're just like, and he's never really done anything other than ride Steph Curry's coattails.
And then he had a chance to stay, and then he became a self-made journeyman, and it's weird.
Well, but that's the part that bugs me, though. He didn't ride He was the MVP.
Amazing.
He
I
was
know,
the
but-
best player on those teams.
Yes, but he had to go there to win, and that's what bothers people.
He is.
That team was already a dynasty
If you
without him.
eliminated the steroids from it, he's Alex Rodriguez. It's the only comp. Because if you take steroids out of it, which I know you can't, Alex Rodriguez has arguably the third best career in Major League Baseball history. When you look at his numbers, that is at least a minimum a top 5 career. Make an argument for top 3 or 4. And yet there is no one, and I mean no one, even Alex Rodriguez's mom, when you say who's the 5 best players in Major League Baseball history, A-Rod's name ain't coming up. And that's Durant. Durant is legitimately a solidified top 10 player. And we're all, when it's over, like, not really. Like, I'm not that interested. And it's his own, and it's their own doing. For various reasons, they both have the same thing. And A-Rod's got a little bit of that, right? From Seattle, and then the big deal with Texas, and then New York. And New York didn't want him, but he hung around and he won a World Series there. But now the Yankee fans hate him. Golden State fans don't think anything good about Kevin Durant, even though he was the best player on that team. You're like, these A-Rod and KD can both get together, and they're both real sensitive bitches. They just get together and kind of count money. He's going to get $120 million extension in Houston.
Yeah,
for 2 years.
I mean, you can still play.
Yeah, $60 million a year to re-sign there.
He's just kind of like, I don't know. I don't know of another athlete that was that good that I just don't.
Yeah,
I don't care. I don't. Nope. He's not that interesting. Just
did it to himself. And like someone said, Shaq, but Shaq is a Laker.
And Shaq was shockingly fascinating.
Yes.
I mean, he was so different. He was so big and like, dude, come on. Shaq's like the opposite of KD.
Yeah. And you can say Shaq, obviously he went from Orlando to LA to Miami, and then he had the weird stints in like Cleveland and Phoenix and whatever.
Yeah, but none of that.
No, you think of Shaquille O'Neal, you think of one thing and one thing only, and that was
Lakers.
The 3 titles with the Lakers.
Yeah. I mean, all that stuff he bounced around at the end, holding on or ring chasing, whatever he was trying to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, Durant, this has defined his career.
Yes, it has. Kind of the running from failure and running from success. He's done it both. Congratulations. Because he ran from failure.
That was the worst part. Just stay in Golden State.
And the offer was there. He felt like he couldn't kind of compete in the limelight and needed to go do his own thing. And he did.
And now look. How'd that go? Brooklyn, Phoenix, and now Houston.
And the Warriors ended up winning another without him.
Yes.
Exactly.
Well, and they would have won another had he not.
Yeah.
Remember that was the year that
the Achilles.
Because Klay Thompson went before, right? And then I think Durant's was.
Well, because that was how they ended up getting the number 2 overall pick. Durant left, Klay had the Achilles, and then Steph like hurt his wrist or something, and so they played a whole season without any of those guys.
Yeah, if he just would have stuck around, he would have probably 4 rings. 4 rings, and then he, and you wouldn't have thought anything. Their reputation would be a lot different than, because it would have been like you could have given him crap for leaving Oklahoma City, but then you'd be like, God, he went to the best situation in the NBA and he's the best player on the team.
Why would you leave Steph Curry's side?
Yeah, you
no
can't.
one's blaming you for that.
You couldn't fault him for that. I wonder if because he's that type that will be like, no regrets. But I wonder if you pulled him aside.
Oh, guaranteed.
And you just said, dude.
Well, you remember right after he signed with the Warriors, he said he stayed in bed in Oklahoma City for the whole weekend because he felt so bad or didn't know what to do. He absolutely reflects on all this.
Yeah. He's just sitting there and he just kicks himself.
All right, Pac-12, a little bit of Pac-12 news we'll get to coming up next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, the Oklahoma City Thunder are your NBA champions. They beat the Indiana Pacers in OKC in Game 7 on Sunday night. Tyrese Halliburton, the star for the Pacers, going down with an Achilles injury early in the first quarter of that one. The Thunder are favorites to repeat again as champs. They're plus 240 at the sports books. Meanwhile, the new look Houston Rockets, with the addition of Kevin Durant, are 13-1. The Blazers, 500-1 odds if you like them to win the title next season. Meanwhile, on the diamond, the Mariners and a red-hot Cal Raleigh continue their road trip in Minnesota. It's a 4-game set. They're already underway at Target Field. The Mariners with a 3-0 lead, in part from a Julio Rodriguez 2-run blast. In fact, they just added another. It's now 4-0 as they tagged one more on to Bailey Ober. They're in the 3rd inning right now. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy, warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Julio rips this ball to left field. Not coming back. Julio with a massive take. All the way to the second deck and falling down below. A long time coming. It's a 3-0 Mariners lead.
Yeah, about time he did something.
Taking shots at Julio, for God's sake.
Well, it was a long time coming. My God, when's the last time he hit a home run?
He doesn't need to. Cal Raleigh's hitting them all.
Boy, he sure is.
Yeah,
31 bombs.
Yeah.
He's on pace for 66 now.
That's ridiculous.
Does he get 60?
No.
I doubt it.
No. He'll slow down.
Who's Leading the Charge? Brought to you by Battery Exchange. Reliable, affordable batteries for your cars, boats, RVs, golf carts, and more online at batteryexchange.com. Powered by Continental Battery Systems. Mention code BXT10 for 10% off.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the
The neckbeard's
Look,
getting a little better.
As Oklahoma City goes, they're a very likable team and a group of seemingly very real and good dudes, okay? He's the one guy, if they become a dynasty and they win a bunch of titles, he's the one guy everyone's going to hate.
I can see that.
I mean, it's not going to be SGA or Williams.
And it's really not fair.
No, it's not, but
it's really not.
I'm going to go ahead and start it. Okay.
I like that you just
I'd like to start that.
screw it.
Well, my.
Nuts.
Well, I
Whoa.
think, yikes. We don't need to go down those roads.
Okay.
He's fine.
I understand.
Whatever.
I understand.
Pac-12 has extended its partnership with CBS, we learned today.
I'm very confident.
Yeah.
For a whopping 3 games.
3 more games. Yeah, so 3 games will be on
CBS. One of those. So
not CBS Sports.
No, just CBS. So it looks like they're going to have the Apple Cup. They're going to have one of, because remember, Oregon State and Washington State played twice. One of those.
I love that.
And then it was, some of this was a little vague. I couldn't tell if the championship game counted as the 3rd game or if they're going to have like another, Boise versus someone. But you will get the Apple Cup and you'll get one of the Beavs in the Cougs.
CBS and Paramount Plus.
Yes.
So that's the news.
Yeah. Well, and then
there it is.
Well, and there's some
pretty exciting.
There's some other parts to this.
Not really. Look, here's what people want to know. Who's the next team? Who's the 8th team? And it's going to be Texas State.
Yes.
And then after that, do they add Memphis or can they sway UNLV?
Yeah.
I don't know. But Texas State is going to be on there, which is amazing because that means that all 8 of them will have be state schools.
It will all be
Oregon State, Washington State, Utah State, Texas State, Colorado State, Fresno State, San Diego State.
Boise? Did you throw Boise?
Boise State.
Boise State.
There you go.
Yeah, they're all state.
Look at that.
So, but Texas State is going to have to make one soon because their exit fee from the Sun Belt doubles here coming up in a few. So they're going to get the full invite. The other parts of the media deal, they're expected to be 3 other partners. So the CW will probably be a part of this. Maybe some ESPN, ESPN Plus. They're going to do a Pac-12 after dark.
They're piecing this baby together.
They're piecing it together. They said that the projections of 8 to 15 million. Ross Dellinger and someone else said that it's going to be on the lower end of that. So,
well, there's a reason why they're not leaking the. So they'll mention the length of the deal.
Yes,
but they won't mention the value of the deal.
No,
there's a reason for that. It's because the value of the deal sucks.
Well, it's going to be about $10 million. You would assume when it says lower end.
Maybe.
Well, I mean,
maybe you said 8.
Well, they said
to 15.
It was 8 to 15, and the reports were that it's going to be on the lower end. And
that's 8.
Well, that's
8.
No, low. That would be. It's going to be that's
the lower end is 8. You said 8 to 15. Lower end of that is 8.
It's not going to be great. It's not going to be great.
No, it's terrible. Which is why they don't put that in the story.
But
it is what it is. They have. I mean, there's nothing else they can do.
And by this way, the same deal for men's basketball. So the championship game will be on CBS for men's basketball and football, and they will also carry, which is again weird. They're going to carry 3 regular season basketball games on CBS.
Yeah.
And then stuff on a lot of games will be on CBS Sports Network, and then you'll get some Paramount Plus games, and then. Again, once the other media partners are distributed, then we'll know, and it'll just kind of keep leaking out. And it runs through 2030, 2031, and then at that point, we'll kind of see where it stands with super conferences or expansion or whatever. So, I mean, look.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
This is what.
Yeah, it's about what was expected.
It's about what was expected,
and it's about the best they could do.
Yes, and
to be on CBS is good. That's a good thing.
Yeah, but for 3 games, I mean, I guess.
Well, but it's at a minimum of 3. So
it's 3 games.
There could be 4.
What would you say you do here?
Well, it's just weird when they announced that it's CBS being the main partner, and then they hit me with 3 games. I'm like, well, that's okay.
I have a question for you about basketball, since you brought up basketball.
Yeah.
What? So Gonzaga's jumping in there.
Yes.
So that's good.
Basketball
only. But as a basketball league,
mm-hmm.
do Oregon State and Washington State, are they even in the top 3 because in football, they're the beacon school.
And if you read through that, the Oregon State and Washington State, if you read through Dellinger's piece, Oregon State and Washington State basically remember all that Pac-12 war chest money? Oregon State and Washington State basically get to decide what to do with that.
Well, they're the ones that are putting this league together.
Yes.
They're the leaders of the league. They're the ones that came from the Pac-12. Yeah. So I get that in football.
So they've got some discretionary income to basically they get to decide where that goes. So
But in basketball, I don't think their programs are even close to where, like, certainly Gonzaga.
No, in San Diego State.
San Diego State.
And Boise State's
Colorado State.
Yeah.
Boise State.
Yeah. Boise State is a tournament team and has been. I mean, certainly the big dogs are Gonzaga and San Diego State. I mean, they've both played for national championships. Utah State has a decent program. You know, that's where the UW coach came from, was Utah State. So I don't know. I would assume Oregon State and Washington State probably slide in the. I mean, they're somewhere between 3 and 5, maybe. You know,
and the Cougs have a better program than the Beavs, right? Basketball.
Well, I mean, the Beavs had the Beavs had the run to the Elite Eight not too long ago.
Okay, but
look, neither program has done much. Let's just call it what it is. They're,
well, Tony Bennett had Washington State going there for a while.
Yeah, but it's a brief moment of success. I would say that both of those programs are kind of in that same neighborhood, and Oregon State has had the one big run with Wayne Tinkle.
So Oregon State's been to the tournament twice since 1990.
Yeah, it's not great. How many times has Washington State?
Twice.
How many times has Washington State been?
Well, hold on.
And most of those are going to be under Bennett.
But the one of the 2 times in 2021 they went to the Elite Eight.
They went to the Elite Eight. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Washington's.
And I'm guessing Washington State had that run where they had like 3 years where they were good. They had I'm trying to remember. They had that Hawaiian kid.
They had Aaron Baines, who was pretty good.
Yeah.
So they've been to the tournament 4 times since 1990.
Okay, so you got 2 more tournaments, but Oregon State had the deep run.
Boy.
And then for football, I mean, again, if you want to go back that far, I mean, I just think both programs are very similar because Washington State made a couple Rose Bowls, which Oregon State did not, right? They had the 2 Rose Bowls, one in the 90s with Mike Price and then one with Doba, right? Where they played Oklahoma and Michigan in those 2 Rose Bowls. Oregon State never went to the Rose Bowl, but Oregon State had a run there under Mike Riley where they were one of the top 2 teams basically competing for the conference most years, and Washington State didn't go through that. Washington State went through the dreaded Paul Wolf years. I just think you can make an argument that those 2 are very, very close, mirror-wise, with their programs when it comes to football and basketball.
A good note from the YouTube chat here from Evan. He says, I absolutely love that we might get the State University Conference. We could shorten that to the SUC and embrace the suck.
Uh-huh.
I just think this is what, look, at the end of the day, this is the best you were going to do. Anyone that was trying to sell you on a bill of goods that this was going to be better, just realize you have been lied to by media members and partners that had an agenda from the very get-go from this thing. And they try to put a spin on this, and there just isn't a good one to put on it. It sucks. And you have pieced this thing together, and I think you have a chance to, if this thing holds steady, and you can find your way through the House settlement and figure out what your payments are going to be, and Boise State last year made the college football playoff, I think you have a strong chance to end up being one of the 2, if not the best, of the group of 6.
Yeah, you can still put yourself in the conversation.
Yes.
Depending on the year and who you know. Yep. I mean, because your schedule's going to be a little easier. So, you know, a couple special seasons, you rattle off a bunch of wins, and you're in the tournament.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can happen.
And you know, the NCAA basketball tournament's going to expand. And by the way, mid-majors, I mean, like, if you wanted to say you had a better chance of making a run in basketball than you do in football, mid-majors can win in basketball. Mid-majors are not winning. I know Boise State had a nice year last year. That's going to get harder and harder for Boise State to do.
Rosters are too big.
And they weren't a contender last year. They weren't. It was a great year, but, you know, come playoff time, they weren't making serious noise there. And you're not going to. Basketball, you could. So, I know out west basketball hasn't been the driver of it, but I mean, you're just, if you wanted to say the Pac-12 could cause some problems, it would be on the court, not the field.
All right, what do Americans believe? That's next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, recruiting update, we can finally close the loop on the Dan Lanning pool jumper. Richard Wesley, who jumped in the pool with Dan Lanning and 17 days later decommitted from Oregon, He's going to be a Texas Longhorn. We don't have to worry about that anymore.
Until he decides to go somewhere else.
So in another
He
pool.
hasn't signed anything.
I don't believe any of these guys when they verbal.
Okay, how about former Duck Dylan Brooks headed to Phoenix?
There you go. See, that we do know. This kid's jumping in pools. He said he was a Duck. Now he's a Longhorn. Kid will change his mind.
How long before he's at Ohio State?
I'm calling it right now. That kid will not end up in Texas.
Oh, guaranteed. Probably end up at Oregon. Back at Oregon. Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The Portland Trail Blazers are for sale.
Oh my God, this is the best day since? How long has it been since I've felt positive?
Which means a new era is coming in Rip City.
I'm excited for the opportunity of new ownership and what that can bring.
How long will it take?
And she's got a little girl in her. She teaches like 5 and 6 years old, and she's got a little girl who just is the cutest little thing, and I guess just rips them all. It's like it's become her signature move.
Nice.
Yeah, that's great.
And she has to try to not laugh. She has to tell her to like knock it off, but while like trying not to snicker. And
so is the kid old enough to be attempting to intentionally fart?
Yes, it is an intentional thing.
Okay,
like
a flatulist.
Yeah, she's like 5 or 6 years old, and she's just letting them rip in class. And it's become like a go-to thing. And some kids think it's hilarious and others are like disgusted because she's sitting by him and it's becoming a problem that she's got a little fart bomber and it's a girl in her class. She's got a little Korean girl up there getting it done.
That's fantastic.
And if I showed you her photo, you'd be like, no way, that's her.
Gotta
And
take
yet,
it easy on the kimchi, I guess.
I guess. It's in there dropping serious heat.
What was I going to say? Oh, quick exercise here. Saw this on TMZ. It is what Americans believe about various things in the pop culture right now.
Oh, okay.
And sports. And I thought it was quite interesting to sort of see how they voted. Okay, so this is like a yes or no vote, sort of. Like two answers.
Sure.
Okay, you can vote for A or B.
Yeah. We're not getting into the nuance of what you believe.
So I'll give you the question, and you tell me what you think, how you think Americans voted on
majority.
these subjects. Yeah. So the first one is Karen Reed, not guilty verdict. Justice served or not?
By the way, I ended up watching that documentary.
Oh, you did? It's pretty good, isn't it?
It's okay.
It's pretty good.
It was all right.
There's a lot of stuff in that.
I didn't like the way they did it, but there was a lot. And she is a very unlikable wench.
She sure is.
But she should not have been convicted. I'm going to say justice.
Yep.
I'm going to say justice.
How many? What percent?
We can't agree on much of anything, but I'll go like 68%.
60% said justice.
Okay. Yeah.
I think that's surprisingly low.
I know. As
I watched that, this was my hot take. There's too much circumstantial, like what the hell, in order to convict her.
Oh my God, it's all it is.
But at the same time, she's got some problems in her story. So
yeah, because she was housed and she didn't know what was going on.
Well, she's a drunk.
Yeah, and just a terrible person.
And she seems awful. Yeah. But at the same time, that doesn't mean she's a murderer.
Doesn't make you kill her, yeah.
Has the prosecution proven the case versus Diddy? Yes or no? Or absolutely not?
Interesting.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Because again, this is Americans voting.
Just voting.
This is not like.
I'm gonna say right around the same thing. I'm gonna say about 65% say yes, they've proven the case.
76% say absolutely.
Yeah. And by the way, all that comes from I don't think people are necessarily
they're
following.
not paying
It's
attention.
just there's been so much about him for like a year.
It's just social media headlines.
People just assume that he's guilty.
Right. Yeah, I can't imagine anybody has the.
No one's been following the proceedings.
Nobody has the ins and outs of that.
No.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, your guy, says immigrants should act like guests. Is he right? Yes or no?
Ooh, first off, let me state for the record, I love Schwarzenegger.
You son of a bitch.
Dude's amazing. Oh, immigrants should act like
guests. He said that, yeah.
Go Chargers,
go! Remember, this is what Americans
think. I know, right? I mean, that's got to be. I mean, everything's close to 50-50. I'm gonna say 50% say he's right.
65% say he's right.
Okay.
They say yes. Justin Bieber is going through a mental health crisis.
Yeah, he's not doing well.
Should he stay off social media, or is it good that he's on there talking about it?
75% stay off social media.
89% say stay off social media.
We talked about this. It just baffles me the amount of people who like social media is destroying my life, and yet they're on social media. It's like, man, I'm getting cyberbullied every day. Get off.
Log off.
Log off.
Better show, Severance or Love Island?
Dude, do I need to start watching Love Island?
I don't know. I've never
it's
seen
catching
it.
tons of headlines,
Dude,
and I have no idea why.
Every time I turn around.
What is it?
I think it's just a show where sluts and whore men get together and like sleep with each
hots
other.
go to an island and hook up with each other and commit various infidelities, I think.
What an original concept.
Yeah. It's just like hot dudes and hot gals, and we get together and everyone just rolls around. But like Megan Thee Stallion was on there.
Oh, really? Like as a contestant?
She just showed up. I don't know. I was like, one, I love her. She just showed up like in a bikini, and it's like, I don't know, Megan Thee Stallion's on Love Island. Every time I turn around, someone's talking about Love Island. And America's dumb. So I'm going to say 65% think Love Island's better than Severance.
This will renew your faith in humanity.
Thank God.
In Americans. They say 75% Severance.
Okay.
Better show.
That makes me happy because Love Island's got some serious heat right now.
And you're right about Americans. I mean, Americans are pretty dumb.
Yes.
And Severance is kind of a tough show to follow. Like
you really got to pay attention.
It's higher brow for sure.
So I thought for sure they'd be like, what?
And all Love Island is what hot person do you want to hump more than the other one?
Joey Chestnut will eat more than 83 hot dogs next week at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Oh, yeah, he's back, huh?
Yes.
Nah, 60% say no.
60% say yes.
Oh, they got faith.
They have faith in Joey Chestnuts. Tom Brady's muscular legs, sexy or hard pass? Did you see the photo of Tom Brady?
Was this at the Fanatics thing?
I don't know where it was at, but
I think it was at the Fanatics thing.
Tom Brady's hot body is floating around out there, and there's one of him doing presses with his legs, and his sexy
Red Danny.
his sexy muscular legs are right there, bam, in the photo, right in your face.
Well, I have seen plenty of these things where they say that women do not like overly muscled people. So I'm going to say,
well, I would say, do you think he's overly muscled,
well,
or do you think he's just
well, you were
toned?
saying these legs.
This one's about the legs, though. Yes.
I'm trying to find.
So it's got to be about that
Here,
specific picture, I would think.
Yeah, I'll show you.
I need to see Tom Brady's
sex legs.
Sex legs. Because he does not. He seems
This
like
is
the
it right
sort
here.
that people would like.
It's that photo right there. Can you see that there?
Oh yeah, I see it.
Look at that.
Ooh, Tom's Brady.
Look at that. Look at the muscles.
Yeah, see, I don't think people are. I'm gonna say 65% don't like Brady's legs.
72% said hard pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. They didn't like it.
They gym bros are in a huff because the ladies are saying that they don't like super shredded, ripped gym bro. They want they want more of an average physique, and of course gym bro, who has spent his entire life with body dysmorphia trying to be as big as possible, are pissed about it.
It's our time, Buck. It's our time, buddy.
That's right.
Those bros are finally figuring out that while it looks great, yes, your bodies look great, you're a psychopath. And women know that.
Yeah.
That's what it takes to look like that. They don't want that. They want normal beers, Michelob Light drinking dummies like Buck and I.
What?
Right?
Yeah, I think Buck was catching some shade today from the morning show.
Why?
Was I?
Yeah,
I didn't hear.
I think
What
it was
did I
you and Rust. Ordner was. It was
Clydesdales?
Yeah, they were. Dirter Sprague said that Ordner was the second largest person at the Fan, and
which he is.
Well,
I mean,
right?
No, he is. He's pretty tall.
Well, so this was the hot debate. Ordner got very, Ordner is now priding himself.
So he's doing there's guys here bigger than me because he's thinking big gut and stuff like that.
Right.
Okay.
They brought up Buck. Yeah. They throwing our Clydesdale under the bus?
Well,
And
my
Rust.
torso is bigger than one Will Ortner's, that's for sure.
So Ordner is taking some sort of weird, he thinks he's a skinny guy now. He's like, I'm skinny, I'm not big. He's doing the I'm not a big guy. So obviously, they were saying me. And then Ordner was objecting to the second biggest, and they're name names, and he's like, no. And then they were basically he was trying to call out you and Rusty.
That's fine. I'm bigger than Ortner in that way.
I think. Well,
Ordner was.
It depends how you're defining it.
I tell you what,
I think
Rust,
Ordner was claiming 230.
Okay, first of all, can I answer this question?
Yeah, you can answer.
I feel like I'm qualified on this.
You are,
because I've seen all three men. And I can tell you definitively that Jeff Rust is not bigger than Will Ortner. He's just not.
Yeah.
Jeff's got a hell of a boiler, but he's a little guy.
Yeah.
So that's out. Now, I think it's an interesting question. Who's bigger? Ryan
Clydesdale. Yes.
Ryan Buckley or Will Ortner?
How do you define bigger?
Right. Because Ortner is definitely tall, and you can tell he used to be fat offensive lineman. Buckley is a heftier fella, but not as tall.
Yeah.
But still on the tall side.
Yeah, Buckley's
how
not.
tall?
I'm over 6 feet. I'm 6'1".
And Ordner's taller than me.
Ortner's
he's
6'5".
He's 6'4", 6'5". Yeah. He's an inch or two taller than I am.
And he is quite lean at this point.
He's all skinny now. So who is the second biggest person at the Fan?
Well, I don't want to offend anyone.
I'm not going to take offense.
Are you going somewhere else?
No.
Because they were bringing up
Danny's pretty big.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
He's lost weight.
It got awkward because people were bringing up Schulte, people were bringing up Danny.
Again, Schulte's more the Rust.
He's hefty, but he's not.
He's hefty, but he's smaller. Well, he is. I mean,
All
look, can we
different
just
shapes,
be
sizes,
honest
and
about?
colors.
We do have so many different body types at the Fan.
Yeah.
Uh,
Are you going Clydesdale?
That's fine. I might be the second biggest. That's okay.
Boy, I think that's really close.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, this may be something we need to do on hole number 6 tomorrow. Is like, I don't know, how do we
post? Is
it a vote?
Yeah, like catch a vote.
Who do you think's bigger, Ortner or Buckley?
It's very clear. Ortner weighs more than me by about, I weigh more than Ortner by 20 to 30 pounds. He has me on height by 2 to 3 inches. So that's the difference.
He's got you, or you have him by 20 to 30 pounds.
He said he's at 230 now?
Ortner's claiming, like, I believe. Now, again, I was walking the dog, so, like, I catch bits and pieces.
Does anybody out there care about this? Why are we talking about this?
I actually feel like...
We were talking about Tom Brady's sexy legs.
I feel like these cross-show talks catch a lot of momentum. So.
It morphed into this.
Right. Maybe they do care about this. Okay, I think I'm inclined to say Buckley's bigger than Ortner. I'm inclined to say that.
Okay.
But I don't know that.
Someone on the text line says we got to go pounds per inch. That would be the way to determine it.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's right.
I can do that really quick.
I think Ortner's just naturally the bigger dude. He's just really svelte right now.
Yeah, he has gone through a oh my God, I'm big and fat, so now I'm trying to be as skinny as possible.
Which is great.
But in general, I would say I think Ortner is a bigger guy than Buckley.
Well, that's
but maybe
the thing.
He's a bigger guy in better shape.
But at this moment, he's lean. He's also like 20 years younger than you.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah, dude, exactly. That's another. Yeah, let me see 40-year-old Will Ortner.
40-year-old Ortner with 2 kids, no sleep in my diet. He'll look about like me.
Big ass gut, just like Rust, and 6'5", not even close. I will say this about big guys like him.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is fair or not, but as just an average sized human, I often look at guys like that and still think of them as like huge.
Sure.
Even when they're not.
Yeah, even when they get smaller.
Because that's their body type.
Sure. Yes. He certainly could carry a lot more. I mean, he played. He was like 300 and whatever.
And even slimmed down, you will always think Ortner's a big dude.
Yeah.
Like when you look at him, you're like, that's a big guy.
He's a big guy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cam was like this.
Yes.
Cam is an oversized man.
He is a large man.
He's huge.
Even though he was, he's not 290 pounds.
And he kept the weight off and stuff.
He's just a big guy.
He is big.
Yes.
And I kind of think that way about Ortner, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I'm
questioning all of my beliefs right now.
You said, why are we talking about this? Because it was
it's
very
fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated. Where's the scale? Who's got the scale?
Do we need to do a fan weigh-in? Does everyone want to get some people? And I think it's sensitive because here's the thing. Ladies get all sensitive, but guys do too. Guys can say whatever they want. There are people on this station that would not want to get on a scale in front of other people.
Well, I'll hop on because I'm going in the right direction now. Now, catch me on the way back up and probably not.
Yeah, I mean, don't you think there is a moment in time where every dude doesn't want to hop on? It doesn't mean that we're all in that same space right now.
Yeah.
There's a moment in my life where I'm like, dude, I'm totally embarrassed by how fat I am.
Yes.
I'm not hopping on the scale, right?
Yeah.
But that's not right now.
Yeah, so it
could be in a year. I don't know. But it's not. So we swell and contract, as you like to say, like pieces of driftwood.
Pieces of driftwood. There's a lot of water weight. I will never forget it was in between my junior and senior year. I had played the last month of the season, my sophomore and junior year. I played the last month of the year on a broken ankle. So I wasn't really practicing. I would just shoot it up before games. They'd put a big tape job on it, and I'd go and play. And so let's just say my conditioning the last month of the season wasn't the best.
Lacked a little bit.
And then you took like a 3-week hiatus and then got ready for the bowl game, and I just let my ankle heal. I came back in to the weight room getting ready for bowl practice, and my strength and conditioning coach, who was a buddy of mine, hadn't seen me in a couple weeks. He looks at me and goes, "You fat?" He's like, "When's the last time you weighed yourself?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, "Dude, get on the scale." And I'm like, "What?" Because you weigh in during the year, and I played at about, I was a guard at the time. I think I was weighing like 305, like 310 maybe. And I was like, oh, I've put on I put on a couple. I'm maybe like 315. Wrong. 327. And nice. I was like, what? Shocked.
How about that guy just calling you out? People don't do that in real life.
I was mortified.
They do it in locker rooms.
Absolutely mortified.
Like, imagine if you did that to someone just at the bar.
Yeah.
You haven't seen him in a while. You're like, oh my God, Pete. What the hell, fat ass?
Get on the scale.
Like, who would say that? You know?
Yeah.
But in football, I have one more question. What do Americans believe? This was the last one. Bigger star domestically, Caitlin Clark or Shohei Ohtani?
Caitlin Clark is white.
Caitlin Clark.
Bigger star domestically, Caitlin Clark, 59% of the vote.
I'm going to make a bold statement here. I believe right now she is the biggest sports celebrity in the United States of America. I do not think there is another athlete in our fair country
Mahomes
that moves the needle, not even close.
Well, she's doing all the ads now.
Every ad, dude, she goes. I was
She's not a
talking
very
to
good actress.
No. My buddy that I was hanging out with down in Bend a little bit, his parents were in town from Georgia, and she played the Atlanta whatever, and they said their normal stadium seats 3,500 people, and they go, dude, you can get a ticket. No one goes. And they moved the Caitlin Clark game to the Atlanta Hawks arena, sold out in like 2 minutes, and they said the get-in price to that game was $300. Dude, there is nothing like her right now in the States.
When she got injured, she was supposed to have a rematch with Angel Reese in Chicago, and those tickets went from an average of like $124 down to like $20.
Yeah, she is an island unto herself right now.
Are you buying insurance because of her?
Oh,
does she have an insurance ad?
She does the State Farm, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. The WNBA right now to me is just women's basketball had a moment and it grabbed me, and now it's lost me again. I'm back to not caring.
All right, we've got viral video news to kick off the club. Would you jump? That is next on The Fan.
The best steakhouse in town isn't
fan bodies. Tom Brady won that Fanatics athletic competition. They did a like 50 athletes and 50 regular people, and they competed in a bunch of different sports. Like they had hockey, they had football, they had basketball, they had all these different things. And Tom Brady came out number one.
The other thing I saw from that contest is they specifically had a competition where pros and fans were throwing baseballs at targets. That was like one of the legs.
Yeah, that was one of them.
And there were 3 fans in attendance that threw it more accurately and better than Joe Burrow did.
Well, Burrow couldn't hit the target, and it was bad. He was like way left.
And he was getting frustrated.
And so people were looking at it, and they said the mechanics, like in football, the last thing to touch the ball is your index finger when you throw it. Like you want that on the tip as a quarterback. And he was trying to throw a baseball like a football. And there were people there that studied this, and they're like, you can't do that with a baseball.
Yeah.
That's why it keeps going left. And he was getting really mad. But like, I think only like 3 or 4 athletes even finished in the top 10. The rest were regular guys. But Eli Manning finished in the top 10. Brady finished in the top 10. And I think one of the UFC fighters, like
what
Justin Gaethje.
What is this competition?
So they did the guy that runs Fanatics, that does the white party. Kevin Durant.
Michael
announced.
Rubin is his name.
Yeah, they did a fan fest where Fanatics put on this big event. Like every athlete in the world basically came to this thing, and they did one big party, and they had
memorabilia and cards and meet and greets and autograph sessions. I mean, it was like a card show on steroids.
Think like Comic-Con, but for
sports.
For sports. And they had so they had like this big competition where regular people could compete with all these athletes. And like the baseball one was it was a pitching. There was a target. You got to throw a number of balls and you got points for the accuracy. And then they did one for football. They did one for shooting hockey. They had one of those, you see at bars where you punch the bag one time and how hard you punch. And then they spit out a ranking, like a point total. And of all the people that competed, like I said, it was like 100 plus whatever athletes and regular Joes. Tom Brady won the whole damn thing.
What a stud.
Yeah.
Still the best athlete in the world.
All right. Would you jump? That, I promise, is next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
That to me is the
Well, there's a wild story out of Brazil.
Dude, it was one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen.
Over the weekend, where a hot air balloon caught fire and fell from the blue skies.
Yeah. Which is why, again, don't go on hot air balloons.
Yeah, exactly. This is like hot air balloon worst nightmare.
Yeah. You just don't do it.
And so there's video of it. Somebody on the ground is shooting. It's not that far up.
Yeah, it was far enough.
Well, it certainly was far enough for somebody who jumped to their death.
Mm-hmm.
Not to get morbid, but this is about to get morbid.
Yeah.
So you can see it. Somebody on the ground is filming, and it's, I don't want to estimate feet. It's way up there.
Well, it's well over 100 feet.
Yeah, it's way up there, but it's not like way. No. You know, like sometimes you see them way up there.
Let's
At
go
any rate,
somewhere between 100 and 300 feet. How about that? Just as a broad range. It's taller than a super ass tree to where if you jump, you ain't sticking the landing.
And the balloon appears to catch fire, or maybe it's just the basket that catches fire, but either way...
The actual balloon part of it looks like it catches fire because you can see it disintegrating.
Well, whatever catches fire first, what I'm saying is it eventually goes up the strings into the balloon.
Yep.
And it
There's
bursts.
no more balloon.
And yeah, it's just
like Suk said, it incinerates. It takes all the air out of it almost immediately and just. Woof.
So now it's like it almost looks like a rocket falling from the sky,
Yeah,
and then the basket falls off, flaming it engulfed in flames, and the basket falls off and it falls to the ground. And then the video shows the remnants of the hot air balloon, the actual balloon, floating to the ground. Okay, so the amazing thing about this is there were 22. First of all, that's amazing in and of itself. There were 22 people in the basket.
Yep.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Why are there that many people?
I didn't know there were that many
people. I didn't think
that
you could hold.
fit.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, I will say I'm a novice when it comes to hot air balloons because they're not getting in one. I would have thought at most hot air balloon 6 people. 22?
Yeah.
Like I've got a decent sized hot tub at my place, and you could it says in there 8 to 12. You're telling me the hot air balloon is double the size of a good sized hot tub?
You got the party bus version? I don't know.
Like what are we doing?
It's huge.
It's a pontoon boat in the sky, which, by the way, let me just point out. A hot air balloon consists of, like, a wicker basket, right? A giant-ass flammable balloon, an open flame. What could possibly go wrong? It's insane. What are we doing?
So 22 people were up there, and shockingly, and I mean shockingly, because if you saw this video, you need to see the video. This is your homework for today. You have to go look up the video. It's Brazilian hot air balloon caught fire and crashed.
Yep.
22 people on board. Shockingly, 13 of them lived.
Yeah, I don't know how. But the worst part is a couple people jump.
Yeah. So you will see that, and that's where it gets really morbid on the video. And it's, you don't see...
No,
you just know that there are people that...
You don't see people land. You see them jump, and then they go into the tree line.
They leapt. And I got to say, I can't blame them. Like, when you're up in that basket, and, dude, that fireball is big.
Yeah. People commonly think that burning alive is one of the worst ways to go.
Well, yeah, but you also know you're crashing.
Yep.
So that's why I asked the question, would you jump? Like, I see why the 2 people that jumped. Now, they were too high up, and they both died.
Yeah.
What's stunning is that 13 people who didn't jump didn't die.
Yeah.
And I bet you if you went back and told the people who jumped that anyone was, what do you have a better chance of surviving, a jump or the fall in the fiery hot air balloon ball?
Right.
They're saying, I think I'm better off jumping because that's why they jumped. And they are so wrong.
Yeah.
But I can totally see why they did that.
I honestly don't know how, just from a reptilian brain, if you catch fire, like you literally, like that basket is engulfed in flames. And so realize that you're engulfed in flames. I don't know how you don't jump.
Now, if you're able to keep your wits about you,
yeah.
What probably allowed them to survive was as they are falling in the flaming ball of basket fire.
Yeah, you're slowing down and you're getting closer to the ground.
You get closer to the ground, then you jump, right?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like if you have a clear, rational line of thought, yes, you
wait it out.
You get in the basket, you accept the flames, until there's the point of no return, and then you try to Peter Pan your way out of it. But
that's like the classic stop, drop, and roll.
Yes.
Jump.
Oh my God.
And roll.
I
guess that's how the 13th. Because I think
it has to be.
The lesson here is not that, and this is true of plane crashes too. They say most people who die in plane crashes die after impact.
Yeah.
The lesson is, if you can make it to impact, you want to do that.
You've got a chance.
You've got a slight chance, but you've got a better chance.
You know what I got to do, and it's not going to be popular.
Shove people off.
I think I'm riding the Clydesdale down. I'm looking at Buckley and I'm like, oh, we got to have some padding. I think I'm climbing on Buckley's.
Sir, that's called murder.
I'm climbing on Buckley's back, and I'm using Buckley as the land.
I'm not your personal shield. Get out of here with that.
Yeah, what is that?
You got to find a human shield. You got to find something.
Well, you're the biggest guy. I'd jump on you.
Well, that's why. No offense, but I'm taking it first.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little okey doke, flip around, and let you go first.
I'm throwing Buckley. I'm taking back control with a rear naked choke, and I'm riding Buckley's unconscious body.
This is just a Swayze Reeves fight in the sky, like Point Break style, and it's just we just keep we're in a death roll. Whoever's back lands first, they are the one that goes out.
That would be amazing.
I think that I hate to say it, but I just thought about like what if we were all in that balloon, what we would do, and my thought was like, well, I got no choice. I'm landing on Buckley. I'm like aiming for the bushes, and Buckley, you're the bushes.
You see me, and you're like, ooh, if I could just navigate myself over there.
See, I think your best bet here, Buckley, if he does that, and he's bear hugging you on the way down with your back to the ground, and he's on top of
just
you.
Roll at the last minute.
Right at the last second.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We would be entwined in a death roll down to the surface.
Don't fight him. Pretend like
I'm giving up and conceding to him.
Yeah, he's gonna win this.
Yeah,
and then just absolutely flip it on its head right at the end, and then bam.
What do you do with brute strength?
This is the thing, unfortunately, is I choke him unconscious. And that's why. But Buck, think about it. It's peaceful. You go right to sleep.
Oh, it's peaceful?
Is that murder? Oh, it's peaceful.
It's peaceful.
It is.
As
That's
you're choking me,
murder.
I don't know
No,
if
it's
your penis
not.
off while you do that.
It's peaceful.
You
won't
murdered
know.
him.
You go to sleep very quickly.
Gouge your eyes out while you're on the way down.
There's a slight buzz to your head. Then you go out. You won't know any different. And you'll die as a hero because once I emerge, I will tell everyone how you graciously gave yourself to save me. I was like, hey, we were both going down, and Buckley said, you know what?
Except I was ungratefully taken. Didn't graciously give myself.
Yes, but the story will be that you sacrificed.
Well, thanks for the legend.
Then the video shows you choking him out mid-flight.
And it's AI. You can't believe that. It's fake
news.
It's fake news.
Fake news.
That is such an awful. It's such an awful video to watch that thing go down.
It's rough.
And I just think all that at that point, right? Isn't it just dumb luck? Like that guy that survived on 11A, the airplane guy.
Yeah, that was nuts too. I don't even think we talked about that. The India flight that went down and one dude survived.
No, we talked about it.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, you were probably out.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think you were Clydesdale.
Okay.
You know, it's I don't know. Can you even make split-second decisions that make any sense during that?
I mean,
I wouldn't rely on that.
I just don't like the people that were jumping from the World Trade Center. Like, obviously, the people in the hot air balloon may think to themselves, this is my better chance. No one in that building thought, this is, I'm saving myself. It's just a matter of, I guess I'm choosing to go out on my own terms.
Yeah, I mean, in most cases, it seemed like they were people who were trapped by fire, and they're like, I'd rather go this way than that.
Someone said, wouldn't it be great if there was a hot air balloon at the golf tournament tomorrow?
Free rides with Souk.
Come on up.
You can be my pillow.
Hey, at that point, right? Don't you got to start thinking about you got to think about saving yourself, right? Every man for himself.
Well, I do think it does turn into your own survival.
Right.
Like, if that thing's going down and there are 20 people on it, no one's thinking about anyone else other than themselves.
Right.
At that moment.
Yeah.
What if you got a couple families up there? How are they handling?
Well, your kids are on there.
But
I think you shove your kids off.
I can't get out. But if you're on an airplane, right? Or I guess the better one would be like the Titanic thing. Ooh. Like you're on the boat and it's going down, and you know that like the guy comes out and says, "There's not an." Can we do the Captain Ed Powers? He comes out and tells the passengers, "There's not enough lifeboats for everybody."
And you're doing the Billy Zane saying, "I'm taking a Buckley lifeboat."
You're in the you're in the middle of the North Atlantic. You know you go in that water and you're done. Right? You are freezing your ass to death. And there's I don't know, let's say there's 1,000 people on the ship and the lifeboats have 600 spots on them. What are you willing to do to get on that boat? I'm being honest, you can call me a terrible person. I think I'm doing a lot of stuff to get on one of those boats. Like I
try and stop me kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's.
I know it's awful, but like
you're a bad person.
Am I? Because to me, it's not even necessary. Like I am not making my kids an orphan. Now I will say, as my kids are older, I think I'm less inclined to go all murder on this.
But you have put yourself ahead of other people.
Well, okay.
But you don't know what those other people have.
I don't.
And what they have going on. So you're being selfish.
But I know in my mind in that scenario, I have one mission, and that is to get home to my family.
But if you want to do it the way you're thinking about it, there needs to be an appropriate ranking of who deserves.
Like not getting in the way of someone else getting in the way of their family.
And you know that, and therefore bad people like you take advantage of that, and you use your brawn or your cunning
I'm willing
ways.
to do more than the next guy.
That's right.
But I will say you could get me if I had managed to get near one of the lifeboats, and there was like a family, like I saw a family with like little kids. I 100% would be like, no, you guys are going.
Okay, that's good. That's a start.
I could not shove a family out of the way. But if I get, again, it's going to sound terrible, but at least I'm being honest. If I get to the lifeboat and there's one spot left, and it's me and two other rando single guys, right? I just look at them. I hate to tell you, I'm getting on the boat. Like
What if it's an old?
I'm getting on the boat.
What if it's an old man?
What did I just say? I'm getting on the boat.
What are you doing? Shoving him in the water?
All I'm telling you is I'm getting on the boat.
So you're killing Buckley in midair and you're shoving old men off of Titanic boats?
I'm getting on the boat.
Man,
I'm not shoving women. I'm not shoving children. But if it's me and another grown man, it better be Brock Lesnar.
It's a fight to the death.
Because here's my thing. If it's Brock Lesnar, guess who's getting on the boat? Brock Lesnar.
Not if he's a nice guy and thinks you should go back to your family.
Exactly. What if he says, oh, you have kids? Go ahead, sir.
No.
Because some people actually have, caricature.
You would do it too.
No, I wouldn't. I don't know what I would do.
You're just riding the North Atlantic to your death?
I don't know what I would do.
Well.
But I know it's not that.
See,
what are you negotiating and bargaining? How are you doing?
I don't know. I at least think I'm honest.
I can't. It's hard for me to think about that scenario and what I would do. I can't predict what I would do.
Yeah, because it's all no one really knows.
Yeah.
And that's why you're screwed. Suk already has a plan.
Exactly.
I think I would go into fight or flight mode, and fight or flight mode, I know what that would entail.
Not a lot of flying for you.
No. It's, again, there's a couple spots on the boat. Getting on the boat.
I hope you can swim, because I'm shoving your ass in the water.
And then we're wasting a perfectly good lifeboat spot.
All right. We have a follow-up for you from Friday's program.
Ooh. Yeah, because I missed Friday.
You did?
So I need a...
Wait, you weren't here?
I was not here.
Yeah, we have a follow-up. It's about money.
All right.
And we brought it up on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that one?
Yeah, I do.
It's a hypo. So we'll get to that. We wanted to see what you thought about this. We'll do that next. Here's Bob.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan in the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder are champions. They win Game 7 on Sunday night over the Indiana Pacers, who lost star guard Tyrese Halliburton to a torn Achilles in the first quarter of that game. Off the court, big news just before the game, as the Phoenix Suns traded Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, and this year's number 10 overall pick, plus 5 future second-round picks. Thunder are favorites to repeat as champs, currently sitting around plus 240 at the sportsbook. The Knicks 9-1, the Cavs 10-1, Pacers and new-look Rockets are 13-1, while the Blazers have 500-1 odds to lift the Larry O'Brien Trophy. On the diamond, the Mariners are continuing their road trip in Minnesota this afternoon. It's a 4-game set with the Twins, and the Mariners seem to have things well in hand. It's the 7th inning. They have a 7-2 lead and have had home runs from Julio Rodriguez, Luke Raley, and Dominic Canzone. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in
Yeah, maybe. Or like who you care about most. I don't know. We were talking about the guy. I think he's French, but he's the Telegraph founder, the app.
Telegram.
Telegram. Sorry, he's worth billions.
Sure.
And he's the one, we've talked about him before. He's the one that has donated. He said a doctor once told him he was so amazing that he should donate his sperm as much as possible.
Oh yeah, I remember
to get his DNA out there.
I remember talking about that.
So he's a real winner.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's worth $17 billion. And he has
14, I think, right? So we did all the math.
Yeah, 14.
14, yeah.
He has 6 kids.
And isn't he like a really he's always like weirdly like his shirt's off. He's like always isn't he like
I don't know.
I think he's like an Instagram bro.
I don't know. But he has 6 kids born naturally. And then he has sired 100 via donating his little swimmers.
Yeah, he's always he's like oiled up, shirtless, like guy.
So anyway, he has come out and said that he is going to give all of his kids equally, 106 of them. He is going to split his fortune evenly amongst all of them.
Oh, kick ass! Even though he doesn't have anything to do with the.
Correct.
I mean, he's just a sperm donor, but
yes, for 100 of them, they just won the lottery. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
And then 6 are born naturally, and I'm sure there's going to be a lawsuit over that, but that's neither here nor there.
Sure. How much? What is this?
So it comes out to $132 million for each kid.
Tasty.
Now, you are one of the kids.
Yeah.
He has said that they will not have access to the money for 30 years. So, yeah, exactly. So, the question we posed was
30 years after he dies?
No, from today.
Oh, from today.
Yeah, he's saying he wants them to live.
Sure.
He wants them to grow and kind of build on their own.
Makes sense.
Which,
do we know how old the?
Well, we don't.
We don't
actually. He's got. Yeah, I mean, they're not that old because he's not that.
Okay, so let's assume these kids are from 1 to 10. So you're getting this money somewhere in your 40s.
Yeah. But for you're one of the kids. You're 46.
Yes, almost 47.
You're 46 years old. You will get $132 million when you are 76 years old.
Yeah.
Okay? Or I will give you $5 million right now.
$5 million. No, doesn't take.
Not even close.
Not even close. And no time to even think about it.
Why?
$5 million.
Why?
Well, one, look, big dogs don't live very long. The larger you are.
Did you just call yourself a big dog?
Zook, the big dog's mechanic.
Wow.
Damn it.
Should we clip that?
Oh, son of a bitch.
He didn't really. Well, I'll look at it, but he just said big dogs don't live too long,
Yeah.
which by itself is a statement, maybe not as funny.
Yeah. So just like I have a good idea. My dad died at 71. Like I just 76.
But what about your kids? What about your family?
Oh.
132. Yeah, you see, you don't even think about
You
them.
can pass it on to
Oh
them.
no. I was just thinking about no, I would not. I would take the 100.
Just thinking about himself again.
I would give it to my
That's
kids.
what. See, exposed.
Yes.
Took 2 segments.
Now
and we
the boat
exposed
thing
you.
makes sense.
You don't think about anybody but yourself.
No, I just was thinking
No,
about my life.
for your family.
No, I would
so-
take the 100
well,
and whatever.
Now remember, your family life would be changed now too.
Yeah.
5 million. Now again, we said 5 million. For me, it was more than that. I would have taken the 132 million in 30 years because it's like that's generational money
Yes.
for everybody.
For everybody.
Yes. Heretofore.
I guess I was.
Therefore, I don't really care about the 30 years.
Yes.
Already did fine. I'm not rich, but
Exactly.
I don't care.
My life's good. I'm fine.
So, or you could up that number. Like I could give you 10 million now.
Yeah.
Or 15 million now. But either way, your kids' lives are better.
Sure.
But in 30, so basically you're sacrificing
Yeah. Well, it's like the
yourself
yeah.
for 30 years of wealth
Yes.
for your.
I was under the construct of just like it's just me. Like my like what would I want to do with the money? Would I want 132 million dollars when I'm 76 or 5 million when I'm 46? No.
Well, that's an easy decision.
That's an easy decision. But yes, in that I don't need 132 million dollars. Knowing that my kids would never my kids are older, so it would really be their kids. I mean, my kids are in their 20s. They'd be in their 50s. Yeah, I mean, I guess knowing that was a backstop for them and their kids, and I still think I would do that, although my kids not getting it until their 50s, that makes me think about it. Like, if my kids were little, it would be an absolute no-brainer, because $5 million isn't that much.
Right. So make it 10 million.
Make it 10? You make it 10 and I would take it.
You do it now?
I would do it now because I think I could, one, I wouldn't have to work again. And I think I could make enough where my kids could do whatever they wanted to do. I could say whatever business you guys want to start, whatever you want. And by the way, we have a really nice house that you can always come back to. And so at 10, I would take the money. At 5, I still think I would roll the dice and do the generational money for my kids as they get older and any of their kids, the grandkids. Old, Farmore Sucanic here, every generation will know that I did that for them. But $5 million, that's not generational.
And for
it's a lot.
No, but it's good money. But 132 million is a totally different story.
Yeah.
And for those asking about or talking about, well, just take out a loan. No, we stipulation was no loans.
No loans.
And again, I think it's kind of weird that he thinks that these kids are going to live a normal, healthy, balanced life while they wait for $132 million in 30 years. Yeah. There is no way they're going to live their lives the same way because of that.
Well, I would tell you this. Like, if I was, let's say I'm 8 years old or 5, 5 years old when I find out about this, it doesn't process and probably until I'm 15, right? Right around 15, 16, you're like, are you serious? Like, in 20 years, I get 100 and whatever million? I'll tell you what I'm doing. My whole 20s are going to be spent surfing.
Blackjack?
Yeah. Well, I would live kind of a vagabond lifestyle. I would travel.
Black Dawn?
I would.
Jesus.
I would go all Jack Kerouac and live as much experience as I can, knowing that I don't have to worry about like future medical bills.
Well, you still got to live.
Dude, you can live a Spartan existence. I would spend a lot of time backpacking around the world, just being poor and taking odd jobs knowing that money is coming.
30 years is a long time, though.
Yeah. But again, if you find out when you're 10, hey, man, I could live a pretty good...
Cut 20 off of that?
I could live a fun, little comfortable life, just kind of living carefree life, knowing that I'm taken care of.
I'll tell you what. That raises another question. What would be the funnest years to live knowing you had $132 million coming your way?
Your teens.
Would it be just 0 to 30?
Yeah.
Like you just...
Yeah.
I mean, you could convince me on 15 to 45 more than you could 0 to 30.
Yeah, see, I think that's fair because, yeah, you get a little older, you know...
At least at like 15, 16, you start being... You're not
you're
appreciating
the
world, but you at least have more appreciation than when you're 0.
Well, when I was...
What about 20 to 50? That's like the prime years.
Sweet spot.
When I was in... when I lived in Florida and I got cut by the Buccaneers again, I ended up bumming around Key West for a while. And I went down there and I basically was just like a homeless person. And just... I kind of like lived at the beach and just... I had about a 2-week period there where it got a little, got a little sketchy, got a little sideways. And what kept me back was like I had kids, and I was like, okay, we got to get this together, and got to raise a family. But I encountered a lot of people down in Key West that were they were a fancier version of bums. They lived on the beach, they did odd jobs, and they just kind of, some nights they slept on the beach, other nights they crashed on people's couches. A lot of them like kind of surfed. They just hung out at bars. Maybe they did a little bar backing. And this was just kind of their life. And there was everyone there from 18 to people that were like 45 that were doing this. And I'll tell you, like they can make it seem like a really fun life. But then for every time you see them thinking, oh my God, like what a way to live your life.
Yeah, how great, how easy.
How great, how easy. You're living in the moment, right? You're living life to the fullest. You're going wherever the wind blows you. And then I thought to myself, well, what happens the first time that you actually have like again, you have a serious need, you have a bill,
a crisis, a life event.
Or do you realize you paint yourself into a corner? I see this kid that's like 22 and I'm like, what if you get to 29 and you've been living this and you're like, oh my God, I have backed myself into such an awful corner. But if you knew that there was this huge windfall coming, you can kind of live that life and not have the dreaded, what do I do when eventually this gets old? Well, because you got the pot of gold waiting at the end. So I think that 0 to 30, that's the sweet spot. Like, because you just, and you're in your teens and 20s, man, you don't have a care in the world. You could live a really, really exciting life.
I think it would take some of the worry out of it, but it would still be hard, right? Like 30 years is a long time.
Yeah.
Like you say, you get sick of it, you just keep going. Well, that's a long ass time. Yeah. And you're struggling. Like like you said, there's a health problem or something comes up. I guess it would be easier knowing that you have 132 million coming your way, but it's not in the moment that easy.
It's interesting. I mean, he picked a good number at 30. Because if it's like 10 or something, you're like, whatever, dude.
He picked 30 years from now.
Yeah. Yeah, but like if you had to, like, dude, I could kill 10 years,
easy.
Like easy. But like you said, 30 is that's a
long
stretch.
time.
That's a life sentence right there is what that is.
Ooh, what if you had to go to prison for 30 years?
No.
And then you get 132 million.
I'm not doing prison. It's the one thing I've learned. Prison is not for me.
White collar Martha Stewart prison?
No, man, I ain't.
Really? 30 years, 132 million. Your family's all set.
No, I'm not doing prison. No. That's there. I could do a lot of things for a long time and just eat it. I'm not going to prison. No thanks. No, you didn't do anything. You just have to sit every day in your little jail. No.
But then you don't have to live the vagabond life and wait for 30 years.
I like the vagabond life. To me, I saw people that did that. That's a lot different than prison.
It's structured.
No.
You got good chicken sandwiches.
The beaches are great. Oh, no, wait.
No,
tattoos.
I know. The wrong kind of tattoos. We know what happens when what happens when I go to prison. It's not good.
All right. We will wrap it up next on The Fan.
The home of dirt and spray.
How would you feel about getting R.J. Barrett?
I'd be fine with it.
Really?
Well, yeah, why would I not be fine with it? R.J. Barrett would immediately become like the second best player
you're basically just.
No, trust me, babe.
Yeah.
$132 million coming in when I'm 56.
Well, and I guess too. I mean, I talked about doing the whole, the Jack Kerouac thing, but you can just live your normal life, get a job, and I mean, if I had done that,
how unmotivated would you be though? I
mean, you could do this job. If you told me that we had that money coming in, like when I'm 50, whatever, I don't think it would have changed the day-to-day basis of
You're
me
still
doing
showing up to chew the fat?
Yeah, I'm
really?
Still, yeah. I think I'm still showing up to do this job.
Yeah.
I'm out.
I'd go for something a little less.
Dude, you work 4 hours a day. What are you talking about?
I'd go for something a little less. I would go for something more mundane and easy.
Oh.
Yeah.
No pressure or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like the job that's just, I could do it in my sleep.
Well, like the guy on the YouTube chat that says just work at a golf course, play for free, and then eventually buy a membership at a club and be the retired stick.
There you go.
Just bum around working a golf course long enough, and
you could see. I could do I could do a bartender thing.
Yeah.
I just live that. Go find a cool place to just kind of hang out. And, find a nice bar that you like working.
Yeah, if I did this job,
sling some drinks,
knowing that I had $132 million coming at me, I would be gone a lot. And then I'd be like, they'd be like, you need to get back. I'm like, all right, bye. I'll be back when I damn well please. It'd be great.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Well,
I really enjoy the show. Thank you.
Anyone that
Bye.
says that money doesn't change you, of course it does.
132. It's not just money. It's $132 million.
Well, dude, it would take a lot less than $132 million to get you to act like that. I'll tell you that right now.
That's true, but still, it's not act like it's all the same. It's not.
I think after a certain point, it kind of is.
I don't know.
If you get to the point, like if you told me it was 132 or it was 20, it doesn't change one bit of difference for me.
I was gonna say if you
$20 million?
You bring that number down to even 20. I was gonna say that goes down to 50. It's still about the same.
I think over 50. I'm gonna put 0 to 50 in one category and 50 to 132 in another category.
I'm a simple man. If you gave me $20 million, there's really nothing about my life that would change between having $20 million and having $132 million. It just wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if I buy that.
I mean, the only difference would be like I would have more cars. I would.
Well, there you go. There's the difference.
Okay,
right there.
What? But I don't need.
Well, you don't need 20 million.
I don't need 8 cars. At 20 million, I can buy whatever car I want.
Look, I'm just saying. We will never know the answer.
You'll never know because I will not have.
But if we gave you 20 million, your life would look one way, and if we gave you 132 million, your life would look very different, and you know it.
Either way, I'm living in Thailand, and that's all you need to know.
Exactly. We would know how you're living because you'd be off the grid.
That is 100%.
That's the best part about it. It's just the freedom of it. It's not about the money. It's about the freedom.
I would 100% be.
I don't have to listen to these Odyssey dorks tell me what to do anymore.
You would never hear from me again. I would be a phantom.
All right. Everybody have a great night. We are back tomorrow. Oh, we're not back tomorrow.
Well, I am.
Oh, my God. Are you going to make your way out to Langdon at all? Or
I probably can't.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I gotta come. It's the opposite direction for me, man.
What are we running?
Whatever I feel like.
All right, I guess that's fair.
If you have suggestions for the best of show tomorrow, it's still not completed yet, so send them my way.
All right. Well, poor Buck has to be here, but the rest of us will be out at the Fan Golf Classic out at Langdon Farms, and we will be back Wednesday, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.